Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about What If Deku had Multiverse Adventures Part 1. If you guys enjoy this What If and want to see Part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story 𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺 from fan fiction. So let's start the video. It was an ordinary day in the school UA. The students have just finished their classes as they went back to relax in their dorms, but both hero courses decided to have a sleepover in the dorms of 1A, since 1B's homeroom teacher was more relaxed and would allow his students to do something like this. Once they got permission, they went to 1A dorms where they were greeted by their homeroom teacher. Aizawa sighed. Listen, Vlad's problem children, honestly I couldn't care less about what you do. Just keep it down. Tomorrow's a weekend. And I prefer to sleep not stay up because you have a 𝐎𝐪𝙢𝐼𝐻𝑒𝐿𝑒𝑟 monkey that drank a ton of energy drinks. He finished saying the last part as he eyed 𝗵𝗃𝗺 who deflated in Ibara's bindings since he tried to stop them only for the religious girl to tie him up and dragged him here. Aizawa didn't like the idea, but it wasn't a bad idea to let them blow some steam every once in a while. Kendo said, "Don't worry sir, if he tries anything, I'll knock him out." The nighttime hero looked at her as he said darkly, "I'll take you up for your word, cause if you don't, believe me when I say you'll wish that the LOV turns into a Namu after the training I will put you through." His eyes flashed red, as Kendo hugged Setsuna in fear of whatever their rival class teacher was preparing for her if she failed. The man then walked away. As Kendo looked at the blonde boy, 𝗵𝗃𝗺, "I swear if you do anything, I will put you through so much pain that you'll forget your name, got it?" The boy nodded so quickly that his head seemed like it's about to fall off his body. He knew that Kendo meant her threat. Great, she now looked at dorms, as she pushed the doors open saying, "Yeah Momo, we're here." They looked and saw that the entire class of 1A was there waiting for them. Even Bakugo, though the latter was tied up with 𝗬𝗪's tapes and was put in an ice cage to prevent him from escaping, with Todoroki fixing it every time it began to melt. Kendo laughed as she asked Momo, "Do the ice prison have room for one more inmate?" She pointed toward 𝗵𝗃𝗺, who was probably refusing to share the same cell with a student of 1A. Momo nodded as she went to the ice prison, opened the ice door, and allowed Ibara to throw the blonde boy next to Bakugo, who glared at him, with the other blonde returning it with the same intensity if not more. The night went on as everyone was having fun and talking with each other. Boys were playing video games, girls were talking about their crushes, and all of them played truth and dare. The next morning everyone woke up after a good night's sleep only to see that they were in a void of nothing. The first to point out that was Izuku, who said, "Guys, is it only me, or are we only in a void of some sort?" Momo woke up next only to notice the same. "I don't think so unless we're having some kind of mass hallucination, but that's not the case since I'm sure that cake Sato made didn't have 𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺's mushrooms in them." The girl, who was mentioned, blushed a little when she remembered an accident where she put some experimental mushrooms into the pizza she was making. Let's say that everyone was thankful that no one without a steel quirk jumped off the 3rd floor. Bakugo, who woke, noticed that he wasn't in tape anymore, jumped up asking, "What the fuck is happening here? What did you do, you shitty extras?" He finished as he pointed his finger toward Class 1B. 𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺, who was out of his bindings, then said, "Why are you accusing us? It's usually you class of nutcases that attract trouble." A raspy voice then echoed, "Can you be quiet? I'm trying to sleep." Bakugo and Izuku turned to see Shigaraki spread on the ground with a red blanket. Both of them readied themselves for combat, but their quirks didn't activate. "What did you do to my quirk, you bastard?" Bakugo then yelled, demanding an explanation. "Bakugo, calm down so we can understand what's happening," Aizawa said as he tried to use his quirk, but nothing happened. He then looked at the LOV members who were all present, even All For One was present. That means a being of stronger power brought them here. He looked around and saw all the teachers were there, with All Might being held back by Present Mike and Midnight for attacking All For One. There were also some mothers of his students, some heroes, 7 individuals who he didn't know, some villains, Eri, Kota, the big 3, Mei, Shinso, Shoto's siblings, and Sir Night-Eye. Wonderful, the dead were coming back, he thought. All For One then looked at All Might, saying to the other teachers, "Let him come here, it's not like I can do much damage. I can't access my quirks." He then looked at All Might saying, "But don't you want to catch up with your master?" he said as he pointed into a certain direction. All Might then looked and saw Nana Shimura laying down on the ground as she groaned, rubbing her head from the pain, as she asked, "What in the world just happened?" She was quickly tackled by All Might into a hug, who was crying from happiness. "Master, you're alive!" the blonde hero cried as the other users of 1 For All looked in shock at what was happening. The first user looked at his brother, who shrugged, telling him this wasn't his doing. The woman, confused, said in shock, I guess I'm alive, aren't I? I wouldn't say alive, more like in limbo for the current state." A familiar voice echoed throughout the void. Everyone looked up only to see Midoriya floating in the air. This caused mixed reactions, as they didn't know that Midoriya could do this until Izuku spoke up, "Guys, I'm still down here." he said, but then added, I think at least. Everyone calm down so I can explain everything. Everyone now looked at the floating Izuku as he said, for starters, you can call me Discord by my hero name in my world or what's left of it, that is. See this void that was my universe before it went out. Gasps echoed. Even a foe was shocked that someone managed to destroy the universe. Don't worry, it happened naturally. I calculate that it will return back about 3 billion years later. Mr. Discord, Uraraka called out. Can you tell me why you look like Deku? All right. My good friend Discord disappeared before appearing down beside them as he began his explanation. You see, I am Izuku Midoriya, or at least a version of him. In my world, the entity of chaos tried to possess me to try and escape his punishment, but he failed and I managed to take his powers. I was thought to be quirkless till I was 15, to which I did something that activated my powers. All Might was there and offered me his power, and before you ask, a brief history of a foe and Ofa was transferred into everyone's head. Good. Save your questions for later, and for someone who actually cares. I refused because the previous chaos spirit warned me that I would die. Discord went on to explain what happened in his world, from his training to his time in UA, his marriage with his world's version of Pony, the war with LOV, and finally the end of the universe. Mina was the first to break from her shock as she looked at Pony, who was blushing like crazy, and she said, Damn Pony, I didn't know you have in you, girl, to actually marry the cinnamon roll of our class. It must have been an experience. The horse girl began to mumble something in English, but was shocked when Ibara whacked her saying language. The girl was shocked that the vine girl actually understood her, given that English was her worst subject. But then Discord said, yeah, and here I made it so that everyone gets to understand everyone. The girl blushed as her friend understood what she said. Nezu looked at the chaos user. Before asking the entity that brought them here, young Midoriya, he stopped for a moment, remembering that Izuku is older than a foe, so he restarted, Mr. Discord, do you care to explain why you brought us here? The entity appeared before him and said, why does anyone do anything? He then took a dramatic pose. Sheer absolute boredom. Jiru then said, you seriously brought us here because you're bored? Yes, he started. But believe me, you'll have a blast because today you'll be granted the experience of traveling through the Dekuverse. All the individuals were shocked that they will be watching different versions of their friend. It was Iri who was brave and stood up asking, does that mean I will see different versions of Mr. Deku? Save me. The being nodded his head as he gave Iri a candy apple along with Kota. Aizawa then said, Dekuverse, like do you mean you will show us different versions of Problem Child? He looked at Discord, who nodded his head. The hero then asked, can I get my sleeping bag so I can protect myself from Emi? Aizawa said, pointing to Ms. Joke, who was trying to hug him. Aizawa's wish was granted, and he slept in his sleeping bag. Izuku then said, me, can I ask a question? He just needed to know something that irked him. Shoot, Discord replied, already knowing what his question is. You said different versions of me, so does that? He was cut off when Discord said, me, Expelled Deku, Married Deku, Quirkless Hero Deku, Quickred Izuku, Superpowered Deku not by quirks like me, Villain Deku, Vigilante Deku, Deku at the beginning of quirks, no quirk universe Deku. In other words, it's going to be quite the dozy. He finished shocking Izuku with how many versions of himself were out there, but he was slightly irked by the idea that there were villain versions of himself. He gulped as he saw his friends looking at him, so he said, so guys, are you ready? Izuku, is it true that you have All Might's quirk? Uraraka asked him. Izuku was now afraid that his friends will hate him because they discovered his secret. He nodded his head, but he was shocked when Ochako said, that's so awesome, Deku. To have All Might acknowledge you that he gave you his quirk. That's so cool. Todoroki then stood in front of him, and he said, so does that mean that you're All Might's secret love child? This caused a huge silence to float as Shoto's mom slapped her forehead, while Dabai was laughing his head off with Shoto's sibling. Izuku's sweat dropped. No, he gave me his quirk. He didn't marry my mom. Before anyone can say anything, Discord then said, all right, I know all of you want to say how manly Izuku is, how cool he is to have All Might give him his quirk, but you have to know that everything that happens here will be forgotten, so it doesn't cause disturbance to the stream of time. This made Takoyami say, revelry in the dark. Discord looked at him and said, nice song, but stop referencing it for everything, or I swear I will pop a world where you're a girl and you're in a relationship. This made the raven-headed boy's feathers ruffle, his equivalent of blushing. All right, now that everything is taken care of, shall we put this show on the road? Discord asked. A screen then appeared as Discord said, let the roulette begin. He said as the screen showed the names of different worlds appear on it. But finally, it landed on one. Expelled Izuku. Aizawa cringed as he said, I have a seriously bad feeling about this. After the explanation of a foe and Ofa was transported for him, he felt like an absolute douchebag for the way he treated his student during the quirk apprehension test. And by the name of this world, it means that Izuku's finger trick didn't impress that version of himself. He only hoped that 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸 let him down easily and didn't berate him too much. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 then said, "Get ready, here it begins." The world suddenly changed, and it was now on the field where Aizawa made his test. All 1 students shivered remembering this day, causing it was the scariest moment of their lives. And now Momo was afraid, as she knew from this world that Aizawa was serious about the whole expelling thing. It showed the usual thing that happened with 1A, Bakugo throwing the ball, Mina saying it is fun, the tests, and finally Izuku's ball throw. Izuku stood there clutching his finger, as he said with a victorious smile, "Sensei, I'm still standing." The boy had tears in his eyes. Was it out of fear or happiness? Aizawa couldn't tell, but he knew one thing. The boy failed the objective he gave him, which was to control his quirk without hurting himself. What a waste of a good quirk. Why are smiling as if you've made the find of the century? He said to Izuku, making the smile drop. I asked you to show me that you can control your quirk, but you only showed me that you can limit the damage. Did you honestly think that this will save? Aizawa slapped his forehead as he said, if you want to expel him, then do it. No need to belittle him and destroy him. Vlad then said, yeah, I kinda agree that this is taking it over the top. And this is the reason I read my students' files before I enter the classroom. Tell me, is it a waste now? The blood hero said with a smirk at the nighttime hero, who groaned knowing that he will have to change his ways to avoid things like these in the future. Discord made a note to put this into Aizawa's head to change his methods later on. But I'm still standing. Izuku was cut off by Aizawa's scarf wrapping around him. So what? Tell me, can you redo the rest of the exams now? Izuku Midoriya. In my entire history of teaching, I never saw anyone who was so arrogant that he thought that they don't need to train their quirk. You're a disgrace to every person standing here. You don't deserve to be a hero. And I will make it my personal mission to blacklist you from every hero school possible, because if you neglected training your quirk, you will neglect hero training and only become a liability in the field. Having a heroic spirit is something, but you don't have the will, control, or even the demeanor to back it up, so go home, you're expelled. Aizawa's declaration was followed by Bakugo's laughter. Silence was now ringing in the area, both in that world and among its viewers. Everyone was shocked that Aizawa would say something like this, or that he'll promise to destroy somebody's future because he thinks he isn't serious about being a hero. Ibara then said, Dear Lord, I heard some of Aizawa-sensei's methods were a bit extreme, but this is taking it a bit too much. Tell me about it. Vlad said, shocked that his colleague could be capable of such cruelty. He himself has expelled students from before, but it was always due to behavioral issues and disrespect. But this version of Aizawa takes the cake for being cruel. He knows the hero world is not all sunshine and rainbow, but there is no need to be that cruel. Why would Aizawa-sensei say such horrible things to Midoriya? Toru asked. Even though she wasn't a close friend of his, the girl could say that she respected his work ethic and how he constantly trains to further improve his quirk. It was truly inspiring. Aizawa-sensei, the girl looked at their homeroom teacher with concern. The man looked like he had just seen a ghost in front of him. She was sure, after learning the truth about Izuku's power, that her teacher must feel horrible for not letting him explain. The man in question had his eyes wide as he looked at that version of himself, not believing the amount of hatred and malice that dripped with every word he spoke. He finally spoke up. How illogical of that version of me. So, you also see it? Discord asked to see the man nod his head from his sleeping bag. Eri then said, What are talking about, Mr. Deku? Well, you see, Eri, Discord began to speak. Aizawa really dislikes All Might, and when I say dislike him, I mean really dislikes. So that world, Aizawa saw that myself have a similar power to All Might, and he allowed himself to project all his hatred on him. He then stopped for a moment before adding, this one did the same, but he was able to control it and not allow it to cloud his judgment. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 then raised his hand and got his answer before he asked his question. No, he didn't join you guys, but you'll see other worlds where you got 𝗲𝗏 in a very easy way. The man smiled, but All Might shivered with the previous users of 𝗲𝗏 and Izuku, knowing that there are worlds where 𝗲𝗏 have 𝗲𝗏. Izuku then looked at his teacher, who had a face of guilt, so he went to him and said, It's not your fault, Aizawa-sensei. You couldn't have known about this. The man smiles at his student before looking back at the scene. Izuku looked at the man with pain in his eyes as he tried to say something, but he couldn't. Aizawa then said, Well, you heard me. Beat it. I have other tests to finish. On the side of the field, All Might was clutching the wall so tightly that it almost broke from the pressure. The man was past his patience point. He was now ready to go and Texas smash that person to Saturn's rings for the way he was treating his successor. To think that a teacher would bow so low, make it his personal mission to blacklist him. That won't happen unless I have something to say about it, All Might thought. He was about to go and confront them, but a voice spoke up in Izuku's defense. You can't expel him. He's a true hero. Aizawa, All Might, Izuku, and the other students all looked at Ochako. Mina and Toru smiled as they said, Well, it seems even in there you seem to have a crush on Midori. The gravity girl then began to float in embarrassment as she saw that version of herself put everything on the line for her friend, with her friends teasing her. The other girls then began to tease her till Discord said, I don't know what you're teasing her about. I mean there are many worlds where every one of you is either a couple with him, or are married to him and have children from him, even female version of some of the males. I mean during my time I saw a little of female Todoroki, Bakugo, and even Kirishima married to him. Said boys all blushed with Bakugo growling like an animal waiting to be released. They all turn back to the scene to what else happened. Aizawa smiles darkly at Ochako as he asks, and oh please, do tell me why I can't expel him. The girl shivered under the man's gaze, but steeled herself as she said, because he's a true hero. He risked his life to save me when nobody did. This caused Ida to clutch his fist remembering how he ran away that day. ... If it wasn't from him that day, I would have been horribly injured for life or dead at worst. But he has no control. The teacher was shocked when the girl cut him off, and that's why we are here to learn how to control our quirks. You're just making excuses to expel him, and I won't stand for it. The teacher, having enough of this, said, Uraraka, do you want me to expel you? The girl then said, no, don't. Everyone, except the villains, was shocked at how Ochako backed down quickly, but Discord then said, don't count your chickens yet. You need to be patient. Continue watching and then judge. Everyone nodded their heads and continued to watch to see what Discord was talking about. Ochako then continued saying, because there's no need for it, I'm going to leave UA. All the hero students were shocked at how Ochako quit UA just for someone she believed in. Izuku himself looked at the scene with guilt as he felt that he was responsible in that world for the destruction of his friend's dreams. Ochako saw this and quickly went to his side and held his hand saying, don't think about it, Deku. That version of myself made her choices for the thing she believes in, so this isn't your fault. Don't go blaming yourself. The boy could only nod as he blushed from the hand contact. It was then that Ida stepped in saying, Uraraka, I understand what happened, but don't anything rash. He was cut off by the girl. Ida, my parents always told me to do what I think is right. So today, I'm going to stick with my gut and do what it tells me is right. The boy, shocked, stepped back as he said, I just hope you are doing the right thing. Ida was shocked at her statement. Deep down, he knew she was right. No one was supposed to go through this public hazing. It was like their teacher had it for Midoriya from the start. Now that he thinks about it, it seemed that Izuku's scores were seriously low, even lower than some of the students who were less fit than he was. Ochako then stalked forward, grabbing Izuku's hand, and said, come on, Deku, let's go. We have hero schools to sign in them. She then dragged him away, leaving a very confused Aizawa wondering how this happened for a moment before shrugging and saying, anyone else wants to humor her craziness? When no one answered, he said, good. Let those two be a lesson on who can't become a hero. Those who don't train their quirks, and those who are here to be friends. Now, let's get back to the tests. Seriously, you think that if a hero tried to form friendships they are doomed to fail? Midnight asked before adding, 𝗬𝗪, wasn't your friendship with both Hisashi and Oboro that lead you to become the hero that you are today? What? Toru asked, shocked. Mr. Friends are in the way of heroics actually became a hero because he had friends. She then looked at her teacher's sleeping form and yelled, I call hypocrisy Aizawa-sensei. The man looked at her from his sleeping bag and glared. Why don't we talk about this when we get back, 𝐻𝗪𝐿? I'm sure I would be more than happy to explain my point of view and make it clearer to you. The tone he used made the girl shiver, knowing that this promised more horrific training. She then backpedaled, saying, no need to. I think I heard wrong. Continue the good work, sensei. The hero then looked away from her, as she sighed with Tsuyu, saying, nice save. He almost got you there. Back in the classroom, Ochako came back from talking with her parents and telling them what happened. She half expected them to be mad at her, but she was shocked when they praised, telling her that they were proud of her for making what she thought was the right decision. Plus, they told her that UA has a refund policy for students who are expelled or withdraw, so no harm was done. Ochako's father then said, damn right, I would be proud of her for following her own sense of justice. This means that she's going to be a great hero. The girl could only hug her father in happiness. Ochako sat in front of Izuku, who was slowly putting his stuff in his bag after returning from Recovery Girl's office. She looked at him and smiled, saying, Deku, please don't look sad. I'm sure that any hero school out there would want you. The boy looked at her and asked, why? What do you mean why? Why did you do this? Why did you throw your dream away from me? The boy shouted, shocking her, he's right, you know. In my entire life, I was nothing but a worthless waste of space. And now that I have a quirk, I am still that same worthless nobody that can't save anyone's life even if it depended on it. So why did you sacrifice everything for someone so worthless like? The boy was caught off when he felt something slap his cheek. Shigaraki then cringed as he said, ouch, that's definitely gonna hurt in the morning. This caused the girl who did it to blush heavily as she began to float away, with Tsuyu using her tongue as an anchor to hold her from floating into the abyss. Ida then said, though that was an unorthodox way of doing things, good work, Uraraka, that really snapped him out of it. Said girl from her floating position lifted a thumbs up to the boy, who was blissfully unaware of how horrible she felt right now. Stop. Don't ever say that ever again. You are not worthless. You are not a nobody. And most importantly, you're a hero. My hero. When everybody ran away that day, you were the only one who walked to save, so that makes you a hero in my books, unlike what that bully said. The boy looked at her as tears began to flow from his face. The girl quickly embraced him in a hug, blushing heavily, but she patted his head saying, "It's all right, let it all out. I promise we're going to be the world's greatest heroes." Deku the boy then pulled away red-faced, although he had a small smile as he wiped his tears away. "Thank you, Uraraka," he then added, "but could you stop calling Deku?" The girl was confused at the request as she asked, "But isn't that your name?" She could have sworn that Mr. Exploding Pants called him Deku when he was expelled. 𝗲𝗄 then said, "Really, I'm sure everyone knows that the name means useless." This made the girl blush as she said, "I thought it meant Deku like you can do it." The girl explained herself to the 200-year-old villain, ignoring Bakugo, who was pissed off after being called Mr. Exploding Pants, before asking, "And why am I speaking to you so casually as if you're my friend?" This made even the villain raise an eyebrow, or he would if he still had them. He looked around to see various villains sitting around with heroes and talking with them, and discussing their opinions about what they were saying. He looked up only to see Discord smiling. "So I assume you made some changes here so that we can treat each other casually without the fear of us trying to rip each other apart." The entity of chaos only gave him a thumbs up. "Now, let's continue," he said as he pointed to the scene. "No, not really." The boy continued to wipe his tears as he said, "It's a name that Kaken made for me. It actually means that I'm useless and worthless." The girl looked in confusion thinking about this Kaken person, but she concluded that he must be Mr. Exploding Pants. She then quickly apologized, saying, "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I thought I meant Deku. It just gives off a you can do it vibe, if you know what I mean." The boy's eyes widened as the girl now gave him a positive meaning to that damn nickname that have haunted him from childhood. He then smiled at her saying, "You know what, I don't mind you calling me that. It sounds better coming from you." The girl blushed as she looked away from embarrassment. A cough then drew both their attention. "So that's how you stopped feeling annoyed whenever I called you by that name. And here I thought you grew in it and owned it. Turns out, you needed a girl." Bakugo was cut off. "In some worlds, you date her." This made Uraraka cry, knowing that some versions of herself date Bakugo, with the other girls counseling her. Bakugo only scoffed as he looked away. 𝗧𝗪 was now looking at an old bony man who looked like he hadn't eaten in years. The man walked inside the room and introduced himself. "My name is 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗍, and I was young Midoriya's personal trainer by the request of All Might himself." The girl was shocked by the fact that All Might himself supervised Izuku's training, while the boy was shocked that he learned All Might's real name. "My employer saw what happened earlier, and he was truly disgusted by the way Eraser had acted. His behavior was neither that of a hero or a teacher. He tried to change Aizawa's decision, but alas, there are things even the #1 hero can't do," he said, making Uraraka sad. But he carried on. "But he was impressed by your spirit, young Uraraka, and how you stood up for what you thought was right, so he told me to send both of you an offer." This made the girl giddy with joy as both she and Izuku nodded their heads before 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗍 explained his offer. The girl then scratched her head saying, "I wonder what the offer might be. I mean, this All Might. So he might be planning on taking us to another highly known school such as Shigetsu, or somewhere else. But that doesn't solve the problem of the black mark on Deku's record." Momo then said, "Well, he's the #1 hero after all. I mean, he could just have taken you both under his wing and helped till you got your provisional hero license. I mean, it's not the first time a hero was a sidekick without having any formal education." This made both Izuku and 𝗧𝗪𝗍 sparkle in happiness, since being All Might's sidekick sounded like the coolest thing ever. Aizawa then looked at a smiling All Might and said, "I blame you for the eventual death of Izuku and 𝗧𝗪𝗍 of that world if you do decide and take them under your wing given your state. I don't agree with the actions of my alternate self. However, taking them under your wing is an idea that's 10 times even worse than what I did." All Might wanted to scoff, but Aizawa was right. In his state, if that version of himself took them under his wing, they would have ended up dead or worse. Discord then said, "If you're all done talking, how about you all look back at the scene, cause this is where the story is happening." The others then looked back at the scene as it began to shift and change, leaving everyone thinking, where is it going to right now? If you told 𝗧𝗪𝗍 a week ago that she would have the number hero himself in her home praising her and offering her parents a one-in-a-time opportunity for her hero education, she would have called you a nutjob. If you told her that the number hero was pulling all the strings he has in the USA to give her and her friend Deku a full scholarship in one of the most prestigious hero schools in the country, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, she would have thrown you into the orbit since you were being too cruel to her. Now regarding the scholarship, at first her parents refused, saying that they couldn't afford it, but All Might said that he will take care of everything regarding the expenses, and also gave her parents a bunch of contacts to which he was going to recommend their company for when he heard their financial struggles. But right now she couldn't believe it. She was standing in Denver airport with Deku waiting for All Might's biggest fan in the USA to pick them up. And that would be it was the #1 hero in the country, Star and Stripe. She looked at her friend who was beaming with joy, for 2 reasons. He was meeting a hero, a famous one at that, and he finally learned how to control his quirk. It only took conservation about machinery in her parents' company and orange juice of all things for him to figure it out. She literally couldn't stop laughing when he compared himself to an orange juice. Laughter filled the area as Izuku tried to melt into the ground. Even All Might was so distracted that he actually held AFO for support as he said, "Young Midoriya, you truly are quite funny." He then regained himself saying, "Wait a minute, why didn't I go with him?" Discord then answered, "Because you had a feeling that if you left Japan something bad was going to happen, and good thing you didn't." All Might nodded, clearly seeing that this version of himself knew that he needed to stay, so he entrusted his pupil to Star and Stripe. He then asked, "Did young Midoriya succeed?" Discord nodded, and held a huge 10 sign signaling him that everything went okay with Izuku. Ida then tried to ask something, but was cut short, yes, albeit barely, if it wasn't for Todoroki showing on time and Stain encouraging him to use his fire quirk. Ada breathed a sigh of relief while Shoto seemed kinda out of it since it was Stain who inspired him to use his fire. Discord then added, "Then again, you did manage to survive the same events, albeit also barely. This time with some permanent scars," he said as he looked at Tsuyu, who got the message. They waited at the airport for around half an hour before finally, a woman with blonde hair accompanied by a man with green curly hair came. Izuku saw them and smiled. He then began crying as he hugged the green-haired man, who hugged him back saying, "Hi there, champ. Ready to go to school? And what happened to stop being a crybaby?" The boy looked at him and said, "I'm sorry, Dad. I just missed you so much." Ochako on the side smiled at the family reunion. Izuku's dad then noticed her and smirked. "Izuku, is that the beautiful girl that stood up to you when Eraserhead tried to single you out?" The boy blushed, as did Ochako, while Hasahi laughed at their misery only to be whacked by the blonde woman who said in English, "Hasahi, you're a grown man, and yet you can't act like it." Said man then pouted and looked away. Izuku then dared himself to ask, "Excuse me, but are you?" The woman smiled as she said, "Yes, I'm America's #1 hero, Star and Stripe. My name is Kathleen Bate. It's nice to meet both of you. From now on, I'll be personally training you both on behalf of All Might." She then winked at Izuku, signaling to him that she also knew about OFA. She carried their bags and said, "Well, let's go. Sure, All Might managed to score a full scholarship for both of you, but that doesn't mean you don't have to train and slack off. Xavier's school isn't for the weak-hearted. So are you up to the challenge?" Both of them smiled as they said, "Yes, ma'am." And with that, a new chapter in their life began. Discord then looked at the audience and said, "So what do you think? Second universe, so what do you think?" Discord asked as he summoned for himself and Nezu 2 smoothies out of nowhere and 2 chairs to lounge on. Izuku answered him, "Well, it seems interesting seeing this world. I mean, seeing myself expelled was shocking, but the events that happened after it was quite astounding. But that begs the question, does this still happen in other worlds? Or do I, for example, become a vigilante? Or as a foe said, do I join the villain side because I feel mistreated by the hero community? And you said that there are versions of me with quirks. Does Aizawa-sensei mess up their scores as he did with me? Or does he only do it with me, or versions of myself that have a weak quirk or quirkless?" The last questions made Eraserhead pop out of his bag as he mentally said, he knew. The questions continued to stream on, but he was finally silenced by a huge gush of water from a power hose courtesy of Discord, who simply said, "So this how it feels to be on the giving end of it." He looked at the soaked boy and said, "It depends on the condition. For example, if you were quirkless, there is a higher chance that the entire class will be expelled than you because Aizawa knows that you've only managed to enter the hero course through your skills. That is always accompanied by the fact that doesn't allow his prejudice affect his judgment, and he expels for being quirkless. And from there you go on different paths, joining Stain." This made Ada pale, knowing what damage Izuku's notebooks will do in Stain's hands. Become a vigilante, join the LOV. This made Shigaraki smile, knowing that some versions of the Golden Boy join them. Become a police officer, like Might said, since you finally lost hope. Or simply killing yourself for having your dreams snatched from you without even being given a chance to prove yourself. The last statement made Aizawa pale. Momo then said, "That's quite interesting, and we're only talking about the things that may come to mind." She then shook her before looking at Izuku, saying, "And Izuku, what do you mean when you said that Aizawa-sensei messed up your scores?" This caught everyone's attention. The boy blinked before saying, "You didn't know. I thought everyone knew at this point that sensei kinda messed up my scores to expel me. I am and still am more fit than Mineta, Gyro, Kaminari, and Heikir, so it was odd that I scored lower than them." He then turned to the mentioned 4 and said, "No offense, guys." They simply waved their hands, agreeing with him that he was more fit than they were, also wondering how he got last in the test. Kendo then commented, but I don't think that your teacher would sabotage Izuku. She then looked at the sleep-deprived hero and asked, isn't that right, sensei? The hero didn't answer, making some of the students feel uneasy. He finally looked at Izuku. If you knew that I was sabotaging you, this made Kendo's eyes go wide along with everyone else, with Shigaraki chuckling and saying something about how heroes are corrupted. Why didn't you say anything? Easy, what would have that done? Izuku replied before adding, I mean, my entire life my teachers were always signaling me out. The moment you started giving subtle looks of anger, and how I got 7/12 on the running test, though I passed only after a couple of moments after Kakin really gave you out. The thing that really exposed it was the grip strength test, since I found mine was impossibly hard. But when I carried the one shoji and a couple of others used, they were easier. From that moment on, I knew I was targeted. The only reason I was shocked when you stopped from the ball throw was that I thought I lost my chance at keeping my spot. Aizawa could only look in shame as his student explained how he was on to him from the beginning. An awkward silence filled the air, mixed with the silent laughter of villains on how heroes were ready to destroy each other. Shigaraki then said, you know something, it's weird you joined the hero side after everything you went through being quirkless. What a waste of potential. Izuku wanted to reply but stopped, knowing that arguing with the insane Decay user would result in nothing but a strong headache. Discord then said to Shigaraki, you should see the worlds where he's accused of being the UA traitor and how quickly everyone turns on him. This made Izuku's eyes go wide along with All Might, with Shigaraki shaking his head. Before any questions can be asked on his last statement, Discord clapped his hands as if nothing happened and said, let keep this show moving. The scenes then began to change as Nezu appeared beside Discord. Both of them then lounged on a chair and shared a toast for chaos as the rat principal, who was now invested in this event, said, what a good day for chaos. Discord replied, you really liked me back when I was a student, even made me your personal student, and taught me all your ways for world domination. This made Aizawa cry. Nezu smiled, saying, sounds like something I would do. The screen finally showed a title that made two students blush. Kendo's husband, the girl in question, stuttered, saying, does that mean that Midoriya and I are married? The Chaos user nodded his head, but Kendo then asked, how? We didn't even know each other before UA. Surprisingly, Minta answered her, look, even though I'm jealous of that Midoriya for scoring a babe like you, this is another universe, events happen differently. The girl nodded her head. Discord then said, you know, through my travels, you were the most girl from 1B in a relationship with another version of myself. This made the Orangette blush, followed by Takich, who smirked, Yui, who kept a calm expression, Ibara, who hid behind her vines, Ryuko, who had a small blush, Pony, who covered her face, and finally Kinoko, who simply huffed, being the last. The Chaos user then said, although my personal favorite is Ibara. The girl now resembled a strawberry with Izuku, who was sharing the same predicament. Pony then protested, I thought you said I was your wife in your world. This earned a smirk from Mina, Toru, and Setsuna, who decided to grill her later. The Chaos being then corrected himself, shivering in fear, I mean, aside from us. This seemed to calm the horse girl down, but everyone was shocked that he was afraid of her. A single thought echoed throughout everyone's head, I guess I know who wore the pants in their relationship. The scene finally began to change from darkness. Everyone looked around, seeing a bridge above a river accompanied by a rainy day. On the bridge, a lonely figure could be seen standing. This made everyone worried, as they thought that this person was Izuku, ready to end his life. Bakugo was biting his nails off, afraid that this version of the nerd actually took his advice. All their assumptions were thrown outside the window when a voice started narrating. Not all men are born equal. That was a life lesson I learned the hard way since I was 4. Aizawa blinked a little, saying, this doesn't sound like my problem child. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't point it out from the rain. It sounded like the students here. Shota then looked at Tetsu and said, doesn't that sound like? The metal boy silenced him by saying, I don't want to know. Ever since the day that I was diagnosed as quirkless, my life became a real living hell. The scene was now showing a memory from the person on the bridge. It showed a young girl with orange bright hair sitting on a stool in a doctor's office, with her mother squeezing her hand tightly, so much so that the girl began to whimper in pain. The girl looked at her mom, who held a smile that behind was the worst scowl in the world. The woman then stood up and began to drag her daughter, saying, let's go, Itsuka. We don't want to bother the good doctor anymore. The little girl then said in a groan, Mommy, you're hurting me. And I dropped my Maruko toy. Can I go grab it? The woman looked at the girl with a look that made the little one squirm in fear. Be silent, or else. Got it. Little Itsuka could only nod her head, not understanding what was going on, or why her mom was angry at her. A huge scream went through the area as everyone screamed, Kendo, you're the one on the bridge. This made the orange head's gut have a bad feeling about what was going to come to that version of herself. The girl rubbed her shoulder, saying, it appears so. But that woman doesn't look like my mom. So I presume that different world may mean different moms. Discord nodded his head, adding, true. For example, in some world Izuku is Shoto's twin brother, so that means Rei is his mom. This made the bicolored boy look happy, while his mother smiled saying, I would like to be the mother of someone as polite as Midoriya, but yes, he trains them to the bone, but sometimes you pour it on both of them, on one of them, or one of the two save each other, and some you don't do it at all. This made the white-haired woman sigh, but at least she knew that in some worlds, her mental breakdown doesn't happen. Izuku began to wonder if he was going to be quirkless or have a quirk given that case. Some would think that my parents being heroes would prevent them from hating their own daughter, but apparently not. For that, I learned that sometimes those close to you could be your worst enemy. It now showed Itsuka being thrown to the floor by her father yelling at her, you useless brat, you couldn't manifest a quirk. What are the people going to say about us? The daughter of Iron Fist and Plasma Disc is nothing but a quirkless nothing. He finished as he kicked the 4-year-old in the head. The girl looked at her mom and whimpered, Mommy. She was caught off by a slap. Shut up. I can't believe that you couldn't even manifest a quirk. Anything would have done it, even something as useless as hand enlargement. Why couldn't you be like your other siblings? But I can still be a hero, Mommy. The girl tried to argue back only to be punched by her father saying, Don't call us that. From now on, it's only sir and ma'am, got it? Yes, duh. I mean sir. The man nodded as he yelled, Go to your room, and don't come out till we call you. And for that day forward began 7 years of hell where my family would treat me like an outsider. My own parents kept me out of family events. My own siblings were taught to hate me and use me as quirk practice. I was barely fed. And I was never allowed outside my room except for school. Kendo looked with a shocked expression at this version of herself, and felt her tears stream down her cheeks as she said to Izuku, Is this how you were treated, Izuku? The boy shook his head saying, No, thankfully my mom wasn't like that. She supported me all the way, and always protected me, Izuku said as he hugged his mother who hugged him back. But he mentally thought as he remembered that different worlds have different events, at least this version of myself that is. Vlad King looked at the screen with disgust, as he said, To think, pro-heroes would do this to their own daughter just because she's quirkless. The man then wiped a tear that fell from his eye. A foe smiled as he hoped that this quirkless girl fell into his hand, but for the title, he knows she was saved. He would that my best friends in the world would support me in my time of need, but I was sadly mistaken. The moment I told them I was quirkless, they both turned against me. For that I learned never to trust anyone too quickly. It now showed a scene where Itsuka was with 2 other girls. One had black hair tied in a ponytail, and the other had wavy green hair. The girls looked at her as she said with tears in her eyes, I'm quirkless, and my parents hate me. She then wiped her tears as she declared loudly, But I'll make them love me again when I become a hero. The 2 girls looked at each other as if they were having a silent conversation, and Setsuna said, And how are you planning on doing that? You're nothing but a quirkless freak. The orange head seemed betrayed as she said, She right, Kendo. You can't be a hero. Momo said as Itsuka tried to reply saying, But I can try. Setsuna then cut her off saying, But you won't. Do you know why? Because you're a quirkless freak. The 2 girls then began to circle her saying, Itsuka's a quirkless freak, and from that day forward, those 2 made it their life mission to always make my life as painful as possible. They used to hit me, steal my lunch if I had any, ruin my homework, and turn their quirks on me. Both Momo and Setsuna looked with shocked faces knowing that in this world they were Kendo's bullies. Discord then looked at Momo and said, Don't feel too shocked. Some versions of you allow the money to get into your head, but this one is more of a the road to hell is paved with good intentions kinda thing. Setsuna sighed knowing that her being a bully wasn't a common thing. But Momo asked, Why? Well, if you need to know why in some worlds you are a bully. Like I said, the money gets into your head, and so does your quirk. For instance, in most worlds where you are a bully, you mostly target one of 3, Kendo, yours truly, or Gyro. The Ravenet choked on her own breath knowing that in some worlds, she targets her best friend. But today was something special, and my 2 best friends did put on quite the performance. It now showed a scene where Kendo was crouched in the corner, blood dripping from her head as Setsuna stood in front of her reattaching her head with Momo holding a bloodied metal bat. Setsuna then said, Still trying to be a hero, little Itsuka? Well, here's some advice. Go to the nearest river and drown yourself in it, wishing really hard to have a quirk in your next life. The girl said with a laugh, only to stop a moment later registering what she said. The 2 girls in question had their jaws drop as they watched other versions of themselves beat their friend black and blue till she bled. Setsuna was the one most affected as she heard herself suicide bait her friend. She tried to approach her friend, but the girl flinched and backed away from her for a moment before saying, I'm sorry, 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏. It's just a little bit overwhelming. I mean, I just saw myself get beaten half to death and suicide baited. The girl tried to laugh it off, but everyone could feel how uncomfortable she was. The green-haired girl replied, No, I'm sorry, Kendo. That version of myself just said something so horrible. And it's right for you to feel a little bit unnerved after that. The orange-haired girl smiled at her friend as she hugged her, and then looked at Momo, who had tears and hugged her too. The scene now returned to the bridge, as Itsuka stood in front of the railings looking into the water below. She then said, "Only one step and all my pain will be gone." One of them yelled, "No, don't do it." Her friends held her hands and basically smothered her as if she was the one who was about to throw herself off a bridge right now. Discord's sweat dropped as he said, "You know she can't hear you, right?" Monoma then said, "How can you be so calm about this? I mean, she must have been your friend in your world too." The being replied, "When you see different versions of yourself killing themselves, you become quite strong and disinfected against these sort of things." This caused the boy's mouth to be clamped shut, knowing that this person must have seen some really disturbing stuff. He then added, "Plus, help is on its way." The orange-haired girl was about to jump when a voice called out to her, "Hey, are you okay?" She turned around to dismiss whoever was talking to her. When she turned, she was greeted by a concerned face. The man who greeted her had emerald green eyes and freckles, but the most important thing was she felt a safe aurora emitting from him. "Do you need help?" the man asked again. She could have just told him that she was fine and to go away. She could have just tricked him and continued with her plan, but she didn't know what drove her to look at him and let herself fall into his embrace as she cried out with tears streaming out, "Please, I really need help." And on that day, I've learned that good people haven't died yet and that there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as Yui said, "Thank God, Izu came to marry her." This made the orange head yell at her friend and say, "Yui, don't say it so causally. It's embarrassing." She then covered herself with her enlarged hands, while Izuku was trying to sink into the ground from the amount of teasing he was receiving from the boys and some glares that he didn't know from where they were coming. Vlad then said, "Thank God, nothing bad happened. It really would have been disturbing to see my own student kill herself." Ifo, on the other hand, said, "It would have been a great opportunity to find a right-hand person from Tamura to help him dominate the country. Such a waste. It was probably the perfect person." All Might then said, "Then I would have saved her." The villain smirked as he said, "Like you saved your master." The hero tried to attack him only for the second user to punt him in the head and say, "This is one of the many reasons I refused you. You're too emotional." 3 years later, it now showed two individuals running inside a lab of sorts. They were on a steel bridge overlooking some tubes that continued some weird deformed humans. All Might then said, "Your work, Ifo." The man laughed and said, "You have to admit that my work is really impressive given the combinations that I make. I mean, I do make weak quirks into super effective killing machines." All Might just scoffed. The waste then said, "Did we just have a time skip? And I guess that whatever happening here has a relation with Kendo." The being nodded as he pointed back to the scene. From below, explosions were being heard as a figure was jumping from one side to the other yelling profanities at the two scientists. One of them then yelled to his partner, "Run to that door. At the end of the hallway, there's an emergency exit we can use." The other nodded as they reached the end of the hallway. The other scientists tried to open the door but recoiled back from the heat. Then suddenly, the door began to melt as blue hot flames began to emit. The first one then yelled, "To the bathroom. There's a vent we can use to escape." 𝗬𝗲𝐵's eyes went wide as he wondered why was attacking a facility of a foe. The two ran to the bathroom, but when they entered the second noticed that there was no vent, and asked, "Are you sure there is a vent?" The first one then answered him, but he was shocked when he heard a girlish voice. He turned and saw his partner melt before his eyes as a girl with messy blonde hair and cat-like eyes responded, "Don't worry. The vent I mentioned depends on how much you cooperate with us." She then brandished a knife to his neck. Suddenly the door of the bathroom was blasted open as two figures walked in. One of them was macabre work of burnt skin, while the other had his face covered. But what stood out was his grenade-like gauntlets, and small explosions were emanating from his hands. The scientists asked, "What do you want from me?" He tried to back away from them. The burnt figure replied, "It's not what we want." He pointed to a mirror. "It's what he wants." The scientists looked at the mirror only for a man to appear from it, and walked through as he grabbed him, and asked as his other hand hardened, turned into a claw, was covered with green fire, and pointed to his neck, where's All for One is hiding. Screams of pain followed that question. Shigaraki then said, "What the fuck? How dare they attack Sensei's facilities? I bet Sensei will destroy them." A foe on the other hand then said, "I don't think it's as simple as that, young Tamura. I think whoever this person is, he can hold multiple quirks. So that means two things. One, he has All for One like me, or he has a very strong copying quirk. And if he has one like that, this means he must be stockpiling quirks like me. And given the explosions from the figure beside 𝗬𝗵𝐵, I'd take a safe bet that this is young Bakugo, and the other figure is young Midoriya. And I will take a safe bet that I'm his father in this world, given that he can handle multiple quirks." Shigaraki seemed shocked by the explanation, while All Might scoffed that someone as nice as Midoriya will come from that monster. He looked at Discord, who had a very casual look in his eyes, making him dread everything. It now showed a scene inside a house. It showed a bedroom where someone was sleeping, but then he was woken up by another saying, "Wake up, Asuka, it's time for school." The girl in question whined, saying, "No, I want more cuddles. School can wait a little bit." The figure replied, saying, "No, it's time for school. Come on, get up. I also need to take our angel to her school before returning home to sleep from my night shift." The girl burst from under the covers, hugging the person. The person had emerald green eyes and freckles on his face. To Itsuka, he was her lovely husband, the man who saved her from her dark world and brought her to a place where she felt safe and cared for. He was Izuku Midoriya. She then tackled him in a hug, saying, "Cuddles." The girl in question began to steam as she looked at the green-haired boy, who have already passed out at this point. And had Uraraka and Tsuyu tried to wake him up, she really wished she can pass out too. She was so embarrassed, but at the same time, she felt happy since that version of herself found happiness. Aren't they too young to be married though? She wondered. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 walked up to her with Mina, saying, Well, look at that Kendo. Who knew that you were a cuddle-type kind of person? And what do you know, you have a daughter with Greenie in that world." The girl shook her head as she said, "I'm not. I mean I am. Discord then neck-chopped 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏, who pouted and said, "Leave her be. More embarrassing moments will come going on forward, and you'll be among them." The green-haired girl then stopped as she continued to watch, making a vow to tease the hell out of Izuku when a world where she's a couple with him appeared. Izuku said, "All right, 5 more minutes, but you have to get up," he said as he kissed her forehead, and then added, "By the way, we're going to the Bakugo's house today for dinner." The girl smiled because she was going to see her brother figure, Katsuki. From the outside, he may appear to everyone as a jerk, but he's really one of the most caring people she ever met, albeit in his own rude way. Bakugo stared in shock. There's a world where a quirkless person sees him as a brother figure. It just made him feel weird given all the abuse he put his friend through. Itsuka then asked, "Can I ask 2 questions? First, how are we married and we're that young? And second, why is Bakugo nice? And we all know that he's a piece of trash." This caused the explosion user to get angered, saying, "Do you want to die, carrot head?" He was ignored. Discord answered her, "Well, for one, in that world quirkless people are legally adults by the age of 11, so both you and Izuku are adults, so you can be married. But Izuku's case is complicated a little bit. As for Bakugo, he has his own reasons. And why are quirkless people adults in that world? Is it to give them special rights given that they're really disenfranchised?" Ochako asked. Discord gave her a blank stare as he said, "No, it's to give their parents a reason to kick them out without legal repercussion." The girl quickly deflated, knowing how quirkless people had it rough. The door was flung open as a figure quickly barreled itself into both Itsuka and Izuku, only for Izuku to say, "How are you, angel?" The figure was then revealed to be a little girl with curly green hair and emerald eyes, but when Izuku rubbed her head, a little white horn appeared. The girl answered, "I'm really good, Daddy." She then looked at her Itsuka and said, "And Mom, you should really get ready for school today." Itsuka popped out of the hug with a small pout as she said, "No fairly, both of you and your father teaming up against me. I want to revote." She then hugged both of them, before sighing and saying, "I'm ready." Back with the audience, Eri innocently looked at both Kendo and Izuku, and asked them, "Does that mean you're both my new mommy and daddy?" The 2 teens fidgeted as they tried to weasel their way from answering that question. One wrong move and it could make the girl extremely depressed. Finally, Kendo gave in, saying, "Yes, sweetie, that makes us your mommy and daddy." The little girl then grabbed both their hands and smiled, saying, "Can you 2 hug each other like those 2? Both teens blushed, but they powered through, not wanting to make Eri feel sad. Izuku discreetly shot Izawa a dirty look, who only gave him a shit-eating grin that meant he enjoyed his misery. Eri then hugged them both, saying, "I really love mommy and daddy." This made both Izuku's and Kendo's hearts melt. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel a combination of deadly glares feel on their backs as if they were prey, and a predator was waiting for them. Izuku sighed as he slammed the door shut after All Might left his house. "It's like One for All has something against me. Why does my wife have to hold this cursed quirk? And to top it off, she has to face my villainous father of all people." Today was great, at least as great as it can get in Izuku's mind. Yesterday, he gained a new quirk from the scientist he beat the shit out of. It was some kind of eye laser quirk. "Pity that he chose to work for my dad," a disembodied voice echoed out, saying. Izuku Midoriya, real name unknown. His quirk is permanent copy, which allows him to copy any quirk factor regardless of the type. Mutations are his less favorite, but he has a huge arsenal of them, including the quirk of the number 2 hero Hawks. Izuku Midoriya was a lot of things: a loving father, a good husband, an awesome bartender, and lots more. But the thing he hated about himself was that he was a liar. He hated that he had to lie to Itsuka about his real identity, who he was, and that he had a quirk. He hated that he had to lie about where most of their money came from to her. He hated that he couldn't just tell her the truth, but he just wanted to keep her safe from his dad's clutches. The man had a serious liking to destroy the lives of anyone affiliated with an 𝗏𝗃 user, but now she was in the crossfire, and he wasn't about to get caught in it. He was thrusted out of his thoughts when Itsuka said, "I can't believe it, Izu. All Might wants to train me and wants me to have his quirk. Isn't that awesome?" The boy using a quirk he copied from on the street that allows him to smile no matter what said, "Yeah, that's really great. And I can't wait for you to prove all those doubters wrong, my Suka." The girl blushed as she covered her face and said, "All right, I'm off to the dojo. The teacher wants to teach me a new technique before I go to the entrance exam." The boy flashed her a smile and waited till she left the house. He then took out a weird-looking phone and called it saying, "Guys, code transfer has occurred. I repeat, code transfer has occurred. We need to double our efforts to find him." 𝗵𝘃𝗲 was laughing so much that he almost had a vein pop. The man was have to double over and roll on the ground as he said, "That's really hilarious. My son shares our hate for one for all, though it's because of the curse that accompanied represented by me." Nana could only look at that Izuku and sigh, understanding what he was feeling at the moment. Hawk said, "How the heck was he able to grab my quirk?" A smack from Endeavor to his head caused him to turn to the Flame Hero as he said, "What the heck, man, why did you smack my head like that?" The Flame Hero then said, "I smacked you because of all of that handshaking you do all the time. I'm sure he pretended to fan to gain your quirk. Be careful, we don't need someone like that in our world doing that to you." The Winged Hero looked down at the ground as he thought about what the Flame Hero said, and nodded. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 then said, "It must be amazing for my son to copy one for all, or at least its components, and do the thing I failed to do. This causes Yoichi to say, 'What are you going about, brother? He can't copy one for all.'" The man nodded his head, but retorted, "Read the description of his quirk better. It says that copies the quirk factor, not the quirk itself, and yours is made of two, so he was able to copy your transference quirk and the one I gave you. Now that I think about it, that version of young Midoriya has a non-lethal all for one. This caused the other users of One for All to be shocked since the quirk stockpiled their quirks too, which means he also got their quirks." Izuku walked out of the bar that worked in as he entered an alleyway. Suddenly all of his clothes began to shift and mutate, till finally he was wearing a black jumpsuit with dark gloves. On the gloves' fingers, there were portal openings for the fingers. The rest of the suit was rather simple. He continued to walk from one place to another till he finally reached his target, which was an old rundown building. He kicked the door as it opened, revealing his right-hand man Dynamite, or he knew him as his childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo. Even though they had a rough patch once Izuku's quirk came in, they made it through it. They both had the same goal, sending 𝗲𝘃𝗲 6 feet under. Shigaraki scoffed as he said, "Good luck with brats. I bet Sensei will blow that version of Bakugo and Midoriya away even with all of the latter's quirks." Kirishima had to restrain Katsuki from attacking the man. He looked inside the room to see both their allies 𝗵𝗲𝗄 and 𝗵𝘃𝗲 waiting for him. 𝗵𝗲𝗄, when he first met him, was hell-bent on killing his younger brother Shoto Todoroki as a way to get vengeance against his father. But Izuku, through hard work, managed to convince him to directly attack his dad by revealing the man who he really is. Who knew the number 2 was such an ass? 𝗵𝘃𝗲 was a complicated case. She was a wronged spirit that both boys managed to save before she turned to the wrong side. It was one of Izuku's day patrols when he saw her. She was about to attack her classmate, but jumped down, scaring the boy, and took her away. The girl begged him not to hurt her and told him her story. The boy felt sympathetic for her, knowing how it feels to have a shitty parent, so he and Katsuki helped her through their contacts in their underworld, or mainly Izuku's contacts, given that at the time Katsuki hadn't started his vigilante career. All the Todorokis looked at 𝗵𝗲𝗄, who sighed and said, "Yeah, I'm Taoya." He looked at the screen to see a vigilante version of himself. "It's nice to see a version of myself where I lived my dreams and didn't become a walking representation of pure hatred." 𝗵𝘃𝗲 could only look with tears in her eyes to see a world where she wasn't forced to be a villain to live. Well guys, All Might finally decided to pass his quirk. They all looked at him as 𝗵𝗲𝗄 asked, "Did you manage to get what you want from him?" The boy nodded. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 noticed the annoyed look his face had, and said, "What happened?" In their little vigilante group, he was the big brother that kept everything in check. Izuku sighed. All Might chose, from the millions of people in Japan, my wife to be his successor. He threw a dirty look at Katsuki, who looked away and shouted, "I didn't see the slime villain? Okay. Do you think that a bug like that would have got me?" 𝗵𝘃𝗲 said, "Come guys, don't fight. We have to find a way to prevent it, or at least change All Might's mind." It was then that Izuku lifted his arm, saying, "No, I just can't do to her. This is her opportunity, not mine. I can't just come onto her and tell her that she can't have the quirk." 𝗵𝗲𝗄 crossed his arms, saying, "What do we do now? Your dear old dad will find out about the quirk transference and come knocking on your front door sooner or later." The boy slumped against the wall, thinking about the different forms of torture he wants to put All Might through for his worthless stunt. He rubbed his forehead as he said, "Things got complicated a lot, but for now we need to start plan nighttime." All Might shivered as saw a different version of his successor planning to hurt him, asking, "Why does that young Midoriya hate me so much?" Aizawa replied, "I can understand why. He rather hates you for your move giving his wife your quirk that comes with its own arch-nemesis, who by the way is his father, as a bonus feature. Honestly, I was shocked how kept a calm face when you walked into his house telling him about the quirk he hated so much and didn't try to kick you. I know I would, anyone would. I think he wanted this version of Kendo to become a quirkless hero, so she could a symbol of hope. Izuku wondered out loud from his embrace with Kendo and Eri, I wonder what that nighttime operation is. Discord then said, alright, that's enough for now. Let's see your opinions on what you saw. The third universe. Discord looked at everyone waiting for them to give their opinions on the world that they just witnessed. Surprisingly, AFO spoke first. I admit the concept of this universe is quite alluring. The son rebelled against his father and tried to defeat him only for one of his loved ones to carry out that mission without knowing it. It reminds me of a manga story that I once read. This caused Yoichi to groan in annoyance. The man chuckled as he said, is there a problem, brother? The younger Shigaraki just said, I should have never introduced you to the Demon King manga. If I knew that you're going to try to become Demon King Overlord, I would have introduced you to Love Nobles. This made the users of Ofa quirk an eyebrow as the third user said, Yoichi, what are you saying? Cause what I heard means that FO came to be because he read a manga. The first user sadly nodded his head as the other users just facepalmed, knowing that their nemesis probably defeated them using manga tropes. Kendo could only chuckle knowing that the monster Izuku would face one day is only strong due to manga tropes. She looked to her side where she was still hugging the green-haired boy, with Eri between them, who was giving her an unimpressed look. Well, I find it educational. I mean, it opened my eyes to how the world is truly unfair, and made me strive to become even a better hero. And All Might, she looked at the blonde hero, it would be an honor to be your successor. She finished as the blonde hero smiled. Discord then said, Mini-me, what do you think? Izuku replied, it's kinda cool. I mean the ability to copy quirks. I can imagine a super move using Hawks and Ryuku's quirks with a fire, something like Rin's quirk, and a porcupine quirk, and some steel nails. The boy continued to carry on till Eri flicked him on the nose saying, Daddy, you're muttering. The boy chuckled as he looked at her and smiled. He looked behind him as he felt some glares aimed at him. He saw Monoma and Tetsu with visible ticks on their foreheads and began to sweat bullets. Kendo looked behind her as well, and she saw Uraraka and the rest of the Wanna girls glaring at her angrily. She simply blew a raspberry at them and mouthed, I got him first. Deal with it. Unknown to the green-haired boy, the entire population of girls in the first year has a crush on him, with each girl trying to get him to notice her affection, but nothing seems to work given that the boy seems oblivious. Discord could only look and snicker at Izuku's situation as he saw the teachers putting a bet on who will end with Izuku after this. He then sweat dropped as he said, did they forget that they will forget everything once I send them back? He then shrugged as he went to them. I say that he will have a harem of 1A, 1B, and Mei. The teachers nodded as All Might chose Ochako, Midnight chose Momo, Vlad King chose Itsuka, Power Loader chose Mei given that he was the only person the girl talked about. Ectoplasm chose Tsuyu, Hound Dog chose Ibara, Mike chose Kyoka, Nezu chose same as Discord, Lunch Rush chose Mina, 𝗵𝗲𝗄 chose Setsuna due to his belief that opposites attract. Snipe chose surprisingly Yui, saying that the boy seems to understand her without her talking when he once saw them studying together in the library. Eraser chose Toru, saying that Izuku is the only who seems to understand her. 13 chose the same as All Might, and Recovery Girl after sighing for the 100th time chose Kanoko, shocking everyone. Discord shook his head as he added, all right, we had a small break. Everyone talked and had a break, but before we continue, he snapped his fingers, restoring AFO's face as the man cheered for being able to breathe. Does anyone still have anything to say? Katsuki replied, yeah, if Deku and I aren't there in the USJ, who saves the extras? And also who saved Roundface if Deku doesn't go to UA? The second question caused the girl's eyes to widen, but Discord said, regarding the first question, you both came to their rescue because yourself from that world managed to gain information about the attack. But Izuku, being reckless, was waiting for them at the USJ, and you had to make up an excuse with your mother so you can go and help him. This caused Katsuki to look at Izuku, who chuckled awkwardly now out of the hug. But he was still leaning against Kendo, who was playing with his hair. And for the first question, Kendo saved her, although a little bit more wisely. Though in Izuku's defense, she did get OFA 3 months after meeting All Might, given that after she met Izuku, she started to train to be a hero. He stopped for a little before adding, she still broke her arm though to destroy the 0-pointer. Any other questions? Discord asked, only for Todoroki to say, what happens after that? Or can you tell us some important details? Discord nods as he says, well, Kendo trains for OFA, she receives it, she breaks her arm. All Might gets a huge lecture from Izuku, she gets into UA, and stuff happens. I don't want to tell anymore because it will take the fun out of it further down the line. Shoto only nodded to that. A lot more questions came out, but most of them weren't worthwhile, so he said, "All right, next world coming right up." The worlds began to flicker as it finally rested on one, Teacher Izuku. This made Eraserhead lift an eyebrow imagining two All Mights teaching at UA, so he had to ask, is this a world where he was born earlier? Discord shook his head, causing the man to wonder how he became a teacher if he wasn't born earlier. But he knew he will understand soon, so he didn't push it any further. The scene shifted to inside Nezu's office, where a smiling Nezu was seen along with a small man wearing a yellow suit with a baffled-looking Izuku and All Might. "I'm sorry, Principal Nezu, but I don't think I heard you right," Izuku said as he looked at a gaping All Might who was shocked as much as he was. When he was called to meet Nezu in his acceptance letter, he didn't expect the rat god to say, "Congrats on becoming our newest teacher in addition to All Might." Both he and the hero looked at each other, still not believing it. Aizawa looked at the screen with shock, as he copied the reaction of All Might and Izuku of that world. Nezu could only laugh maniacally as he said, "Oh, Discord, I see why I made you my student in that world. You truly are a master of chaos. I'm honored that I was able to be a teacher to you." Aizawa asked, "How in the hell did that happen? Problem Child wasn't able to control his power, so how will he be able to teach a class?" Discord bit his lip as he said, "Well, it's going to be explained right now, but I'll let you know that it's technically your fault since you put Izuku's name on the paper form for you and yours on the student form before stamping them and sending them to Nezu, whose hands were tied and couldn't anything anymore at that point since it was finalized." Aizawa could only slap his forehead for what that version of himself did, and asked, "Please, was he?" Discord cut him off. "Yes, he was. Kirishima figured his unbreakable mode before the sports festival." Aizawa sighed in relief. Nezu added, "I know that this might seem a little bit unnerving given that you have no control over your quirk, and you aren't a hero." The boy only nodded. So Nezu carried on, "I really want to change what happened, but my hands are tied given that the rules state that the homeroom teacher can't be changed under any circumstances after what the previous principal did." Izuku nodded his head, remembering reading about the incident once. Izuku shook his head saying, "How will I be able to teach a C class if I am not a H hero?" Nezu nodded understanding, saying, "A warranted worry, but no problem, I already have a plan for everything. First, the man over there is Grand Torino, All Might's old homeroom teacher." Izuku looked at him as Torino cracked his knuckles and smiled menacingly. "He will train for the next 2 months to master OFA with other teachers training you in other things such as combat and rescue tactics till the end of the 2nd month, where you'll be applying to obtain your provisional hero licensing exam." Izuku's jaw dropped as Nezu added, "And technically, you'll finish your 1st year here. As for your cover story, you'll be introduced as All Might's protege, who he was training in secret to take his place once he retires, to the Hero Commission, so they will agree. All in all, by the end of the year, you'll be the youngest hero in the world." Izuku blinked, saying, "So, I'll have an entire year compressed into 2 months, another into 3 months, and a third into 3 months." Nezu smiled as he said, "True, I'm happy you understood the situation quickly. You were surprisingly more accepting than the teacher who was supposed to teach you, and now is your student." Izuku massaged his forehead as he looked at All Might, who looked flabbergasted. "Okay, I accept, not that I can't, but I have one request." Nezu was now cackling madly as he said, "Truly magnificent. I wonder who young Izuku will act like a teacher. I bet that the me of that world could have easily reversed that decision, but he only didn't because he wanted to mess with 𝗬𝗪." Eraserhead nodded, knowing that was something up the rat's alley. On the student side, Ochako said, "Deku is our teacher. Wow, that must have been awesome. I mean, imagine all the things he has for us in his notebook. And if he was given our quirks before he met us, that means he was able to analyze us more." Todoroki added, "I admit it is truly intriguing. How is he able to teach us given how he was at the beginning of the year?" He remembered how his best friend used to shiver at the slightest sound. Momo giggled as she said with a blush, "I believe that Izuku has great teaching capabilities, and I'm sure the other teachers gave him some tips, but I only want to see Aizawa-sensei's reaction to the first day." The other students nodded their heads as they imagined how pissed their teacher will be regarding this, given how he acted toward Izuku at the first of the year. It was now on the training field as students from both classes were waiting. Kendo sighed as she said, "Where is Vlad-sensei? He told us to come here with our sister class to perform the assessment test together, but he's nowhere to be found." Momo replied, "Truly, it's frustrating. The boy who met us in the class told us that our homeroom teacher will meet us here, but he's a no-show." She looked at Ochako, who seemed a little bit dejected given that the boy was the one who saved her, but he was forced to drop out cause his mother couldn't pay the school fee. "Uraraka, I know that you're sad, but how about I lend him a hand? I'll see if I'm able to put him in general studies, and then maybe he'll be able to advance to the hero course through the sports festival." The Gravity smiled at that. On the other side, Bakugo was worried. He knew that Izuku's mom was working day in and day out, but this was troubling that his mom wasn't producing enough money to put him in school. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 of Class 1B looked at his sister class and saw someone that quipped his interest. He was an older man who had shaggy-looking hair with a tired look on his face, so he asked, "Aren't you a little old to be here?" 𝗵𝗃𝗃 blushed in embarrassment, as the others laughed at him and his question. "Do I look like I want to be here?" Aizawa said in annoyance. He hated the idea of allowing the glass cannon to run a class, but it was his fault in the first place, so he couldn't argue much. And by the look of it, the problem child wasn't even taking his job seriously. Honestly, what was Nezu thinking allowing? His thoughts were cut off as he felt something punch him in the back, slamming him to the ground and knocking the wind out of him. The jaws of the hero course students, specifically 1A, dropped as they watched the scene unfold. Kaminari asked in shock, "Did Midoriya manage to get the drop on Aizawa-sensei of that world?" Mineta then looked at him. "I think so, but that's impossible. How was he able to do that?" Nina added, "What truly shocking is how they didn't notice him sitting in a small tree behind them all the time." Everyone turned to her as she was known as a person who had zero awareness of her surroundings. Aizawa himself was going through many emotions. First was anger for that version of himself letting his guard down. Second, pride for his problem child managing to get the drop on him. And lastly, happiness that the problem child managed to find a way to make the first day more interesting. Bakugo looked and he was about to yell when something kicked him in the face, sending him to the ground with a thud, only to be followed by Todoroki a couple of seconds later. 2 minutes later, the entirety of the hero course was on the ground groaning in pain as their mystery attacker stopped as he said, "I kinda expected better, but I'll give you a break given that you're on the first day." He looked at Eraser saying, "But that doesn't excuse someone who is a pro not to notice my attack, or notice that I was hiding in a tree all this time." The students all stood up as Ida asked, "Who are you? And why did you attack us?" The attacker was wearing a green suit with white gloves, and some braces for his legs and hands with a bunny hood and a breathing apparatus. The attacker tilted his head as he said, "I thought you'd recognize me by now, but no matter. I'm your homeroom teacher, and I was testing your awareness of your surroundings, and you all failed horribly." Ida bowed saying, "I see, please forgive." It was then that Mina yelled, "Oh my god, I know you. You're All Might's protege." He then removed his hood saying, "Good, from now on, I'll be the homeroom teacher of Class 1A. He said as Vlad King came up next to him and said, "And today, you truly set the bar lower than expected, but like he said, we'll let it slide given that it's your first day." Achako yelled, "You're the falling boy." She pouted at him saying, "And you made me worried that you weren't in the hero course, but you're our homeroom teacher. Why didn't you say so?" "My bad, but I wanted to give a false sense of security. Who would expect the innocent-looking boy to be planning your beatdown?" Izuku said as everyone nodded their heads, even Eraserhead, who pride was hurt, but one reaction stood out as Bakugo yelled out in anger saying, "Deku, you bastard, you had a quirk and never told me. You've been looking down on me." He began to run toward him. All the students looked at Izuku, who seemed that he wanted to melt into the ground as he asked, "Daddy, why did you hurt mommy?" The boy began to fumble as Kendo answered her by saying, "We were only training, sweetie. He didn't mean to hurt me." The girl, satisfied, nodded her head. Aizawa looked at his student, giving him a thumbs up as he said, "Good idea, Midoriya." Toru added, "But that was really painful." She noticed Aizawa's unimpressed look, but she quickly added, "I wonder what he also has planned, and what he's planning to do with Bakugo attacking him." Suyu patted her on the back again saying, "Nice save for the second time. Might want to stop while you're at it." Bakugo wasn't able to make it far as he was knocked out by Neck Chop, and was thrown to Eraser. Izuku said, "From now on, you'll all refer to me by Midoriya-sensei. And like Ashido said, I'm All Might's personal protege, better known as Jade Phoenix." Bakugo jumped saying, "Like shit, Deku. It's bad enough you managed to pass, now you're my teacher. I won't accept a fucker." He was silenced when Izuku said, "Then leave." "What the fuck did you say?" Bakugo replied, "You heard me. I have the power to expel students I don't want. And there are a couple of students who have wonderful quirks in the general studies area that want to be in the hero course." Bakugo's entire body froze as he felt his soul leave his body, because at that moment he knew that Deku was fucking serious. "Look, Bakugo, I know that you don't like me and I don't like you, but as of right now your fate is in my hands, so do your best to behave." The blonde growled at the statement but nodded his head nonetheless. Everyone then felt afraid, but only one girl was not convinced. The students looked in shock as they saw Izuku practically blackmail Bakugo into submission, as the blonde merely growled like his counterpart. AFO said, "Well, that's the sign of a good teacher. Why are you so shocked that he did that?" He was only keeping the boy in line. Ilichi bit his lip as he said, "You're right, brother. I hate it when you're right, but you are. I also don't get why everyone is shocked that he blackmailed him." Izuku looked around, noticing Momo's skeptical look. He wondered if he should burst her bubble and tell her that he can expel them at a hat's drop, but chose not to because she already seemed down from the previous beatdown. He looked at his class, but one of the 1B students then said, You know it's not fair that one of students literally get All Might's protege as a homeroom teacher. No offense, Vlad-sensei. He was a blonde with a smug-looking face. Izuku sighed as he already expected this, but said, this is not important. Now, let's move on to the good stuff. Now, you'll have an assessment test first with your quirks and second without them. Vlad carried on. Each of you will do 8 tests twice. Some of you might think of it as a waste of time, but we want to check your physical state given that there are some situations where your quirks will cause more damage than good. Now, any questions? Momo raised her hand. Sensei, I know that it's not my place to ask, but what did Bakugo mean when he said that you were hiding your quirk? This caused Izuku to sigh knowing that this question was going to be asked. Well, if you need to know, my quirk only came in 2 months ago. All Might has been training me for the past year when he met me and took me in. Now, I would like to keep the condition of that meeting to myself. All Might wanted me to study under him or someone from the top 10. However, something came up and I ended here. He threw a glare toward Aizawa, who scoffed. Wow, Midoriya seems to be angry at Aizawa-sensei. Shiro said as Sato added, I know I would. Man, just imagine it. 3 years compressed into 1 year. He might go crazy. Aizawa sighed as he said, I can't really blame him. I mean, he's a teenager who's now supposed to play teacher and guide an entire class full of students. I only hope that Vlad gives him a hand navigating this thing. The blood hero nodded, saying, I hope that too, though I must give him credit though, he seems to be doing wonderful till now. Eraserhead gave him a blank look as he added, I bet once the class is over, he'll fall over in the teacher's lounge. The blood hero hummed, agreeing with him, while Izuku seemed offended at the notion, but couldn't help agreeing with him. Bakugo yelled, bullshit, quirks manifest when you're 4, 6 at most. He was cut off by Kendo from Class 1B as she said, well, that's not exactly right. There is a record for the oldest late bloomer was 35, so having a quirk appear at 15 is rare, but possible. This made Bakugo's head spin as he couldn't accept that his target had a quirk of his own. Kirishima then yelled, that's so manly. We have a prodigy teaching us, and he's also All Might's successor. That's so cool. Izuku's sweat dropped as he had one thought. If they only knew. Ada added, I see, then the reason you went to the entrance test was to scout us, students, to see which one of us was taking the test seriously, and who has heroic qualities. He clenched his fist as he said, I can't believe that I embarrassed myself in front of All Might's successor, and chastised him. Momo nodded her head as she added, I also believe they put him in the test if a robot malfunctioned. These things could happen, but if they had a hero or at least a hero in training among the contestants, the safety of the test will be wonderful. Her eyes sparkled as she said, I can't wait to see what wisdom you have to give us. Similar sounds of happiness were being emitted, but Izuku just sighed as he said, all right, you're happy that I'll be your teacher, but daytime is being wasted. He looked at Bakugo, who was still shocked, and said, come here and stand in the circle. I want to throw the ball with your quirk the hardest you can. Bakugo smiled as he took the ball and walked to the circle. Don't hold back. The boy heard Izuku telling him. He grinned evilly as he threw the ball with a huge explosion. Izuku's phone was now connected to the ball as it timed, with Izuku humming in approval. He then said, try it without your quirk now. The boy obliged, albeit less happy. The device timed once again. He held Bakugo's scores being 810 and 80, saying, these are good scores, Bakugo. The boy puffed his chest in pride. Everyone hummed in approval, seeing Izuku acting as a teacher. Some laughed at their counterparts' reaction to Izuku, while Bakugo seemed happy with his scores in that world. Nezu hummed, I gotta give him credit. He's taking his role better than I expected. I have a feeling that he had some sessions with me to help him get in the role. Discord nodded, saying, true, you spent with him 2 months when he wasn't training, teaching him how to be a teacher. You also helped him with his lessons. However, he had a different idea for the lessons for the first years. Aizawa hummed, saying, what did he plan? He was really intrigued to see what Izuku planned. Discord answered him. Izuku made the first year a huge joint training exercise because he didn't want the supposed rivalry between the two classes to go with them when they graduated. It took a lot of effort, but he managed to convince Vlad after he mentioned a certain incident that happened with 2 of UAS graduates a year before. Vlad asked, what happened? He had a bad feeling about this incident. Asia, 2 students, one from 1 and one from 1B, had their rivalry spark in the middle of a rescue mission which caused their deaths and 20 civilians. Both teachers paled as they made notes to tone their rivalry. Meanwhile, Kendo gave Monoma a look that said, see what happens when you allow rivalry to cut your judgment. The boy only chuckled. The 2 classes began to cheer as Mina said, we can use our quirks. That's really awesome. Shiro added, this is going to be seriously fun. This sentiment was something that everyone agreed on except when Eraserhead said, fun. This is no place for fun here. You're here to become heroes if you can't take it seriously. He was cut off by Izuku saying, enough out of you. They're eager to learn and push themselves forward. This kind of spirit is what we need to be exported to the world. Add to that, they're in a safe environment where they can learn. Aizawa glared at him saying, you're not taking this seriously. This world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. You may be able to tank a hard hit, but they can't. Izuku replied, and you do. If I remember, you don't have to worry about punching someone so hard. He blows. And if I may remind you, you ruin people's life at the drop of a hat by randomly expelling students who don't meet your standards, whatever they are, like last year expelling an entire class. What kind of irresponsible teacher expels an entire class, and to add to that gave them a black mark, ruining their lives forever? Aizawa scoffed. They had no potential. I didn't ruin their 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗏, Izuku said, quirk cloud. It gives the ability to summon clouds right on them, and make them rain, snow, throw lightning, and many more. Aizawa looked at him intrigued. I found her with All Might trying to steal a store because her parents kicked her out the day you expelled her. She tried to apply for a job, but no one wanted an expelled student. Same thing with high schools. Currently, she lives with me and my mom while she doing a villain rehabilitation program. He gave Eraser an unimpressed look. You talk about ruining lives, but you do it so much it's actually funny that you lecturing about it. Izuku shook his head saying, you're the worst excuse of a teacher I've ever seen, so eager to traumatize her own students in the name of strengthening them. I'm pretty sure that they'll see that in the internships. And since you're so high and mighty, here's a test. In those 8 tests you have to do something to impress me, or you're expelled on the spot. Aizawa was shocked. He knew he was a hero, but he couldn't help but feel afraid. He then remembered what the other kids said about the boy, and began to wonder if his whole entrance exam was a test, and if this whole switch-up wasn't an accident, but something to test if he was still worthy of being a teacher. All right, now that's over, let's continue the tests, Izuku said as he looked at the silent students. Aizawa was shocked at what happened. His student looked the same. The man began to wonder if this is what Izuku really thinks about him. It was easily established that his student had no trust in him at the beginning of the year, but now seeing this began to let him wonder how his student really feels about him. The students were shocked at how Izuku managed to put Eraserhead in place, as Kaminari and Mineta began bowing to him as they said, "We are at your service, my lord." The boy chuckled with Iri at their antics. He then said, "Come on guys, you know what that version of myself is saying isn't true." The two nodded their heads while the other members of WANA only bit their lips. On the teacher's side, Vlad commented, "I have to admit this went horribly wrong quickly, but somehow he managed to tame Aizawa." The others nodded their heads, as Vlad added, "I'm only grateful that Aizawa reinstates them in our world." All Might nodded as he said, "But I'm happy that this Izuku didn't cave in." Ectoplasm then said, "I wonder what he will do about Todoroki given that the boy will hold back." After that small altercation, the rest of the tests went smoothly with Eraser giving it his all as he watched the green-haired boy observe him like a hawk watching its prey. The nighttime hero knew that the kid was signaling him out. He knew that he will expel him no matter what he does. And why shouldn't he? He was a pro. There was no reason for him to stay. It would be illogical for him to stay in the hero course, and it seems that his homeroom teacher feels the same way. And done, Izuku timed the last of the students finishing the endurance test, which was Momoye Urazu. He and Vlad have co-piloted the tests with each watching their own students do their best. All right, you all did your best. And I'm very proud of you, whether be it from 1 or 1B. I hope that we'll continue to work with each other. Now, here is the ranking for both classes. It then showed a screen with both classes ranked as Vlad said, "Don't take this like it is your value. All of you are strong and capable. Those who are on the top don't slack off, and those who are on the bottom will work from there to bring you up." The top student in WANA was Momo, while Itsuko was the first in 1B. However, in Class 1, Ashoto Todoroki was the last student in class, and even Eraserhead was shocked. Todoroki eyed the scene as he said, "Well, he did say that he wanted us to go all out. I kinda saw that one coming." Shoji then said, "You're not bothered that he basically failed you?" The boy shrugged, saying, "If Aizawa-sensei wasn't so focused on Midoriya at the first of the year, he would have done the same." The teacher felt even worse now. He did notice Todoroki holding back, but he was so focused on Izuku that he didn't actually address the problem at the time. The boy looked shocked as he asked, "Why am I last? I gave it my all." Izuku looked at him as he said, "I think I specifically told everyone to don't hold back, yet you did the exact opposite. Your information says that your quirk is half cold, half hot. Yet you only used your ice in this test, so you didn't go all out and you held back, which meant you failed the first objective, meaning you failed all the exams." Shocked gasps echoed as Momo said, "Sensei, aren't you being a little harsh?" Izuku looked at her. "If I allowed him to continue like this, then one day he'll go out there and die because he didn't use half of his quirk." He looked at Todoroki as he asked, "So, is there a reason you didn't use half of your quirk?" Todoroki replied, "I don't need it. I swore I would become a hero using my mom's quirk, and I don't need his quirk to do it." Both Izuku and Vlad looked at him, not understanding what he was going at. So Izuku said, "But you can't become a hero half-assing it. People's lives are on the line. What if a day came, and you couldn't use your ice to save them? What if you came against a villain who has a quirk that's able to counter your quirk?" Todoroki replied quickly, "That won't happen. If I ever came against a villain like that, I'll bury him in ice till he gives up. Are you willing to tell me why then? Or go to Hound Dog to talk with him about this?" No, Todoroki replied calmly, which he noticed didn't sit well with Izuku. Izuku shook his head as he said, "I'm sorry, Todoroki, but that can't do. From now on, you consider your seat in the hero course frozen. You'll be moved to the general study course, and you have till the sports festival to prove to me that you deserve this seat, or else you'll be expelled." Everyone was shocked that Izuku just threatened Shoto with expulsion. Shoto himself didn't seem fazed too much because he knew that Izuku will find a way to make him use his quirk before the sports festival. He was mildly shocked that this Izuku managed to make him tell the reason why he didn't use his quirk, or at least a part of it, but it's a start. Ochako looked at Izuku and said, "Isn't that a little bit unfair, Deku?" She was shocked when he shook his head. "Not at all. I mean, it's what Aizawa-sensei said, the world isn't fair. That version of me did the best it can. And the only reason I was able to help Todoroki is that he told me his reason, unlike that version." Aizawa replied, "He's right. His assessment was spot on, and objectively speaking, he did tell everyone to go all out. And Todoroki failed to meet the objective, so he failed automatically on all the tests since he didn't meet the objective." The other teachers nodded as they gave ectoplasm money. Todoroki was shocked that he was now threatened with expulsion, so he yelled, "What makes you think you can do this? Do you think since you're All Might's protege, you can do whatever you want?" The students were shocked that Todoroki just shouted at him, but Izuku wasn't fazed. He calmly replied, "You're not the only one here on the chopping block." He looked at 𝗵𝗃 as he said, "𝗵𝗃, you did as I told you and went all out." The boy breathed a sigh of relief. "But I was told of your less than favorable actions toward the girls, and I saw everything during the assessment test. If you harass any girl, be it from 1 or 1B, I will expel on the spot." He then looked at Todoroki and said, "But since you're so sure that your ice is all you need, let's have a duel. If you win, I'll admit that you can be a hero with only half a quirk. If you don't, a general studies it is." The boy looked at him and nodded. Everyone was shocked that Todoroki accepted, while the boy himself looked with a worried look, knowing how painful this will be for him. "Man, how do you think we'll win?" Shiro asked Tokoyami, who replied, "In the greater scheme of things, I think Midoriya. It makes sense since this version has more control." Todoroki looked at the challenge in front of him and internally smiled. If he managed to beat All Might's protege, he'd finally prove to that bastard that he doesn't need his fire. The boy began by making the largest iceberg he can, burying Izuku in it. He looked at his handiwork as he felt frostbite was forming, but it was worth it. He looked at everyone's scared faces except 1B's homeroom teacher, whose fingers were making a countdown. As the last finger went down, Shoto heard a huge shattering sound followed by something that wrapped around him. And the last thing he felt was something colliding with his face, knocking him out. Izuku stood over him as he retracted Black Whip, saying, "That wasn't too hard, now was it?" Everyone was shocked that all it took was one punch to take out Todoroki. He looked then at both Momo and Toru, who began to sweat, afraid of doing something wrong. But he said, "Yaoyorozu and Hagakure, I took a look at your hero costumes and I disapproved of them. I want to both go to the support lab this after the class is finished so we can make a DNA suit for both of you. But sadly that means that you'll be forced to use your PE clothes for your first heroics class. Do you have any problems?" Both girls shook their heads as Izuku finally landed on Aizawa. "Aizawa, given that you're a pro, you're expelled. But don't worry, Nezu still wants you around. So students, meet your new quirkless combat instructor." This made Aizawa grin evilly, unnerving the students. Izuku then addressed both classes. "Look, I may have looked with Todoroki right now like some tyrant, but I have all of your best interests at heart. Here, you are all going to give it your all or fail so you can learn from your mistakes, because in the field there are no riddles. The hero needs to be ready to do anything to protect people's lives and has to throw out any personal issues he has outside the window. For that, here at UA, you'll be all trained till you reach your limit, and after that, you'll still be training. But don't panic, we'll be there to carry you to safety, so that's why I want you all to go plus ultra. And someone please help Todoroki to the infirmary." Finally, Vlad said, "Now that this is over, all of you go to your classes and pick up your syllabus. With it, you'll find a small packet that Jade did that can help you use your quirk more effectively. You all are dismissed." And with that, both teachers went away with Aizawa on their tail, probably to sign his new contract. But Izuku stopped and said, "And 1A, expect a new student tomorrow in Aizawa's place," he said before carrying on. Todoroki said, "Well, that was definitely something. I have to admit it was kinda satisfying seeing Midoriya expelling Aizawa-sensei. It's kinda funny." Aizawa from the side gave him an unimpressed look as he said, "Like how it was funny seeing you get kicked into general studies for half-assing it. You're lucky I didn't take notice of this, or you have taken Midoriya's place on the chopping block back then." This made the boy chuckle nervously, knowing that this is very true. 𝗵𝗃 said, "Why did that Izuku threaten me with expulsion? It's only natural for me to compliment girls." He was slapped by Tsuyu, who said, "Don't be a perv, and he wouldn't have threatened you." Discord smiled at her as he said, "You know that some versions of you date him." The girl's eyes went wide as she fell to the ground, passed out, with the girls from her class running to her aid. Momo looked at him and said, "Please tell me you're joking." He shook his head and added, "You too." The rich girl felt that she was about to throw up, but he carried on. "But those versions of the little midget are respectable people who changed their perverted ways and stopped trying to put cameras in the girls' restroom." Momo sighed, knowing that she wasn't dating a pervert, but that statement raised a couple of red flags regarding the camera bit. Izuku walked with Vlad to the teacher's lounge. Once they both entered it, Izuku fell to the ground as All Might said, "Who was your first day, my boy?" Izuku looked at him with a panicked face, absolutely terrifying. He asked the blonde hero, "Were you watching us during the assessment test?" The blonde hero chuckled as Izuku said, "Do you think I did the right thing regarding Todoroki? I mean, I did come too harsh on him. I really didn't want to come off as a mean person, but he was holding back and refused to even tell why, so I had to take some steps to push to use the other half of his quirk." Vlad then said, "I disagree with you. You did the best with what you could do at the moment. You even gave him a second chance, something Aizawa wouldn't. It's now up to him to decide whether he wants to be a hero or not." All Might then added, "He's right, young Midoriya. You know that the world isn't a safe place, and heroes need to be ready to give it their all, or else they'll die for all their trouble. If young Todoroki doesn't learn from today, then he isn't fit to be a hero because he will eventually let someone die and kill himself in the process." Izuku nodded as he finally managed to calm his heart rate and asked All Might, "So how's your plan for tomorrow coming along?" Everyone began to murmur as Izuku said, "I have to admit that this will be my reaction if I was put through a case like this. It was so terrifying. I honestly thought that Todoroki was about to bury in the next ice age's worth of glaciers before I challenged you." The bicolored boy chuckled at this friend, though internally he agreed with him, "And I wonder who is the student who will replace Eraserhead's place." This made Shinso give him an unimpressed look. "And I wonder who Endeavor will react to the news about his son." He looked at the flame hero who answered the question. "First, I'd probably berate Shoto." To that, the entire family nodded their heads. "Second, march down to the school for an explanation." Again they nodded. "Third, I'd probably train him harder." Discord then said, "Okay, let's move on before we enter uncharted areas. So what do you think of this world?" Fourth universe. Discord swam through the air as he waited for them to talk. When Aizawa began, "I admit that Problem Child rose to the occasion in this one. He was put into impossible odds where most people will most likely fail, but he persevered and carried on. The first day, in my opinion, went perfectly swell. He gave the students a lesson that they will never forget, that appearance is deceiving regarding the debriefing. He gave them in class and then the beating." He stopped for a moment before adding, "No further comments." The students agreed with the teacher, but then Vlad asked a very important question. That world said that the first year was to be considered a huge joint training exercise. So what happened in the battle combat? And the USJ for the example, given that my students were also there this time around. In the background, Monoma could be heard cheering because in that world they had their fair share of action. He was sent to silence by a neck chop from 𝗬𝗲𝗍 who was sitting near him. The Chaos Lord nodded his head. "Well, for the combat exercise, it was the same as yours, except each team consisted of a member from 1A and 1B, and both Bakugo and Monoma were put on suspension due to their behavior during the exercise. Bakugo was put on suspension because he used his grenades on Kendo after she managed to beat him and his partner, which was Kaibara," said Boy groaned, knowing what his version went through, and almost killing 3 students. Monoma for wanting to flex 1B's superiority, ignoring his partner's reasoning, which was Shinso on 1A, somehow managed to gain Shoto's quirk before the exercise and froze the building the training was happening in. Mina tilted her head as she asked, "But Shoto did this, and he got scot-free." Discord shook his head. "He got off due to his opponents not being affected by the cold." In this world, Monoma's opponents were Tsuyu and Setsuna, both are cold-blooded. When the entire building was iced, both girls' bodies began to experience hypothermia. And if it wasn't for both Vlad and Minimi of that world telling Monoma to heat the building, both girls might have died. This caused more than one person to throw a dirty glare in Monoma's direction as the boy himself tried to shrink into the ground. The only reason both weren't expelled was due to All Might personally asking for both to be given a second chance, since everyone deserves one. Of course, due to the suspension, they weren't present in the USJ. Everyone nodded their heads, while both boys seemed a little bit sad that they weren't in the USJ, but still happy because they weren't expelled due to the stunts that they both pulled and managed to survive the consequences of their action. Discord carried on. As for the USJ, it was the same All Might using his time on petty crime. This caused the symbol of peace to groan while AFO laughed with Tamura, Vlad, Aizawa, and Izuku were the teachers. The students got separated. Everyone survived the fight and managed to escape. But that brings us to the Namo. Unlike this world where it was sent to fight All Might, in this one the petty crime was arranged by AFO himself to distract the symbol of peace so Namu can kill Izuku. This made the blonde hero clutch his head in fear for his successor of that world. But Izuku, with the help of Aizawa and the activation of Nana's quirk, was able to send the 𝗵𝗄 flying sky high, but that was after he destroyed both his arms to save the students. It was due to his actions that only he was injured. In this world, when Kurogiri tried to activate his quirk on 13, Izuku saw this and warned the hero, who stopped her quirk just in time before helping Ada escape to bring help. Though let it be known that if it wasn't for Ibara, who was in the flood area whisking Izuku away after defeating 𝗵𝗄, Tamura might have dusted him. Everyone was shocked at how different was the USJ from their world, and how close to death's door their friend and the girls, their crush, were. Itsuka responded by hugging the boy hard in fear that he might actually die. The boy himself was stunted at how one detail changed Tamura's mission entirely. With all might, he felt horrible in that world. Everything was a distraction to kill his successor, and the villains almost succeeded. Tamura, on the other hand, snapped his fingers at the lost opportunity. The users of OFA were shocked at the extreme changes in that world, but Nana was happy that Izuku managed to survive. Mina, trying to change to the subject from death, said, "Wait, you said Ibara saved him. Does that mean they became a couple?" Discord shook his head. "No. You of that world asked him out after the first week," but Izuku refused, saying that it's wrong for a teacher to have a relationship with his student, even though Nezu gave him a green light given that he was in the same age as his students. But Izuku still refused, seeing it as abuse of his position. Mina nodded her head, as teachers all mentally praised that Izuku for his actions. Even the villains were impressed. But then again, he was engaged at this point. So yeah, this caused several girls' heads to snap, but Discord then said, "All right, let's move to a brand new world." Both Shigaraki brothers applauded for the reference. The scenes began to change before it finally landed on something that read, "Endeavor's son-in-law." This made the flame hero jump, saying, "What? Midoriya marries my little princess in that world?" He looks at the boy and says, "You better treat her right." The boy nodded his head as he tried to hide, scooting closer to Kendo, making the others jealous. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗃 was a blushing mess, not because she liked the boy, but because the subject itself was embarrassing. Shoto looked at him and said, "Midoriya, I'd be more than happy for the son of All Might to marry my sister. In fact, I can arrange a marriage right after we arrive back in our world." Both Izuku and 𝗵𝗃 yelled at him, "Don't say that so casually." Izuku looked to his side and saw both 𝗬𝗲 and Natsuo glaring at him, causing him to ask himself, what did he do to deserve this? Discord shook his head as he said, "And whoever said it was 𝗵𝗃 who Minimi was married to me?" This caused a lot of confusion. Only Ray seemed to have an inkling of an idea of who was the lucky girl. Endeavor really hated this. He really hated going to the Commission's special training grounds for children to use their quirks freely. But his public team told him that it might help him increase the reception of his image in the public, which according to them, wasn't doing well or not well enough to outclass All Might with his stupid smile. He also secretly hoped that this little venture might convince his masterpiece to stop the childish rebellion it was making. Beside him, he was dragging a young 10-year-old girl with her hair equally split between red and white. Its end was tied into a ponytail. She also had multicolored eyes, where her left was blue while the right was gray. On the left side of her face was a burn mark. She was his youngest daughter, Shouko Todoroki. It took only a moment for the males of both hero classes to register this before they exploded into laughter, with Shoto plainly saying, "Oh, so he's marrying me." Everyone was shocked at how casually he said it. But he then stood up, marched to his mom, and sat in her lap as he buried his face into her chest, with the woman chuckling, seeing her son perhaps for the first time blush in his life. She petted him and said, "Come on, Shoto, I'm sure it's not that bad." Shoto only moaned in embarrassment as both 𝗬𝗲 and Natsuo were snickering beside him. 𝗵𝗃 herself was trying to hold in her laughter. But Endeavor only shrugged at the development, because to him, Shoto is Shoto, be it a girl or a boy. The girls, on the other hand, weren't so sure how to process this. On one hand, they were jealous of Shoto, on the other, it was funny as hell. Izuku meanwhile was trying to comprehend this as he looked at his other self and said, "You're worse than Shigaraki, at least he wants to kill me, not embarrass me." The Chaos Master laughed with Nezu as the scene carried on. Enji looked at his daughter and said, "Look, Shouko, learn from them and see how better you are, how you are going to carry on my legacy and defeat All Might." The girl merely glared at him as children began to pool in the arena to fight a bunch of robots made for 10-year-olds. Enji had to admit that this was the most boring time of his life. He was treated to the spectacle of seeing various children defeat one robot only to be stomped by 12 other robots. It was a waste of time, to say the least. He wasn't impressed at all with them. He was about to leave, seeing that he and his daughter finally agreed on something for once. But HSPC representative said, "Please, Endeavor, I promise you the next pair will be quite interesting, to say the least." The hero grunted and sat down. The field then announced the name of the next pair of children, Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. "Please enter the field to test your abilities." Bakugo then jumped, saying, "Wait, there's a place where I can train my quirk." He looked at his mom and yelled, "How come you never took me there, you hack?" This was met almost immediately by a punch as Mitsuki yelled back, "If you weren't such a self-entitled brat, then I would have taken you there. Every time I tried to tell you, you'd say I don't help from a bunch of extras to master my quirk, and never allow me to finish." The boy simmered down. Izuku, who was silent, then jumped happily, saying, "Wait, I'm there, so that means I have a quirk." The boy began to cry as Itsuka hugged him with eerie, "Don't cry, Izuku, you're great with or without a quirk." The boy smiled at Itsuka as he said, "Thanks, Ken." "Itsuka," the girl said with little redness on her cheeks, making the boy blink. "I call you by your first name. It's only fair you call me by mine." The boy smiled awkwardly as he said, "Thanks, Kay. I mean Itsuka." Meanwhile, a certain girl was simmering with anger. "That was supposed to be my moment with Deku. I'm sure one of those World Deku is my boyfriend, so I'll just have to wait before I have my chance." Yuri looked at Izuku and asked, "Deku, you're going to marry that girl, right?" The boy blinked at the question but nodded. The girl then asked, "So does that mean she's my mommy too?" The boy was shocked and didn't know what to do, so he said, "No, Yuri. She's not here, so she can't be your mother, but once she comes back she will be." The girl nodded her head excitedly about having another mother. The boy only hoped that this won't become a trend. Anji scratched his head as he vaguely remembered a man named Hasashi Midoriya with curly black hair and freckles that can breathe fire was in general studies when he was in the hero course back in his UA days. But other than that he didn't recall much. He suspected the Midoriya boy had some fire breathe related quirk, but that wasn't really impressive. The exercise began as the blonde-haired blasted away, destroying the robots. But the Midoriya kid surprised him when he lifted his arm and blasted blue fire from his hand. Both he and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stood up remembering Tauya, but instead of burning, the robots were frozen in place with ice on them. This caught Anji's attention. The boy then summoned red flames that engulfed his body, turning his hands into demon claws of red fire. His feet and two sharp-toed feet from red fire gave him a spiked tail of fire and flaming wings. The boy then flew through robots, slashing them left and right. He was then up in the air as he activated green flames in his hands, making a bow, an arrow, and raining the robots with flaming green arrows. But then he added a blue taint to the green arrow, which caused the robots now when the arrows hot them to freeze. Anji now was fully invested in what was happening. He looked at his new intern Burnin and told, "Go to the testing field. I want to see both of the boys' abilities, especially the green-haired one." The flamed-haired girl flashed him a thumbs up before saying, "You got it, boss man." She left as the boy unleashed a huge breath of orange fire, burning some robots as the other kid yelled at him for hogging all the fun. Everyone blinked at how strong Izuku's quirk of that world was, as the boy himself was writing down notes. "So red flames give me some type of demon mode, orange are regular flames, blue is ice fire, green is for making shapes and objects. I guess the regular flames and ice ones help maintain my body temperature like Shoto so I don't overheat or experience hypothermia. From the looks of it, I can also combine both flames to have more effects." Yuri booped him on the nose as she said, "Daddy, you're muttering." AFO scratched his head, wondering how such a quirk wasn't taken by him. But he only shrugged it to the Midoriya family having a different doctor other than Koyudai. Endeavor himself was shocked at this quirk. If it existed in his world, it would have made Izuku the strongest flame user out there with how versatile the quirk seemed to be. "This is a strong quirk." A gloomy aura enveloped him. "But this means I signed my daughter in a quirk marriage. I'm really scum." Ray proceeded to comfort him by saying, "At least it was to someone who would take care of her and treat her well, not to some random guy in your agency." Back with Izuku, he looked at a pissed-off Bakugo. "Deku, stop destroying the robots. I want to test my skills too." "Sorry, but wasn't you who said you're going to beat me?" He scratched his chin as he said, "Guess you admit defeat then." Bakugo looked at him with a demonic look with little sparks coming from his hands. He was about to attack when green flames came right at him and Izuku, causing the green-haired boy to erect a wall of green flames as Bakugo said, "Great work, nerd. That's why you'll become my favorite sidekick." This irked Izuku a little, but he swallowed it as something jumped over the green wall of flames and landed behind them. The boys looked and saw what seemed to be a flame-haired girl with sharp teeth smirking at them. "So both of you are that managed to catch the boss's attention." She looked them straight in the eye saying, "I'm not impressed, but here's your chance to impress little kids." She then sent a torrent of green flames toward them, but Katsuki jumped out of the way while Izuku blasted a wall of bluish-orange flames as he erected a wall of ice. Endeavor nodded his head. He seems very proficient in using his quirk. Combining the flames, using them individually, really tells you that he was training them for a long time. The man began to visualize what would be the quirks of their children in that world, earning him a slap on the back of the head from his wife saying, "Bad Anji." The man frowned. It was then that Vlad King pointed something out. Doesn't that ice seems a little off? I mean, normally Todoroki's ice is white, but this one seems. The others nodded as Izuku said, well, combining the flames give different results, so maybe if I combine my regular flames with the blue flames, it gives us hot ice. The others rubbed their heads, unable to process how he was able to do it and analyze quirks on the fly. AFO applauded him as he said, truly impressive young Midoriya. To be able to analyze quirks on the fly is such a wonderful gift. Are you sure that you didn't have an analysis quirk before you were given OFA? The boy didn't respond, but he grabbed Eri and hugged her tighter as All Might and OFA users growled at the 200-year-old villain. Back in the observation room, Endeavor watched the battle and wiped his sweat due to the red ice the green-haired boy was able to produce. The ice defied the laws of thermodynamics, but it was there. He saw the end of the fight where the boy unleashed grayish-blue flames against his intern who was distracted by the blonde boy only to be caught in the ice. He wasn't really bothered, but then the flames 𝗵𝗲 head began to flicker out as if there was a force that was shutting them off. This tipped him that the grayish color wasn't for show. Finally, the boy walked to her and freed her. He quickly emitted a golden flame from his body that covered him, Burnin, and Bakugo, which healed their injuries. The flame hero said, I want all information about the boy. The HSPC representative gave him a clipboard with the essentials regarding the boy's age, birth date, where he lives, and more stuff the hero wasn't interested in. He then saw his quirk and read it. Quirk multi-flame. Give the user different type of flames depending on the color. Orange flames are regular fire. Blue flames give him the ability to develop ice. Red flames give him demonic features. Green flames are used to create objects from stamina. Gray flames cause any person hit with them to lose the ability to use their quirk. Golden flames are used to heal people. Black flames are highly dangerous, given their violate nature, can erase anything it faces if the user wants to, and can't be turned off unless the user wants to. The hero blinked as he set down the paper. 𝗏𝗏, on the other hand, scowled as her father took interest in someone with a flames quirk. But she then thought about it. If she manages to beat that boy with her ice, then she can prove that she can become a hero without his fire. Endeavor looked at the representative. I want to talk to the boys now. The man nodded his head and went to bring them. Even though it was Izuku's quirk that attracted his attention, Bakugo did decently with his fight against Burnin, so he decided to talk to him too. Izuku rubbed his chin as he said, so this me trains with Endeavor. He was about to say cool, but remembered what Shoto told him. Ah, damn it. Shoto looked from his mother's chest and said, damn it indeed. He then earned a light whack from his mom as he then snuggled some more into her. The flame hero only sighed in sadness knowing what was to come. It only took 2 minutes for the boys to come, and they seemed that they were about to rip each other apart, or at least the blonde one seemed like that. The flame hero cleared his throat as he said, hi there, brats. After that awkward introduction, a tense silence filled the room, but then Izuku broke as he began to fanboy. All the hero students began to laugh at the boy who groaned in embarrassment. You're the flame hero, Endeavor. You're known for single-handedly solving the largest amounts of cases over the last 4 years. You're my idol, especially given how much control you have over your quirk. A lot of people say that you cause too much property, but that's definitely not the case given how you beat a guy who can control fire streams 2 weeks ago with only 1 store burned. And this goes to show how much skill you have. He then pulled a notebook and asked, can you sign it please? The flame hero was shocked but also felt his ego go up a few notches given that no one actually knew how much hard work he put into his quirk. Regarding the signature, he wanted to say no, but he wanted to get in the boy's good graces, so he nodded. He was about to take the notebook, but the blonde boy yanked the green one away. The blonde then said, yeah, nice try. That might work on fanboy over here, but it won't on me, so do tell me what you really want from us. You're usually a huge dick toward fans, so why the sudden change? Endeavor was once again shocked, but he had to admit that this boy was keen and street smart. This caused his interest in the second boy to grow. For what the boy lacked in the strength of quirk, he more than made it up in street smarts. Bakugo smirked as he looked at Izuku saying, see nerd, that's why we don't trust anyone on the get-go. Izuku chuckled awkwardly as he was playing with Eri's hair, who was purring happily while Kendo played with Izuku's hair, and she looked at the scene and said, well, I have to admit that normally I would be blunter than that, but it seems this version of myself is playing it safe to win both boys over. 𝗬𝗲𝗺 nodded his head, remembering the day his father told him he was nothing other than a failure, which caused him to go into the forest and set himself ablaze. The burnt man spoke, true, and I hope I have fun burning your protege of that world. Izuku shivered at the bloodlust directed toward him, or at least that version of himself. The bloodlust disappeared when Mayumi whacked her older brother on the head saying, don't do that, 𝗬𝗏. The boy groaned as he looked away from them with a frown on his face. The flame hero then went into business mode, straight to the point. I see, well, have it your way. He then straightened himself up as he said, I was impressed by both of you during this little training of yours, so what I want to say is that I want to train both of you, so you can become heroes. He looked at Izuku as he mentally added, and maybe something more with you. Perhaps a worthy successor for the Todoroki family. Both boys went wide as they cheered on due to the fact that a pro hero wanted to train them personally. But then Izuku noticed something, or rather someone. Who's that? The flame hero looked behind him and saw his daughter trying to hide in the shadows. Boys, meet my youngest daughter, 𝗧𝗪𝗏. He then looked at his daughter and took on his friendly father mood, or his equivalent of it. 𝗧𝗪𝗏, come and say hi to your new training partners. The girl glared at her father but sighed, saying in a flat tone, Hi, I'm 𝗧𝗪𝗏 Todoroki. Nice to meet you. Silence filled the atmosphere as Izuku tilted toward Bakugo, saying, Awkward. The other boy couldn't help but nod. The flame hero silently cursed his luck. Well boys, how about we go meet your mothers so we make it official that I'm training both of you? Normally, he wouldn't care much about the parents' consent, but given his plans for Izuku, he wanted to get in his mother's good graces, and perhaps see if he can persuade his father to agree to his plans. Rei gave her husband a sad look. Really, Enji, do you honestly think that you can buy people just like you bought my parents? The flame hero sighed miserably as he said, I know, but I'm not him at least. If it helps, I scraped my plans to marry Shoto off to the Yaoyorozu girl weeks ago. Momo looked at him incredulously as if he lost his mind. To her, even if her parents agreed, she won't. She isn't some cheap bottle of booze that he's going to buy from the closest drink vendor. Shoto looked up at his dad and glared, You're joking, right? The man fidgeted a little as he nodded his head. He somehow managed to make his relationship with his son normal again. He didn't want to ruin it due to a slip of his tongue. Natsuo looked at his dad. Something tells me he's not kidding. Discord clapped his hand. Okay, moving on before we enter unwanted areas of how corrupt the human society, which we will see in the worlds that Izuku teams up or is taught everything he knows by Stain. Izuku's eyes went wide, but he gulped as he sent a silent prayer to the Eda of those worlds, while the boy himself looked on the verge of mental breakdown. Stain and Midoriya teaming up. This is the worst nightmare ever for any hero. It's been a year since Izuku and Katsuki began to train with the flame hero. The boys were trained to the bone. Nothing was too much to the man. He would put them in near impossible situations where he wanted them to win. Bruises were far and many on the bodies, but in the end, it helped. Izuku's gained more mastery over all his flames. His orange fire can now become hotter if concentrated. His stamina-related fires were now stronger and required less energy. His ice fire was now stronger as he could make now flames in sub-zero temperature, and he gained more control over his black flames. Bakugo, on the other hand, refined his techniques and learned how to control his explosions better than before. But one time during this, something happened. Izuku was doing his regular training when he was given a break time by the hero. He walked outside only to see 𝗧𝗪𝗏 training her ice. The thing was that the girl was about to freeze over due to the amount of frost that covered her right side. The boy ran to her and said, Todoroki, you need to stop. You're hurting yourself. Let me warm you up. The girl pushed him away, saying, I don't need his fire. I don't need your help, so go away from me. The girl tried to put up a tough act, but given her entire frame was shaking, she wasn't convincing that much. The girl tried to stand up to continue her training, but grayish-green fire wrapped around her hands. She frowned heavily. She still remembered the description of his quirk. He then said, Stay still while I warm you up. The girl turned her head away as she tried to kick herself free, only to see that she was bounded now by her legs. The boy then began to use his orange flames to warm her up. You should seriously know your limits, and don't push too much. The girl in return scoffed. Well, if it isn't the kettle calling the pot black. Have you seen yourself? My dad is beating you black and blue every day. The boy in return shrugged, making the girl's eyes go wide. Really? You don't have a problem with being beat around like that? It's not that I like, but if you think about better to be beat around by your father other than to be beat around by villains who will kill me. The girl pouted as she looked away and was freed from her shackles. I guess you're right. The girl then mentally said, but that doesn't excuse the abuse he put us through. Unknown to her, 𝗪𝗎𝗻 watched the entire interaction. The older girl was shocked when she saw a small yet visible blush on her sister's face, causing her to smile. Oh my god, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 has a crush. I really hope they get together. They seem so cute. Shoto began to groan harder at the embarrassment he was facing. His sister squealed in happiness. Oh, little 𝗧𝗪𝗏 developed a crush when the boy helped her after she was frozen. It seems like a story from a fairy tale book. Bakugo smirked as he looked at Shoto. Hey, icy hot bastard. The dual-colored boy looked at him. Do you want to cuddle with your Prince Charming? The explosion user began to howl in laughter at the expense of the dual-quirked boy. His mother, on the other hand, found the entire situation really amusing. Her son wasn't known to be embarrassed easily. Hell, even if you walked on him inside the bathroom, he wouldn't be embarrassed. At most he would be annoyed and tell you to get out. She looked at him as he tried to disappear away from everyone and laughed softly. She then began to play with his hair. She looked to her side only to see Natsuo coming closer to tease him with 𝗬𝗪𝗏 borderline exploding, wanting to join in the fun his siblings were experiencing. It's been 4 years since the flame hero has taken both Izuku and Katsuki under his wing to train them. Both have excelled and gone beyond their limits to become the strongest they can be. They were both 10 months away from the entrance exam. Izuku was taking the recommendation test while Katsuki was taking the regular one. While both boys wanted to take the regular one, the flame hero insisted that the green-haired boy take the recommendation test. Bakugo wasn't bothered too much by it since he didn't actually care. Now, they were in their mentor's house as he called them for something important, at least that is what he said. They sat in front of him with 𝗪𝗪 at his side as he looked at them. Finally, he broke the silence. "Midoriya, I want you to marry my daughter," the man said in the bluntest way possible. Both boys looked at each other and echoed the same response. "What?" Meanwhile, 𝗪𝗪 looked at the ground with an emotion other than anger. It was sadness. "I guess I'm the new breeding factory for trophy children for Endeavor's masterpiece." She stooped a little before adding, "Now, I know how 𝗬𝗪 felt when I came around." That was a little blunt on my end," the flame hero said, earning a couple of looks that basically said, "You think?" Izuku rubbed his forehead. "Okay, I honestly don't know where this came from, or why now. But I can't. I'm still too young for marriage, and so is 𝗪𝗪. Plus, shouldn't we agree to this beforehand or at least get to know each other or go on dates?" The flame hero had foreseen this type of response, so he prepared something just in case. He nudged his daughter. The girl glared at him, so he spoke. "You see, I don't want you to get married now, but more of an engagement. I still want you to focus on your hero career, so the of you next week will be engaged and get to know each other." He looked at the boy who was still not convinced. So he added, "If it helps, you can ask her and she'll tell you how much she wants it." The girl glared, and she glared hard. And if looks can kill, her dad would be inside a coffin right now. She wanted to be a hero with her eyes, not some type of trophy wife, but even now she can't have what she wanted. She felt weak, and that her life was hopeless. She was knocked out of her self-pity as she heard Izuku asking her something. She wanted to hate him, she really did. But given the confused expression he had all this time, she could tell he wasn't keen on this. But knowing her father, he was going to say yes whether he wanted that or not. And so was her. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Can you please repeat what you said?" Mina pouted. "Man, look at female Todoroki's face. She means so sad, as if she knew that she doesn't have a choice in the whole thing." Other girls nodded their heads in agreement. Shoto grabbed their attention. "That's because she doesn't have a choice." The girls looked at him with confusion visible on their faces. "In my family, my dad's word is final, so if he told her to marry that version of Midoriya, she'll marry him unless she wants to face the consequences of defying him." Honestly, her fate was sealed from the moment Midoriya grabbed his attention. It's kinda sad, really. Izuku meanwhile felt like a scumbag for being a part of a quirk marriage even if he didn't know about it. He then heard Shoto say, "Midoriya, it's not your fault. There's no way you would have had an idea what my dad was planning to begin with. I wouldn't be too surprised if he hadn't spent weeks and days trying to marry that 𝗵𝗲 before he found you." The green-haired boy smiled and nodded his head. "What do you want to do? And do you truly want this? I won't force you if you don't want to. I mean, you have to be comfortable about this at the end of the day," Izuku said, and the girl can sense how sincere he was in his words. So she knew at this moment that she wanted to gain her chance in achieving her dream. "I want to be a hero," the girl said, plain and simple, which Izuku smiled at, saying, "That's really wonderful, 𝗪𝗪, and do you want to marry me?" You didn't answer that. The girl sighed. She wanted to tell him that she had no choice, but instead just nodded her head because there's no point in trying to fight it. Izuku then said, "Okay, if you're okay with it, then I don't see why not give it a try, though if you want to back out at any moment, feel free to do it." The girl nodded again. The flame hero then said, "𝗪𝗪, are you sure you want to be a hero? This is a dangerous profession that could get you killed, so how about you don't and just study at a normal course?" The girl glared at him since she knew why he didn't want her to go to the hero course, because she refused to use his cursed flame. She was about to reply when Izuku spoke on her behalf. "I think it's a great idea for her to be in the hero course. I mean, she's strong and she can look after herself, and so am I, but we both can get a little carried away at times, so I really think you should allow her to join." Endeavor went over his choice for a moment before nodding. He was this close to upstaging All Might, so he can't let this little hiccup stop him. The flame hero said, "Well then, let's call your mom to tell her the news." The boy paled as he said, "Mom's going to have her lead flip off. I guess in this world I didn't want Shoto to be involved in heroics since I found a replacement, and didn't want her to kill herself like what happened with 𝗬𝗪." And she spoke as 𝗬𝗪 shook his head, knowing the real reason was wanting really powerful grandchildren. Izuku then said, "It's really weird knowing that out there I marry Todoroki." The bicolored boy nodded his head. Discord popped out beside Izuku and Kendo. "Well, enough of that, let's see what you think." Fifth universe. There was an awkward silence filling the room. It was not every day that you see a girl version of one of your classmates marrying another of your classmates. Shoto took a deep breath and spoke first, saying, "Man, I never felt this embarrassed in my life, even when I caught a glimpse of the forbidden during the final exams with Yaoyorozu." The girl blushed, remembering when she made the scarf required to capture Aizawa. She had to be exposed a little. She thought that he didn't see her. The boy carried on. All right, I think that this version of myself will have a very interesting relationship with Midoriya. On one hand, she loves him deeply given that he was the first gentle fire user she met, and hates him due to him being Dad's protege. Discord nodded as Todoroki had a question. What will that version of myself say to him in the sports festival given that I know that he isn't All Might's son in that world? The boy was smacked by his mom telling him not to say crazy stuff as she remembered when one time Endeavor said that All Might is the secret love child of the pro, 𝗵𝘃𝗃. She shook her head fondly at the memory. It seems that crazy conspiracy theories run deep in her family. Discord smiled. Well, to be honest, the conservation you had after he managed to bring forth your fire was the equivalent of you telling him that you can't decide if he was your mom or your dad. This made the boy tilt his head confused till Discord explained. Listen, this version of you, like you said, couldn't hate or love him. She told him that his gentle touch, the way he treats like a human being, his support of her dream being a hero, and his overall kindness reminds her of her mother, but the thing that reminded of her father was his flames. She told him that she was going to beat him and prove that her fire was unnecessary. But Izuku told her that he would support her regardless of the outcome. Of course, no surprise, he beat from here to Rome. But just like you, he helped her use her flames, which made her finally fall in love with him and burn away all the hatred from her icy cold heart. Shoto smiled, but then frowned. I bet my father of that world was more than happy when she told him that she was in love with that version of Midoriya. Well, not exactly. Discord corrected him. You see, after the conversation with that version of you, he encountered Endeavor and had a very interesting talk. Let's say Endeavor had a lot of things to think about after that his talk. But in the end, he became a better father and tried to redeem himself. The flame hero was happy. And so was his wife, as a version of him was trying to do better. Any words? Discord looked at his version, who was now braiding Itsuka's hair while the girl herself was braiding Eri's hair. The boy looked at him and stroked his chin. Well, I don't know what to say. This world is really interesting and I wonder what will happen. But given it, I can safely say that this version is quite strong and that marrying that version of Todoroki was weird, but quite expected. The boy chuckled. Honestly, I'd be more shocked if there's a world where Kaken is a girl, and she's in love with me but bullies me because she wants to protect me. Bakugo on the side had his face turn red from anger, but he calmed his breathing down. Discord laughed as he said, "You don't know how much that is true, my little heroic friend." Discord clapped his hands, saying, "All right, let's move on to a new version of Izuku." The worlds then began to rotate till they finally landed on a title that made Bakugo explode laughing, and the girls to gain blush while wishing to be the lucky girl. Heroic parents in training. Bakugo was now on his knees as he was hitting the ground, and said, "I can't believe it, Deku and that world got laid. That's so hilarious. I bet the hobo had a blast on the first day when Deku came in with his girl and baby in tow." Discord nodded as he added, "You don't even know that half of it. For example, in the entrance exam, Ida chose of telling Izuku's girl to throw the baby in the orphanage or he will do it for her. Ida paled that he would say something so horrible while his brother facepalmed. So that led Ida to have a first-hand experience of the second user of OFAS quirk. The second user jumped. Hey, how did that happen? I never agreed to give him my quirk and I still don't." Discord pointed at Nana as he said, "She was pissed off when Ida told Izuku's girl to get rid of her baby, so she grabbed you and forced you to activate your quirk. And you were wise enough to keep in mind the saying, hell knows no fury than that of a scorned woman. And for some reason, Izuku reached the singularity quite faster in that world. Now why, I don't know. But I think it was because Izuku started training 4 months before he met All Might by cleaning the beach that he cleaned in your world, so he had OFA earlier, and well, you get it." The second user then slumped with a frown while Nana was smiling for helping Izuku keep his child safe. "Now, be quiet so the world can begin." The scene began to shift as Discord added, "And you won't believe who is the mother." 2 people could be seen walking in a hallway with their hands down. One of those 2 was a boy with curly green hair and diamond-shaped freckles on his face. The boy was currently carrying a bag that resembled a baby bag. The other was a girl with beautiful features, but what stood out about her was her vine-like hair that almost reached the ground. On the girl's chest was a baby carrier that was strapped there. Eyes widened as 1B students looked at the severely blushing girl who couldn't even manage to get out words. Discord then said, "It's explanation time. Listen kiddies, what happened was simple enough. Ibara over there," he said, pointing to the now human Raspberry, "went to a party to prove to the kids in her school that she can have fun. In other words, she gave in to peer pressure. Shishida warned her not to, but she persisted. She took a bottle of wine from the orphanage she grew up at thinking that she won't get drunk if she drank from it. She was wrong as she overestimated her ability to handle her alcohol. And that wine is still alcohol at the end of the day. At the same time, Izuku was invited and he came given that he was quirkless, and he knew that this was a rare chance for him to meet people. In the end, both of them got drunk, met, talked with each other, and well, I guess you can see what happened after that. Ibara raised her hand asking, "Did he stay with me?" Dsquared shook his head. No. When Izuku came back, he bolted but left a small note apologizing for what happened. Of course, at first, you hated him, but the father of the church where you lived after he calmed you down, telling you that God is merciful and you aren't condemned to hell, and that God forgave people for way worse things, explained to you that night wouldn't have happened if you two didn't want it, citing that you still remember his name and the name of his school, meaning that both of you were somber enough not to do it. Of course, after that, you wanted to find him to talk about what happened, but you found out you were pregnant, so 𝗧𝗪𝗧 literally sniffed him out. In the end, you moved in with him. And you both loved each other, so yeah. The religious girl was still blushing but nodded. She then felt someone tug on her clothes. She looked down to 𝗬𝗪𝗧, who asked her, "Does that mean that you're now my mom too?" The vine-haired girl smiled softly, saying, "Of course, sweetie, now let's go sit with Dad." The little horned girl grabbed her arm and took her excitedly to Izuku, saying, "Look, Daddy, I have a new mommy now." The boy smiled as he tried to control his reactions. He looked at Itsuka, who gave him a shit-eating grin, but Discord said, "Do you know, Kendo, in the world where you were quirkless, you also had a biological kid with Izuku other than Eri?" The girl's face heated up, but she silently asked for a picture. The Chaos Master then gave her a picture of him. Itsuka felt her heart melting when saw her son. She put the picture in her wallet, and Discord allowed her to keep it. Ibara then sat beside Izuku and laid her head on his shoulder as Izuku turned, seeing Iwase, Kaminari, and Minda glaring at him, while 𝗧𝗪𝗧 was holding a sign that said, "Please take care of my childhood friend." The boy nodded to 𝗧𝗪𝗧, who smiled sadly since he had a crush on the girl. In the baby carrier was a 7-month-old girl that had emerald green eyes like his father, but had specks of forest green in there too. The baby also had X-shaped freckles on her face. The hair on the top of her head was similar to that of her mother, but currently, the baby was trying to chew her mother's hair, much to the girl's amusement. Shizaki asked, "I wonder how his mother reacted knowing that Izuku was going to become a father." Both versions of Izuku shivered, knowing how emotional their mother can be. Discord chuckled awkwardly. "Well, let's say she was pissed at first. She accused you of lying and trying to take advantage of her son due to reason." The girl nodded, knowing that he meant Izuku's quirklessness, but when DNA tests showed that you were telling the truth, well, she begrudgingly accepted you move in. At first, she ignored you, but with time she mellowed out. The girl nodded, understanding where Izuku's mom was coming from. Meanwhile, the woman herself was disappointed in herself for treating the girl like that. Toru then said, ignoring everything, "Your baby with Izuku is so cute. I wish I could just pinch her little cheeks." The vine girl snuggled further into Izuku, causing 3 reactions. Izuku's blush increased, Itsuka got jealous and snuggled herself into Izuku, and the girls on the side became jealous. Shizaki sighed, "It's quite the misfortunate that the babysitter bailed on us." The girl frowned as their babysitter bailed on them for the 5th time. They were paying her good money, but she kept bailing on them. "We should really look for someone else." Izuku nodded his head as he looked at his daughter and smiled as he ruffled her hair. The little girl began to squirm as she tried to reach out to Izuku, who took her. He looked at his vine-haired girlfriend, who pouted at her daughter being a daddy's girl. "Yeah, you're right. I heard from All Might that we have internships and work studies, so we need to find someone to take care of her when we're missing," he said as he kissed his daughter's cheeks. The girl smiled, nodding her head. She then checked her surroundings, asking him, "So how's your progress with the second's quirk?" The girl already knew about OFA and its secrets. When All Might knew that his pupil was going to be a father, he remembered Nana and told him to bring the girl over to tell her everything. Nana looked at her pupil. "I have to say, Toshinori, that was a wise move on your end. It was better than mine for that matter." She looked at her grandson, who noticed her and flipped her off, making the woman frown. All Might smiled that his version made a good choice for once and was happy that his successor progressed faster in this world. Izuku currently was wondering what was the second's quirk, since he didn't know it along with the third's. The boy smiled. Gear shift. The ability to change the speed of the target you chose was something really hard to master, especially with the second acting like a child and refusing to give Izuku any type of advice. And he felt quite smug whenever Izuku harmed himself. That attitude lasted for a day before Yoichi convinced him to help with some bonks from Nana. "I have to admit that it was hard at first, especially with some people being children about it, but I managed to do it. Thank God. I just hope you don't break yourself." "I can't take it," Ibara said. The boy smiled as he said, "I can't do that. I have to take care of you and Fubuki. What kind of father will I be if I broke myself every time I used my quirk?" Ibara smiled, remembering how the boy sold his All Might collection. It felt heartbreaking. The vine girl was sure if she was forced to sell her Bible collection, she would have flooded the apartment as he did. She poked him with her vine, saying, I can take care of myself, thank you very much. Bakugo's eyes were wide as he stuttered. The nerd sold his All Might collection. One time I tried to touch it, and he almost ripped my arm off, and that was after he got diagnosed quirkless. He turned to the boy yelling, "What the heck, Deku? You sell your All Might collection for some shitty baby, and you won't hallow." The boy didn't get to continue as a zipper appeared on his mouth. He looked at Discord, who signaled him to be silent. Setsuna interjected, "Okay, Bakugo's ego aside, how come Ibara is so cool with the entire situation? I mean, I get it that the priest helped her come to terms, but she feels a little bit too comfortable if you ask me." All the girls who knew Ibara nodded. Even Ibara herself was slightly intrigued. Discord smiled as he said, "I was wondering when someone was going to ask that question." He clapped his hands again. "Well, you see, even after the priest helped calm her down, the girl was still panicking in regards to what happened, and more so when she found out that she was pregnant. But after meeting Izuku and seeing the effort he was putting into this, she knew that she can't just sit around sulking. So she shoved those dark feelings down and decided to use them to be a motive for her to be a good mother and make sure that her daughter won't do the same mistakes that she did." Ibara was happy that this version of herself learned from her mistakes and tried to become better. Izuku smiled at her words and handed her Fubuki as he brought a baby bottle full of milk and handed it over to Ibara. The girl was confused till the little girl in her arms began hitting her in the chest, signaling that she was hungry. The girl blushed as she took in the bottle and began to feed her daughter. "She's quite the eater. I'm sure that I just fed her before we came here." Izuku shrugged, but something caught both teens' attention. It was someone waving his hands toward them. He had a huge coat of brown fur and canine teeth coming from his lower jaw. It was Joruta Shishida, Ibara's friend from school. The beast-looking teen smiled. "Greetings, Lady Shizaki, Sir Midoriya. I hope you had a lovely morning." He then noticed the little girl. "She bailed on you again." Both teens sadly nodded. Shishida scratched his forehead. "Well, I guess it makes sense given that I went with Lady Shizaki to the same junior high." Izuku smiled, "But that won't stop us. This just means that our daughter will watch us being heroes." Shizaki nodded at the enthusiasm Izuku was emitting, causing Shishida to chuckle a little. The beast boy walked into the classroom labeled 1A. Before any questions can be asked, different worlds mean different members. Sometimes Minda doesn't exist, so someone like Shinzo, Himiko, or Tauya takes their place. Sometimes the entire arrangement is mixed up like this one. Or Izuku is simply in 1B while Monoma, Kendo, Pony, or Rin takes his place in 1A. Everyone nodded as they watched the scene continue to unfold. Ibara and Izuku now stood in front of the first step to begin their hero journey, but for some reason, they walk inside the room. Perhaps it was the fear of being rejected. Teen parents aren't exactly something you see every day, and given the bullying that they both endured, it didn't help at all. Izuku looked at Ibara, who looked away. "Shizaki, were you actually bullied?" The girl didn't answer as she began to remember all the horrible words that she endured for most of her life for her faith. She was sure if she hadn't had Shishida by her side, she would have taken that swan dive. The girl began to feel tears trickling in her eyes. "It's nothing to worry about." She then felt Izuku hugging her. "You don't have to put a tough front for me, because I know how it feels to be targeted for no apparent reason, so let it out." The girl let out a couple of sobs as she silently cried into Izuku's arm, with both Hitsuka and Ri hugging her. Once she stopped, Izuku asked, "Do you feel better, Shizaki?" The girl smiled at him. "Of course, and please call me Ibara." The boy blushed given that this was the second girl that asked him to call her by her name, but nodded. She then said, "And Izuku." What followed was considered the boldest thing that the Vine girl ever did. She closed the gap between her and Izuku, giving him a small peck on the lips, effectively stealing his first kiss. Everyone who knew her was shocked, and even the girl herself, but given that she just saw a teenage mother version of herself, she thinks that she wasn't that bold. This enraged Itsuka, who was beside him all this time for 3 worlds. "I never knew Ibara could be this bold. But what happened to our agreement that we decide who gets to have his first kiss?" Unbeknownst to Izuku, the 1B girls, unlike their 1A counterparts, who were also in a competition to grab his attention, decided if one of them gets to have him, she will share him with the others. But Ibara just broke one of the clauses regarding the first kiss, where they agreed that they all decide who gets to have his first kiss. Ibara, who was now blushing as a tomato, seeing what she had done, sent out a small apology to the rest of her classmates, who sighed. But Kendo, seeing that his first kiss was already gone, decided to have her own. She felt heat rise to her cheeks, but pressed forward. "Izuku." The blushing boy turned toward her only to have another pair of lips smack onto his as Kendo said, "Thank you for letting me sit beside you." She looked away quickly as Ari's eyes were both shining, seeing that her dad and moms loved each other so much. Izuku, on the other hand, I was kissed by T2B beautiful G girls. Discord whistled, saying, "All right, people, let's keep this family friendly. I don't want rugrats crawling around. They may be teenage parents, but that doesn't mean you have to." The 3 teens turned to blushing messes as the others laughed. They both tried to enter, but their feet refused to enter. Ibara looked at Izuku with a smile saying, "We can't enter yet. We have to check if we have all of Fubuki's needs for the day." The boy nodded as Ibara began to list some items beginning from milk bottles to diapers. Finally, Ibara frowned saying, "We have to do this, don't we?" The boy nodded sadly as they both entered into the unknown. The moment they entered, all eyes were on them. The reaction was immediate the moment Fubuki looked at them, tilting her vine-covered head as she sucked on her pacifier and shook the rattle that her mother gave her just in case she was frightened by the new faces. The girls swarmed the little girl, who began to whine in fear. Ibara was quick to act, as she held her daughter close, trying to keep her calm. Izuku cleared his voice. "Can you please keep it down, girls? Our daughter isn't used to new faces." This caused all the girls to look at him confused. One of the girls, who seemed to have mushroom-like hair, asked, "What do you mean by our daughter?" Bakugo was howling in laughter. "I just want to see how are you going to save yourself from this, Deku?" Izuku couldn't help but agree with Bakugo, wondering how will he be able to run damage control. Todoroki chuckled a little. Imagine if one of them in a panicking moment says that they're in a quirk marriage. This caused a shiver to run down Izuku's spine as he looked at Todoroki, wondering why did he have to jinx them. Both teens blushed a storm. Izuku gulped. "Yeah, Fubuki is my daughter and she's also Ibara's daughter." Izuku tried to put up a strong front to protect their dignity. A girl with a huge black ponytail came in front of him. The girl began to examine him and Ibara. "Are you sure that you two are in the hero course? I mean, you're both pretty young to be parents, and the hero course is going to keep you busy." She walked away. "No hard feelings, but you should drop out to take care of her. Maybe come back in a year or two when she's old enough." A voice then echoed, "Hey, Ponytail, who died and made you queen of this class? Do you think just because you come from a fancy schmancy school, you get to determine who deserves to be here?" Everyone looked to an ashen blonde boy who was snarling, "Next time you talk to my niece like that, I'll blast you all the way to hell." Izuku was shocked that Bakugo stood up to him, as Bakugo was shocked himself. How? Why? I mean, I made his life hell most of the time. Why did I stand up for him? Discord shook his head. "Well, for most, yes, but in this world, just like many others, you didn't see yourself as bullying him, rather you were training with him." The boy tilted his head confused. "What?" Discord wanted to carry on till Momo interjected. "I see." Bakugo's version of that world knew that if Izuku wanted to become a quirkless hero, he needed to train hard, so he began to bully him, thinking that he was helping him. And I guess that he made some bad friends on the way, which used this as a way to bully Izuku. She turned to the boy. "I apologize for the words I said, Zuzu. Can you forgive me?" The boy blushed at the nickname that he still hadn't gotten used to, but nodded. Bakugo was about to scoff, but Discord nodded. True, and it was only after Bakugo threatened a pregnant Ibara, causing Izuku to stand up to him, that he actually understood what he was doing was all types of wrong. "Yeah, that's not a manly thing to say," a red-haired student said, only to be followed by another silver-haired one. "Yeah, I think it's really manly for them to take care of their daughter while being hero students." The two looked at each other and high-fived each other. The black-haired girl, taken aback by this, raised her hands, defending herself. "I didn't mean it like that. I just think that should focus on taking care of their daughter, and maybe in a year or two they can join back." She heard a sigh from behind her. "You should watch your words, Momo." A girl with orange bright hair stood up and marched to the now completely baffled couple, whose their daughter was clinging fearfully to her mother as she was softly whimpering while the older girl tried to calm her down. The orange-haired girl stood in front of the baby, who shrunk into her mother, smacking her with her rattle. The girl smiled, saying, "Hello, I'm Izuku Kendo, and I'm sorry for my friend's words." She's homeschooled for most of her life, so she has never seen things like this before, and to be honest, never had I. But please don't take it the wrong way, she's really nice. Both nodded as they quietly made their way to their desks, which were beside each other. The red-haired and silver-haired boys came up to them, introducing themselves. "Hey, I'm Ejiro Kirishima," the silver-haired carried on, "and I'm Tetsu. Both boys said in unison, "It's nice to meet you." The two were then blindsided as something took their daughter. They quickly turned to see a pink-skinned girl with pink hair and black eyes bouncing their daughter, who was giggling all the way. Ibara then shyly asked, "Can you give me back my daughter? She just ate and I don't want her to throw up on you." The girl looked at her as she held Fubuki. She smiled, saying, "I don't mind, she's so cute." Mina stood up happily, jumping up and down. "That's me, and the little baby really likes me." She rubbed her chin before looking at Izuku. "Babe, do you think that somewhere we have a cute-looking baby like this? Maybe. It has green skin, green curly hair like you, green emerald-looking eyes, and horns to go with it." The boy was blushing at the idea, but nodded, not to hurt the girl's feelings. Aizawa asked, "How does this affect their grades or their performance overall?" Discord rubs his chin. "Well, regarding their grades, it's hard to say since study hard to let it not show up. But regarding their performance, for example, sometimes they have to take their daughter with them on internships. The first year, they take their daughter with them the entire year. This, of course, pisses you off, but you can't say anything given that their reasoning is solid, which is most of their babysitters bail on them. Izuku rubbed his head. How does that happen? How does an entire neighborhood's worth of babysitters bail on me and Ibara? Discord only shrugs. The pink girl then introduced herself. I'm Mina Ashido. It's a pleasure to meet you. The girl handed Fubuki back to her mother as a frog-looking girl came up to them saying, I'm 𝗬𝗧𝗍𝗍. She titled her head to the side as she asked, please forgive my bluntness, but how did you both have her? I mean, you didn't just meet at a party and fooled around. She then noticed the silent expressions on their faces. You didn't, did you? Both Izuku and Ibara were worried, but suddenly the vine-haired girl yelled without thinking, no, we're put into a quirk marriage. The girl slapped her hands on her mouth as she asked herself, what in the world did I say right? Izuku looked at her, before saying, what she meant was that our parents had us engaged from a young age, due to family relations. Everyone gave them a nod as silence was heavy in the room, but a certain scarred boy looked at Izuku, and then Ibara and Fubuki. I swear I will save you both from him. No one will ever suffer what I did. Shoto cringed. I guess I now have Midoriya on my radars a little bit early, and for a small misunderstanding. He looked at the green-haired boy. I'm sorry for any harm that I may deal to you, Midoriya. I really am. This apology, however, didn't help make the boy feel any better. Izuku sighed, wondering how will this affect people's look toward him. Some might shy away, others might feel like he's evil, and some might not care at all. This world was a huge mess for lack of a better term. Suddenly a voice rang out, you're all silent. That's good. It seems that you're all rational students. A man inside a sleeping bag wormed his way into the room. Once he entered it, he looked at Izuku and Ibara, who waved at him awkwardly. Well, at least some of you are. Both teens lowered their heads, remembering how Aizawa told them at the entrance exam how irrational they were. The man then summoned a gym uniform for his sleeping bag. I'm Shota Aizawa, and I'm your homeroom teacher. He scratched his head. I know this is sudden, but take these and meet me at the training. We're going to have a small test of sorts. The students quickly began to filter out, but Aizawa stopped both parents, bailed on again. Both teens nodded. Problem children, you need to take a hint. If your babysitter bailed on you not just once, not just twice, not just thrice, not just 4 times, but 5 times, you need to know that she's a bad babysitter. Both teens nodded their heads as they walked away in shame as the nighttime hero shook his head. They're not problem children. They're disaster children. I just hope their offspring won't be a heckle like they are. He didn't know why, but he suddenly shuddered. Izuku frowned before saying, that's really mean, Aizawa-sensei. You can't alleviate me from problem child to disaster child all of a sudden. The man snorts at him. If you have a baby and throw your money on a lousy babysitter, I do. Ibara frowns, but it is shown that God helped us to be wonderful parents to Fubuki. She's healthy and happy. I say we're blessed children for being able to keep her well fed. Most of us would have ditched her at the nearest orphanage. She began to pray. I hope that the Lord blesses those versions of ourselves strength to be great parents and help Fubuki to be a wonderful girl. Aizawa shook his head at the girl as he returned to the screen. In the boys' locker room, Izuku was changing out of his clothes as Kirishima approached him. Midabro, you really manly. It's really manly of you to take care of your daughter and bring her here with you, he said, with Tetsu vocalizing his support for the red-haired boy's words. Midoriya only nodded, not having the heart to tell them that the babysitter bailed on them and that he and Ibara were planning to keep their little ray of sunshine a secret for the longest time possible. He looked to the others, looking to see what his other classmates looked like. There was one with balls for hair who was glaring at him, a guy with 2 different hair colors, a mantis-looking boy, the boy from the entrance exam who he sent flying, Shishida, a boy with multiple arms, a rock-headed boy, a boy with blonde hair with a lightning symbol on it, Kaken, the manly twins. Something then threw everything out of the window, causing it to stop as he felt rage fill him. Everyone tilted their heads, wondering what would make Izuku of all people angry. Izuku saw that the bald-haired kid was drooling as looked at a hole in the wall. The boy yelled happily, I can't believe it. It's a gift from the upperclassmen for us to use. The boy went to look through it only to be met by hand. He looked up to see a dark-faced Izuku who was smiling eerily at him. The boy cracked his neck. He grabbed the grape-haired boy and walked outside the room. Everyone could have sworn that the noises emitted from the outside weren't human at all. 2 minutes later, Izuku came back carrying knocked-out Minato. The boy then happily asked, can someone please plug that wall? He walked outside with both Tetsu and Kirishima running behind him, telling him that he was manly. All of the girls glared at Minato as Momo held a hand to her mouth in disgust. I can't believe, Minato, you'd even perv on a little girl. How can you live with yourself is something that is beyond me. The boy's eyes went wide as he defended himself. What? I would never do that. Tsuyu remembered something. As her face turned white, didn't you tell Eri-chan when we first met her that you can't wait to see her in 10 years? This caused shivers to run through Izuku's, Itsuka's, and Ibara's spines as they held Eri tighter. Aizawa, unamused by hearing about this comment, said, we'll talk about this later, Minato. The boy shivered as he nodded his head, knowing that there was no getting out of this one, as he saw the girls on the side cheer Izuku for stopping that version of himself. The boy bitterly thought, Midoriya, you lucky bastard. First, it's Uraraka, then Kendo, you're engaged, then it's a hot Todoroki version, and now this. What happened to the bro code? The scene then progresses to the other side of the wall as a girl with earphone jacks says, the pervert has been taken care of. I think the green-haired one gave him the beating of a lifetime. She looked at Ibara saying, hey, Vinehead, you got one lucky guy. Wish I could meet someone like him someday. The girl blushed as she registered what she said, making the others giggle at her. Ibara smiled at her as she held her daughter with her vines while buttoning up her gym uniform. I quite agree. Most people might have run away when told that they were about to become a dad. But Izuku didn't, and I'm lucky for that matter. She looked at her girl, who tapped her nose with her hand, making the girl smile. I just hope my daughter won't be forced to go through the same things I went through and have a better life altogether. She held her baby as she walked out. Tsuyu then croaked, well, that was quite ominous, because I'm sure she's not talking about her daughter or being a teenage mom. The other girls nodded as Kendo smiled, saying, well, in that case, let's just help her. We're going to be heroes, aren't we? So we need to bring people's spirits up, and this will be good training. The other girls nodded as they followed the orange-haired girl outside the changing room, unaware of the torture that they were about to experience. All 1B girls shivered as they remembered Aizawa's test from the first world as Kaneko spoke. What will I do? My shrooms can't make me faster. I have to pass using my body's strength. The best I can do is use my shrooms as springs to help me with the repeated side steps. But that doesn't mean I'm hopeless. The test is biased, designed for people with flashy quirks. You'd think someone who doesn't have one would make a more logical test, but Aizawa bit his lip as he heard the girl's rant. In hindsight, she was right. For all the times he raved about rationality, his test sure isn't. But at the same time, it was designed to see how creative someone can be with their quirks. But at the same time, those who are quirks won't help them at all. Had he expelled students who were like him? People with quirks couldn't do anything to help them with physical exercises. Nezu smiled as he sipped tea. Have second thoughts about your method, Aizawa. The teacher says nothing as he just looks forward. It's been 2 weeks since the beginning of the UA, and for the heroic parents in training it was anything but tiring. Their babysitter, and a new one to be exact, has bailed on them, but at least she had an excuse. Her family was attacked by a villain, so Izuku and Ibara had to take their daughter with them to the USJ. Izuku patted his girlfriend's back, saying, well, at least we'll have 3 teachers around us to take care of our little angel, he said while running his hand through his daughter's hair. Plus, you know we're going to rescue training. Something that you like. The girl smiled at him as she added, and what's the worst that can happen? Both teens boarded the bus as they went to their training, unaware of the danger waiting for them. Both teens stood up with their faces as pale as a ghost as Ibara turned, looking at him and saying, please, for the love of God, tell me that the little angel won't witness the fight at the USJ. Discord sucked his cheeks. Well, let's talk about it. The 6th universe. Izuku jumped from his place and grabbed Discord by the scruff of his shirt as he yelled with a panicked expression, please, tell me that my daughter of that world wasn't exposed to the horror of the USJ. Izuku was sweating bullets. He still had nightmares about the USJ, so how will it be for a small baby? They'll be lucky if she wasn't traumatized for life. From down on the ground, Ibara was praying that the answer was a negative, hoping with all of her soul that her daughter of that world wasn't put in any dangerous situation. Discord snapped his finger and sent Izuku back to where he was sitting. The chaos being bit his lip. Sorry, but your daughter was in the USJ and was a first-hand witness to having her father thrashed around by the 𝗵𝗲. Izuku's and Ibara's expressions fell as they heard that, but if it helps a little, she became the world's first early bloomer. Both teens tilted their heads as curiosity took over their sadness. Your daughter was so afraid for her father that her quirk, which is flame vines, unleashed itself in a strong display, ripping the 𝗵𝗲 into bits and pieces so much so that it couldn't regenerate again. It took Aizawa using his quirk to shut off her quirk. And yes, I know Ibara's quirk is a mutation, but Aizawa's quirk can still shut it off since it has some emitter characteristics. Both teens didn't know how to feel now. Aizawa sighed. I bet that version of myself upgraded them from disaster children to apocalypse children. No, wait, apocalypse family, given that their daughter is an early bloomer. Discord laughed. You don't even know that half of it. The man kept smashing his head into the wall after that happened as he asked himself why he had to have 2 problem children in his class and Vlad didn't have to. In the end, Recovery Girl whacked him unconscious with her cane, so he wouldn't damage himself further than what the 𝗵𝗲. He then crossed his arms. Any questions? He was shocked when Shigaraki raised his hand, so he nodded his head. The Decay user asked, how was my reaction to this? Discord scratched his head. Well, you were quite pissed off, but at least you had some self-control not to attack a 7-month-old baby. That and her quirk was leashing randomly. And you were kinda sure that she will kill at least a couple of students, but it didn't happen, so you retreated when All Might showed up since you can't do anything at this point except yell in anger. The Decay user nodded his head, seemingly accepting the answer. All of his comrades were shocked. They thought that he was going to throw a tantrum on behalf of that version of himself. 𝗏𝗧𝗏 then asked, "What is Zuku's relation with Ibara in that world? Are they just boyfriend and girlfriend till their daughter grows older and then they break up on mutual terms? Or are they steady?" This interested both green-haired teens as they perked up. Discord raised a thumbs up to her question. Well, for all intents and purposes, they are technically married. They spent an entire year together and got used to each other having their own couple quarrels and much more. But after a while, they couldn't just imagine being with someone else. For example, one time when the dorm started, Itsuka came down and saw them talking about baby names for their future children. Let's just say, her face was so red you could have mistaken it for a stop sign, even though the topic wasn't really something to be embarrassed about. He then saw Todoroki raise his arms, so he ushered him to speak. "What did I say to him during the sports festival given my..." The boy hesitated before saying, "Misconception." Discord laughed at the boy's words as he said, "Misconception is an understatement. You told the same usual talk about your dad and how you're planning to be a hero, but you made the mistake of adding the threat that you're going to take Ibara and Fubuki, freeing them from him." Discord bit his lip as the Vine girl raised an eyebrow at the notion of being free in that world from someone she clearly loves. Yeah. He didn't take too kindly to that, as he grabbed you by the neck rising in the air, and told you that if you want to continue living that you'll never look at his wife or daughter ever again before the wall beside your head had a punch hole left in it. And you had a follow-up talk with Bakugo telling you to never look their way or he'll kill, consequences be damned. The boy chuckled awkwardly at the number of threats he received from his misunderstanding. Discord smiled. "All right, now since this was taken out of the way, let's hear what Mini-Me has to say about this world before we jump to another one." Izuku scratched his head as he looked to the side, seeing Eri beginning to snooze on Ibara's lap as the Vine girl covered her with her hair to keep her warm. "This one is mostly embarrassing. I think I like the Todoroki one better. I mean, just the concept of having a child at this age, and the way it happened just seems wrong, and my actions after that seem more so. But it is also interesting given the new challenges that will rise regarding both Ibara and I being parents and hero students. But it seems to go smoothly given from what I saw. Ibara is a good mother. I just hope I am a good father like she is." The Vine girl allowed a small smile to grace her face, with her blush returning to her. Discord then snapped his finger, new world coming right up. The scenes changed till it finally landed on a title. The test. Discord cringed as he said, "Well, good thing Eri's sleeping because this one is not for the weak-hearted." Everyone tilted their heads as the villains thought that this one was a villain world, so AFO said, "Is it a villain world?" Discord waved his hand saying, 50-50, it depends on how you see the villain here. The villains were intrigued while the heroes didn't like the idea of seeing a villain version of their students. The scene began with an old inhabited school. It seemed that it wasn't used for years, even though it was only abandoned for 2 years now. It was the disgraced junior high of Aldria. Bakugo looked at Izuku. "Hey Deku, isn't that our junior high?" The boy nodded as Bakugo said, "Man, it brings back so many fond memories. Remember the good times we had there, Deku?" The green-haired boy discreetly flipped him off, shocking Ibara and Itsuka, but they knew he had a reason. The school was shut down after one of its students allegedly committed suicide by jumping off its roof. An investigation was carried out, and the word corrupt wasn't enough to describe the place. Bakugo choked on a drink as his eyes shot wide, and swallowed heavily as he said quietly, "That version of the nerd actually took my words seriously and killed himself." No one heard him except Gyro, who almost cried knowing at one point Izuku was suicide-baited. "I don't really think this is a good idea, Shroom," Kanoko said in a worried voice, still not getting how she was roped into this. She was terrified about the urban legend regarding the spirit of the student who killed himself. She wished she stayed with Ibara to listen to her religious mumbo-jumbo. It was better than playing with angry spirits. "I really think we should head back," Setsuna said. "I'm all for adventures, but disrespecting the final resting place or memorial of someone isn't cool." She mostly came because she didn't want to be with the guys since they were being morons, as they had a card night which meant a lot of shouting and swearing, and sadly no sleep for her. It was not like this was any better. "I swear I'm gonna wrangle Shihai's neck when we go back for putting us in this situation," Itsuka, the future symbol of peace, said. It was already known that she was considered the second coming of All Might after her victory against Shigaraki in the Jaku hospital attack. Izuku chuckled as he ignored the concerned looks he was receiving. Another world where Kendo is All Might's successor. He looked at Discord, who answered quickly, "You, Mirio, Ochako, Momo, Itsuka, Kyoka, Tsuyu, Mizo, Denki, and finally Bakugo are the people who have the highest chance of having All Might's quirk in order." Everyone nodded as the mentioned people felt honored to have such grace on them. And somehow, someway Minta. This made everyone shocked. Kanoko asked, "Why are we here, and what's the Jaku hospital attack?" Discord replied, "You'll find out." And the attack was a raid from the heroes to stop Shigaraki from becoming AFO2. 0. But you guys failed spectacularly with many casualties on your side. And Endeavor had all of his dirty laundry aired from the entire world to see. Everyone cringed, but AFO smiled knowing that his plans succeeded, wondering if he managed to take control of Tamura's body like he planned. Kodai hummed, agreeing with Itsuka. The black-skinned boy told Yanagi that for someone who talked a lot about ghosts, she was cowardly when it came to them. The girl refused the claim, but the boy challenged her to go and tumble over the desk of the spirit of Aldria Junior High. The urban legend was if you entered the school, the spirit will force you through a test against something you're insecure about, but if you fail, he will take your body to have a second chance in life. She accepted, shocking the boy and angering Ibara, who refused to do such a thing. The silver-haired girl looked at her friends. Come on, guys. Our journey is at its last station. It will a simple endeavor. Itsuka facepalmed, hearing her classmates talking about destroying a shrine made for someone who killed himself as if she was talking about drinking water. The girls entered the school as they made their way to the 3rd floor and entered a room. The girls stayed in front of the door as Setsuna spoke with fear in her voice. Ghosty, for the love of all that's hot, let's go back. This place is giving me a bad sensation along my spine. It's like the walls have eyes. The others nodded in fear. Even Itsuka was shivering as she felt a presence that made Shigaraki look weak. Her danger sense wasn't shutting off. The ghost girl ignored them as she walked to a desk in the middle of the room. The other desks were either destroyed or shattered. She looked at the desk, which had a portrait of a green-haired boy and some flowers beside it. The girl simply used her quirk and tossed it to the side of the room, shattering it into bits and pieces. She looked at her friends as she put her hands on her hips, saying, "Now, can you all stop being so scared?" Her friends now all seemed petrified as they pointed at something behind her. She looked only to see a shadow forming. Everyone was mortified that the student who killed himself was Izuku. All Might grasped his head, wondering if his words were the reason that drove the boy over the edge of that world. Izuku, meanwhile, was unperturbed as Itsuka asked him, "Izuku, did you ever, I don't know, think about ending your life?" She crossed her fingers, hoping the answer is no. The boy kept quiet for a while. "I can't lie and say that I hadn't thought about it once or twice, but that's in the past now, so let's focus on this instead of dwelling on what-ifs." The girls all felt their hearts get stabbed as the boy they cared for at one point thought about killing himself. Gyro looked at Bakugo with a hateful look. "Izuku, please, for the love of the Lord, don't brush something so serious off," Ibara exclaimed, but then asked, "Do you still think about that? If you do, please don't lie to us, we're all here for you." The boy replied, "I wouldn't say think, more like dream. I always have nightmares about my friends turning on me like in junior high and telling me to kill myself. At the end of it, I find myself in front of the edge of the roof before I jump." The vine girl hugged him, saying, "I will never turn on you, Izuku." Itsuka hugged him from the other side. "Me too, Izuku." The boy blushed from the contact but thanked them. Aizawa made notes to send him to Hound Dog once this was over if he still remembered that. Discord said, "All right, let's get back on track. You eventually get the honor of actually seeing him do it, so don't worry about it too much." All the students dreaded the idea but nodded. Ryuko took a step back as the shadow began to take form. When it finished, the girl's eyes widened in evident fear as she forgot the #1 rule of being in a haunted house: always have a religious person with you. The figure was the same boy in the picture. He looked at the remains of his desk as he chuckled. "Pretty gusty tonight, aren't we?" The spirit of Izuku smiled menacingly at them. As it said, "Most people who come here mostly come for me to scare the shit out of them, not kill them. I even had the honor of scaring Muscular." The mention of names sent shivers down Kendo's spine, remembering her fight with him, but at the end, I sent him screaming for his mom like a pansy. He smiled at Ryuko. "But you're either the dumbest person I saw or the bravest one. Either way, you know what happens now," he said as chains erupted from the floor, wrapping around the girls' necks. He smirked with a demonic grin. "Let the tests begin." And darkness enveloped the area. Everyone now was creeped out as Setsuna asked. "It said that if the person fails his test, then he takes his body. What happens if more than one fails?" Discord shrugged. "Most likely he'll take the one he wants the most." Ryuko looked at Izuku. "Izuku, I'm terribly sorry for what that version of myself did to you. No way or form is it acceptable to do that to someone's memorial." The boy told her not to worry about it. Itsuka woke up to a horrifying sight. All the users of OFA were struggling against something. They looked at her as the second barked. "What in the world did you do?" She couldn't answer as chains dragged them away. "Begone, pathetic echoes of failure." The girl fearfully looked at the Spectre. "Please, I know what we did was wrong, but can you let us go?" "No, but my name is Izuku Midoriya if you like to know." The girl didn't know why, but she thought she knew that name from somewhere. The successor of All Might. The new symbol of peace. I have to say that's quite the legacy you're going to carry. The girl felt flattered for a moment. Too bad it's placed on the shoulders of someone pathetic and useless as you are. This caused the wind to be knocked from the girl's sails as she registered the words. Her shocked expression made the Spectre laugh. "What did you think, that I'm going to praise you? I don't praise people who can't make something of themselves and need powers from an outside source to reach others. You're just as sad and hopeless as I expected. The girl continued to shrink on herself. She didn't know why, but he was terrifying. I'm not pathetic. I'm going to be everyone's hero. 𝗧𝗍 yelled back, trying to strengthen herself. You, a hero? Sure, you are, but just for muscle-bounded quirked morons. In other words, you're a symbol to those who have power, and you'll never be a hero to people like me. Those who are born with power will never understand our struggles. The girl was confused now, but let's talk about how you lunged on the first opportunity to replace your quirk with All Might's Big Fist. What a stupid quirk. What were you planning to accomplish with that? Everyone was shocked at how Izuku was attacking Kendo. Even the boy himself seemed mortified at the way he was talking to the girl. He looked at Kendo and said, I'm so sorry, 𝗧𝗍. I don't know why he's saying that. I don't mean any of it. He was silenced by a hug as Kendo said, I know, so don't blame yourself, Izuku, but I'm interested in how I'll be able to beat this. Discord said, in due time, you will see, which is about a few seconds. Wrong, Kendo shouted back. All Might choose me because he believes in me, and I didn't replace my quirk. You can scare me all you want, but I will save my friends. He then asked a question. You mean like you saved Tenko? The girl's eyes widened as she remembered Tamura dying at her hands after promising to save him to Nana. Admit it, you're nothing but a failure who needed another to make up for her weakness. The girl began to cry as she was bombarded with memories of her past, bullying, and her failures. She shook her head as she tried to forget Tamura's death from her mind, but suddenly a high-pitched voice said, Shut up. She tried her best. Both looked and Izuku sneered. Where did you brat come from? Go back to bed. 𝗧𝗍 saw Tenko in front of her. She tried her best to save me, but I was too stubborn. He then looked at the girl and said, Don't give 𝗧𝗍. You're a hero, beat him. Break his chains. Be yourself. He's only strong when you let him be. The girl then stood up, steadying herself as she put a hand around the chain around her neck and began to yank it free. You will never control me ever again. I'm 𝗧𝗍 Kendo, the battle hero, Battle Fist, and I will be freed. I'm me, and I don't care what you say about me, so be gone. The chain was then broken as Izuku was blasted away, but Kendo fell to the ground. The last thing she heard from Tenko was, Don't hate him. He's just hurt like me. Kendo hummed. Shigaraki of all people came to my rescue. I don't know if I feel flattered or insulted. Well, at least it's a cute baby version of him. It would have been wrong if Krusty himself came over to save me. She looked at him as he flipped her off, but she flipped him back as she asked, And what did he mean when he said he's just hurt like me? Shigaraki answered, In that world, the golden boy was abandoned by everyone. He was left alone. No one wanted him at worst, or no one supported him at best. He's died angry at this world. This is his way of leashing out by scaring any idiot who enters his domain. Midoriya may be the villain in the eyes of those girls, but in his eyes, everyone with a quirk is a villain. Everyone was shocked by his explanation as Izuku said, No one's born a villain, but villains are made from people's actions and inactions. Setsuna Takagi was a lot of things right now, but most importantly of all, she was petrified beyond belief. She heard about the urban legend, but she mostly scoffed it off as bullshit. People talking ill about some poor sap who was tired of life so much that he ended his life. She stood up from her crouched position as she prayed. Yes, prayed that she'll be set free. She was seriously going to give Shihai a piece of her mind when they came back. If she came back, she looked at the chain tied around her neck and gulped. She seriously should have listened to Ibara. She was an expert in religion and spirits. Ghosty was an expert in horror movies. Setsuna chuckled awkwardly. I guess this now means that I'm going to be the one put on the test. I wonder what my insecurity will be for him to attack me with. But I doubt it will be anything I can't fight off. Izuku looked at her and gave her a thumbs up. I'm sure that you're going to do fine. I mean, you are one of the best students in the hero course. The girl felt her cheeks heat up. Boo. The girl heard a whisper behind, causing her to jump back, screaming like a little girl. 𝗧𝗍 laughed. Well, that's a solid start. Setsuna merely flipped her off, saying, Yours wasn't better for me. You also cried like a little girl, if I need to remind you. 𝗧𝗍 at least had the decency to blush as Ibara and Izuku chuckled beside, causing her to punch them in the shoulder. The girl whirled her body around as she came face to face with Izuku. Wow, I have to say you're cute for a ghost. The boy replied, Thanks, but flattery will get you nowhere here. You're in my domain, and I'm a god here. The girl gulped as she knew she had to play tough. She snapped her fingers as she sat down. Come at me with the toughest thing you have. Nothing can faze me. The boy grinned, and it took all she had not to cry for the look he carried. It was like he knew something that she didn't, and this didn't vote well with her. I presume you would say something like that, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Failure. The girl jumped up as she yelled. I'll have you know that I'm at the peak of my life, and it can't be said that it is a failure. Yeah, sure. The boy snapped his fingers as he projected some of her memories. Why can't you be like your older siblings? They always better grades and have a better attitude than you. Why do you always have to be so disappointed? An older version of Takagi was reprimanding her daughter as she held a test that held the mark B+, but I did my best on the exam, and I got the highest grade, the little Setsuna said. And it's not my fault that she began the fight. I had to defend myself from her. The older woman frowned, and always talking back to me. Honestly, you're such a failure compared to the others. Go to your room and study harder, young lady. She then gave Setsuna her test as the girl slowly made her way to her room as she softly sniffled. Oh, so I guess I have a strict mother here. Most looked at her as she said, my mom is really chill. Most of the time, we spend time preparing dates for each other. Everyone looked at the screen and continued to watch. What a weakling, am I right? He said as he appeared beside Setsuna, who had tears pooling up in her eyes, but used her willpower. Always been a failure from a young age till now. It must be really hard to live up to the expectations with all your weakness, especially given how weak you are, and how lame your quirk is. Hell, you couldn't even save your mentor. Another memory popped up as Setsuna remembered it from after the joint exercise. She sat inside her room crying as she remembered her defeat at the hand of Bakugo and Majestic's death. It was so fast. I barely saw anything. I'm so sorry. I failed, Majestic. Playing hero while everyone is stronger than you. Why bother when you're nothing but a failure? At this point, the girl was curled up in a fetal position as she cried silently, not wanting to appear weak. Admit it, you're pathetic. He kept attacking her with memories of her mother scolding her, but when she was about to give up, something popped into her head. It was something her father told her, be proud of who you are. She stood up shakily as she said, I don't care if I'm a failure. I'm me and that's final, so go away. She said, yanking the chain and throwing it to the side as Izuku disappeared. She then fell into unconsciousness. I won, but it was a close one, but I still won. The girl cheered as she asked, I wonder who's he going after now? She looked at Kanoko and Yui, feeling that Ryuko was toward the end. Something then popped into her head. Hey, I never saw Pony show up. Discord answered. She's in one in this world, while Shinso managed to wiggle his way, albeit barely, into 1B by saving Uraraka from the 0-pointer in this world. The brainwashing boy cheered. Kanoko looked around in fear. She should have really stayed to hear Ibara's stuff, but no, she had to come to see Ryuko desecrate someone's memorial. No wonder he was pissed off. She sure will be. A clanking noise behind her caused her to jump up as she yelled, Who's there? Kanoko gulped. It's my turn to experience this horror. I hope I come out in one piece. And before Setsuna can even joke about it, a glare forms. The mushroom girl shut her up. I don't think being scared half to death is something to be laughed about, said. The green-haired girl chuckled while rubbing the back of her head. I just wanted to lighten the mood a little given how tense it seems. Not that I can blame anyone here. It's just so creepy. She looked up and saw Izuku hanging by a noose from the ceiling. She cried out in fear, but the corpse suddenly said, Why are you screaming, weirdo? Or should I say disgusting? The girl was taken aback when she heard those words. It's been a while since the last time she heard them, but she shook her head. They mean nothing. She was going to be the pro hero, 𝗵𝗃𝗄, and she wasn't about to allow some phantom to stop her, so she steeled herself. Do your worst. Izuku grinned at her with all his teeth visible. But of course, Miss Pro Hero, I have to do my worst to live up to my reputation, but do tell me one thing. Are you sure you're a pro, because you don't seem like one to me? Kanoko's resolve fell slightly as she asked, What do you mean? Of course, I'm a pro hero. I'm going to graduate the coming year, and I'm going. She was cut off, to be the next 𝗵𝗵𝗶 in line to take the money and keep taking to shove it in her pockets. You know, people like you disgust me. You have no reason to live other than money. I really wish I could just kill you, but I am a man of my word, so if you pass you may live. The girl shrunk on herself. Those words she heard recently from a lot of people calling her greedy. Only thinking about herself, but she yelled, I'm not greedy. I'm doing it. For what? The people. He then laughed loudly. People like you always begin the same for the people, and then you start hoarding money for your pockets. He grabbed the girl by the face. Look me in the eyes and tell me I'm wrong. This doesn't look too shroomy for me. I'm about to fold in and be defeated, Kanoko said in worry for her alternate self as she hoped for a line of hope to appear. The girl cried as she was too afraid to think or act. Not such a cruel gaze and the amount of malice she was receiving. But she remembered her classmates who always praised her for her goals and her desire to help others. She looked at him as she remembered her boyfriend 𝗬𝗪 when he told her that she was one of the most generous people he ever met. She was so going to bet his butt once she's back. You're wrong. Now shroom off me and leave me alone. Izuku was then pushed off her as he said in an angry voice, Damn it, this can't keep happening to me. I will win against you all. She then saw the Spectre vanish into the darkness. She quickly grabbed her chain and ripped it off, throwing it into the ground as she said, 𝗬𝗪, I hope you're ready for the beatdown of the century when we come back because of your great idea. She then passed out. Kanoko wiped the sweat that formed on her forehead on her version's behalf as she clutched her heart, saying, That was too much for my heart to handle. I honestly thought that he was going to beat me and take my body for himself. She then looked at the resident emo kid of 1B, rising a thumbs up. Thanks for the kind words, Kiwara. The boy frowned as he knew that the girl he longed for didn't like him back, but nodded anyway. Setsuna then said, okay, so that's Itsuka, me, and Kanoko. So that leaves just Yui and Ryuko. I mean, Yui's is quite obvious. I mean, both courses know at this point that she's a little bit shy. A lot of boys of 1B in their heads said, more like seriously perverted, but keeps it for herself. Izuku said, I just hope that you all make it out safe. Yui took deep breaths to ward off the suffocating feeling of death that came with the place. It was like the entire building was a trap to suck out life from your body. When Ryuko originally told her what she was doing, she was against it, but she didn't speak against it since she knew that at the end of the day, the local legend is just that, a local legend. But now seeing the Spectre in all of its glory changed her mind. She wanted out, and quickly. A thud behind her alerted her to the presence of the one person she didn't want to see. The Spectre stood there with an ear-to-ear grin like a demon ready to hunt down its prey as he said, well, silent beauty, ready to give up your body. I promise I'll take good care of it. Yui frowned. It would appear that Ryuko is saved for last. And now it's my turn to suffer. I worried that he might succeed in ending me. Or else I'm not sure I'm ready to die. Meanwhile, everyone in 1B was shocked as they watched Yui and that world run away in fear with a scared look that showed so much emotion. It was a rare sight to behold to see the Ice Queen of 1B to have her give out such a face. Yui looked at the shocked looks. What? It doesn't mean that I'm good at controlling my emotions, that I'm emotionless. The girl frowned as she crossed her arms as Izuku said, I think you're great, Kodai. The girl blushed lightly as she thanked him. Yui was now running in the endless darkness till something snagged her leg. It was a hand. And she perfectly knew who it belonged to. Where are you going, emotionless monster? The girl shuddered at the words, the tone, and the name. It was one given to her by her sister when they saw their mom fall down the stairs. While her sister cried, she was stone-faced. This didn't sit well with her sister, who began to call her that. Or should I call you the bringer of death and destruction, since every time that mouth of yours opens someone gets hurt? The girl shook her head in silence as the Spectre hit her with a memory of a training exercise with her partner at the time, Ibara. She tried to engage in small talk with him, but she distracted him, causing him to break his leg. The girl continued to shake her head, refusing to listen, as she said in a harsh voice, shut up. You don't know anything about me or my friends. Leave me alone now. Izuku was shocked when he was blasted away, as he was not expecting the girl to be freed this quickly. Everyone looked at Yui as she said, I don't take shit from anybody, and it would take more than a few words to startle me. Ryuko gulped as she knew that now was her turn to suffer. It would appear that the rail of misfortune has finally reached me. I hope that fate doesn't make me a victim at the end of the road of uncertainty. Izuku looked at her. I hope you pass that test too, Yanagi. I don't want any harm to come to you. Ryuko has done a lot of stupid stuff in her life. Her mother can testify to that. From the time she thought the neighbor's house was haunted, so she brought a ghost detecting kit and entered it at night at the age of 8, which thankfully elicited a few laughs, to the time she unintentionally summoned a demon into the dorms who is still lurking somewhere. She made sure to burn the Ouija board after that, and for Ibara never to find out. No, was Ryuko's reply to Ibara's unasked question. I didn't summon a demon. It's just your imagination and Kaminari's appetite. I once saw him sneak into our dorms and eat your leftovers. The mentioned boy cried out, hey, don't sell me out like that. Ryuko shrugged. Ryuko looked in front of her as she gulped. The Spectre was standing there. Well, if it isn't the idiot who caused this in the first place. Tell Creepy what you have to say for yourself. Makes you feel tough that you knocked down something that can't defend itself. The girl gulped. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just doing a bet. The ghost hummed, I suppose so. I mean, someone as creepy as you are won't be able to make friends unless they lick people's boots to prove to them that they're cool. The girl was taken aback by the word as she defended herself. I'm not creepy. Then why did your friends in elementary and middle school leave you? Izuku asked with a smirk as a single tear left Ryuko's eye. She remembered how everyone used to leave her once they learned about her unusual interests. I have friends now. They care about me, she said in a loud voice, but Izuku smiled as he said, really, you sure? I mean, after this will they be your friends? The girl shrank down, risking their life for absolutely nothing. Ryuko yelled, I don't care, I trust my friends. And they won't abandon me over something like this. I know them more than you do, so fuck off. Ryuko smiled. She did it. She defeated the ghost at its own game. But once she opened her eyes, she paled as a single whisper entered her ear. Ryuko was confused. It was clear that she passed the test the ghost has set, but why was she worried? Could be there more to the test than meets the eye? Ryuko wondered. Izuku scratched the top of his head. I don't know, but I have a bad feeling about this. I just hope that this doesn't end badly. He knew deep down that something bad was about to happen. It was now morning as birds were chirping into the old junior high. The girls were all sprawled against the ground, sleeping peacefully. Itsuka woke up and said, guys, are you all right? Everyone woke from their sleep, checking themselves as they all practically ran outside the building as Kendo said, let's never do this again. Kanoko nodded. I barely shroomed my way out of his test. I thought I was a goner. Yui nodded with her as Setsuna added, yeah, he's super messed up. He hit with some serious shit. I almost lost it. Kendo too was afraid. The only one who didn't say anything was Ryuko, who was looking back at the building with fear. But the orange-haired girl could have sworn that she saw a smirk for a brief moment, but she shook her head. Come on, let's go to the dorms. The girls all began to leave, but Ryuko took one last look at the building for a brief moment. Her eyes became emerald green before returning to normal as she walked away with a shit-eating grin that didn't belong to her face under normal circumstances. Mina then said in shock, "You gotta be fucking kidding me. Did 𝗧𝗵𝗵 take over Ryuko's body? But how she passed his test?" Everyone was also flabbergasted by this. Back in the school, the spirit of Ryuko stood with a chain preventing her from leaving as she remembered the Spectre's last words before he yanked her soul from her body. "It's a lie." "What?" Everyone from the hero course asked, confused. But only AFO knew, so he began laughing loudly as Izuku frowned, also understanding what the entity meant at the end of this world. He didn't like it. Discord said, "All right, what is your impression of this one?" The seventh world. Everyone was still dumbfounded and very confused that Ryuko still had her body possessed even though she passed the test set in front of her. Well, at least everyone. The only person who knew what happened was AFO, who was still laughing like a maniac till he took a deep breath. Discord, shall I explain the obvious to these imbeciles? The Chaos Master nodded. Well, to put it in terms so that you can understand, the legend is wrong. The test is just something he came up with to toy with people. He simply just loves their fear. It makes him feel powerful. And the little moments of victory are nothing more than him allowing them to go when he was bored. So every time one of those girls managed to find their inner strength, the villain gestured with his fingers, was nothing more than the boy growing bored with them. In fact, the only one who shocked him was the orange-haired one when young Tamura came out of nowhere and managed to help her win. Everyone was flabbergasted by the revelation. But Momo raised her hand. Does anyone ever find out that there is something wrong with Ryuko? I mean, surely her friends will notice that something is wrong when she begins to behave strangely. Discord nodded his head. True, Ibara was the first to find out that something is wrong when she heard Ryuko talking to herself about getting used to a girl's body. At first, she dismissed it as Ryuko watching a horror movie and getting too much into it. But then one day she witnessed a very quick shift in the color of Ryuko's eye from her normal gray to green, and then back to gray. That's when she knew that something about her friend was off and set out to find what happened. And of course, she discovered a lot of things she wished she didn't, courtesy of 𝗵𝘃𝐻. Gyro jumped up inquiring. How the heck did that monster make it into Yua after he was the one who suicide baited Izuku in the first place? I find it hard to believe that Yua let him in. Discord looked at her as she sat down, so he asked, "How did you find out about that?" "I never told anyone that in my world, and the previous one never mentioned that, nor did this Izuku." The girl pouted. "I heard 𝗵𝘃𝐻 wondering if the nerd actually took his advice in that world and jumped off the roof like he told him." All the eyes were now set on 𝗵𝘃𝐻, who wanted nothing more than to disappear into thin air as Kirishima grabbed his shoulder. "Baku bro, you didn't say that right. You're manly." The red-haired boy asked more for himself than anything. The ashen blonde looked away at what can be called shame as he said, "Yeah, I did tell him to take a swan dive off the roof if he wanted to become a hero so badly. But I didn't mean it." Everyone was taken aback as they felt a spike in energy envelope them. They looked at Discord, who was cracking his neck. "Okay, I know this looks bad, but let's move past it, because there's nothing we can do right now to change the past. And the best we can hope is to find a better future." He finished as he saw murderous energy all directed toward 𝗵𝘃𝐻 as he answered Kyoika's initial question. Eraserhead decided to give him a chance. You see, after the investigation, a lot of people were taken to detention centers and juvenile jails, one of them 𝗵𝘃𝐻. He kept insisting that he wants to meet a teacher in UA, till they finally arranged for Eraserhead to meet him. 𝗵𝘃𝐻 expressed deep guilt in what happened and practically begged the man to give him a chance to prove that he can be a hero, which Izuku would be proud of. Eraserhead saw that 𝗵𝘃𝐻 has potential if he was willing to accept his mistakes and gave him a chance. But he was on parole. Ibara then asked, "What were the things I found that were so disturbing?" Discord replied, "Good question. You found the truth about Izuku Midoriya's quirk state. You see, in that world Izuku was labeled to everyone as someone with a minor analysis quirk, or that were the official records that the HPSC released." All Might asked, why did they fake the records? What were they going to gain from changing his status from quirkless to an analysis quirk user? Discord smiled, their independence. You see, unlike in your world where the government is kinda sleepy toward the HPSC behavior, in that one it was awake, and Lady Nagant's scandal rang red alarms, and the officials had to race to tell them that the woman went crazy, and they were given a warning: any more failures and they lose their independence. And given that the HPSC was in control of Aldria Junior High, and turned out that in this school there was an MLA recruitment site, it was a lot of trouble. And with Izuku being quirkless, it showed failure on their end for promoting equality for everyone, so they faked it as much as they can to save their skin. All Might was gaping as the rest of the audience till a feminine voice spoke. Don't feel so shocked, symbol of peace. Those bastards will do anything to cling to power. The blonde turned and saw a female with purple hair and quickly knew who she was, Lady Nagant. The woman chuckled. You know me. I'm shocked. Everyone looked at her as she said, I'm up to speed with everything going. She then turned toward Izuku saying, Nice harem you got there. Is there room for one more? The woman teased the boy who almost fainted from embarrassment. Ryuko then asked, Did I manage to receive my body back? The chaos user smirked. Not telling, though we might find out later on. Everyone tilted their heads, so he elaborated. There is a chance that some of the worlds we came across will come back as well as different variations of them, so don't be too shocked. He looked at Izuku. Mini-me, any words before we jump to something else? Izuku frowned. I didn't like this world, since it showed how close I was to becoming another Shigaraki. Someone who was consumed by anger that it ate him even in death, causing him to never find rest. I really hope that this never pops up again. Itsuka and Ibara hugged the boy, sensing the discomfort coming off him as Shigaraki frowned at the boy's last words. As much as I wish to deny it, both Shigaraki and I have one thing in common. We're both angry at this world for its treatment against us. The only difference, while I use it to build a better one, he uses it to destroy everything. Before Shigaraki can reply, Discord said, Alright boys and girls, let's go back to world viewing and leave the debates for some time later. The world changed once more till it landed on one world that simply said, Trust is as fragile as glass, 𝐶𝑢 croaked. I have a really bad feeling about this one, Ribbit. She looked at the chaos user who was biting his lip. Yep, this is definitely not a happy one. Discord rubbed the back of his head as he said, Wow, 2 bummer worlds in a row. That seems kinda depressing. Good thing Eri is sleeping, or else she would have nightmares for weeks. I'm sure you people will have plenty of them when this world is over. Everyone gulped at this. At the hero's side gulped while the villain's side remained as cool as a cucumber. Well, here goes nothing. Discord said, I just hope you're ready for it because it ain't nice. It was raining heavily in Musutufa City. The forest area near the park was something that resembled a war zone that had witnessed countless battles. Trees were slashed, burned, frozen, blasted, uprooted, and many more. The area was also surrounded by heroes as they circled someone obscured from the view of the press. Said person was being escorted after being defeated by the students and some heroes to an HPSC van to be taken to interrogation at their headquarters. The person was none other than the traitor that the HSPC managed to find with the help of Pro Hero Eraser. Lady Nagant frowned. I pity the poor soul who managed to fall under their radars. I know for a fact that whoever this is, he isn't the traitor and is just being accused falsely. Izuku just sighed. Of course, I'm being accused of being the traitor because why not? I mean, I didn't destroy my body over and over again just to help others. The boy frowned as the girls beside him hugged him even further as he said, Thanks guys, I really needed that. The traitor was in his civilian clothes. His chest had a large cut on it courtesy of a blade. He apparently also had frostbite and burns and limping awkwardly due to heavy impact. He was bleeding heavily from his head. His emerald green eyes were still in shock as he still didn't get why everyone he knew from 1A and 1B in addition to some heroes pounced on him at his mother's front door of all places. He was only thankful that he managed to take them to the forest of the park to avoid damage. If there was a good thing that came out of this, it was the fact that he activated Float, Danger Sense, and Smoke Screen, but even that didn't help him when Shinso brainwashed him. The boy looked to his side and saw both classes looking at him with anger. So he stopped saying, I just want to say one thing. He looked at them with eyes shining with disappointment. When the truth comes out, don't come back begging me for forgiveness because I ain't giving it to anybody this time around. He was then smacked by an agent of the HPSC urging him to move. Bakugo yelled, Shut the fuck up, Deku. This is the end of the road for you. Don't talk as if you have the moral high ground, you damned filthy traitor. Kirishima, even exhausted after having his ass kicked by the green-haired boy, grabbed Bakugo. Come on Baku bro. It's over. Kendo from the side said, He's right. Midoriya has been taken down. The traitor has been caught. There's no need to be this angry. Tonight, we party like kings. We finally took the one who put our lives in danger so much. We deserve it. Everyone agreed with her. Ibara added, It's sad that all the acts of kindness Midoriya displayed were just a ruse to help him worm his way into our hearts. It's a good thing that our teachers warned us about him, so he can't trick us anymore. It was 2 months since both teachers' classes warned them about Izuku being the traitor. Well, Aizawa warned. Vlad outright told his students to beat him up if he ever tried to talk with them. It only took one talk with Kendo, and the boy knew that he wasn't welcome in 1B. Vlad came up to both classes with Aizawa, who had his arm in a makeshift sling from his scarf with Shinso by his side. Good work, kid. We managed to take you, as traitor. You all earned a week's worth of vacation for your efforts. A huge man announced as Aizawa turned to Shinso. And Hitoshi, the boy looked at him with curiosity. Welcome to Class 1A. The boy cheered as everyone was celebrating the defeat of the traitor. and the new member of the hero course, but it only took 1 month to know how much they all fucked up royally. Izuku looked at Discord. What is the evidence that incriminated me as the traitor? I mean, Aizawa-sensei wouldn't just have jumped the gun like that unless he wanted to expel me to put Shinso in my place. The boy finished as his teacher hoped that he had some good reasons. Discord shrugged. Your notebooks. He found them laying around. He looked into them and saw the various weaknesses you wrote about, and they can be taken advantage of, and that's when he was convinced that you were the traitor even though he saw the improvement notes on how to avoid such weakness. He chucked off the smokescreen you used to cover your tracks. In addition to that, he read your file and found that you were quirkless till the entrance exams. So he thought that you got your quirk from AFO. The man was now full-on mad, laughing at how OFA's 9th user was accused of being his minion. And Black Whip didn't certainly help, but the main cause was the notebooks. The nighttime hero was currently sulking in the corner, wondering how a simple notebook was all that he needed to accuse his student of such a horrible crime. And to make it worse, he didn't go to Nezu. No, he went directly to HPSC, who was looking for a way to make Izuku their newest Lady Nagant, so they provided even more fake evidence. Lady Nagant swore silently under her breath. Damned leeches, they won't stop at anything to cling to power. So how was the boy freed from this sticky situation? Izuku added, the better question is, where's All Might? I mean, he would have supported me. Discord bit his lip. Well, in most about 80% of worlds where you're accused, All Might doesn't, but in this one he does. Izuku's face fell as he just heard that from every 10 worlds. Only in 2 is All Might on his side, with the hero having the same expression. All Might then bowed in front of his successor, young Midoriya. No words will ever display how sorry for what those versions of myself did. You're my successor and I fully believe in you. Izuku smiled softly at the hero as he stood up from between the 2 girls and walked toward All Might, hugging as he said, thanks All Might, you'll always be my hero. He then went to his place. Nezu meanwhile looked at Aizawa. Aizawa, if you ever conduct such an investigation and take it to the HPSC with such flimsy evidence, or tell your class before being sure of the details, I'll make sure that your body will never be found, since I read Midoriya's notebooks, and they're full with ways to counter said weakness. The mammal stopped a limit, adding, wait, that version 2 had ways to do that, but you and the others decided to ignore it, so make sure to behave. A lot of truths have been revealed to me today, and I hope I don't find out more. The man shivered, and so did the other teachers, since they knew the threat was for them all, not just to Aizawa. Itsuka asked, did anyone at least argued for his side? Discord sadly shook his head. No one gave him the benefit of a doubt. All believed the flimsy evidence. Even people like Ochako, Tenya, Shoto, and Tsuyu stopped talking to him, fully believing that he was nothing than a villain in disguise. He then looked at Nagant, answering her earlier question. Nezu intervened. He had a few favors to cash with the Prime Minister, who allowed the boy to have a session with Tsukachi, who announced his innocence an hour after being tortured for an entire month and surviving under Eraserhead's watch, no less. The hero deflated even more, and of course, the HPSC sacrificed some of its officials to save itself from scandal. Discord called his hands. All right, let's move forward, shall we? 5 months later, inside a hospital, a loud yell of pain could be heard, followed by a slap. Inside a room, Izuku was sitting on a bed as Melissa was attaching his new right arm. The arm was made from the strongest metal forged with the boy's DNA to allow Black Whip to funnel through it. Basically, the girl made it so that it would be as if his arm never disappeared. By his side were 3 children, Eri, Kota, and a boy with black hair. The boy was none other than Tamura Shigaraki, who thanks to Eri's quirk was reverted to a child at the request of Izuku to be given a new chance in life. Tamura grumbled, so now I'm giving to be raised to love heroes. Fine, just fucking fine. The man began to scratch his neck as Himiko smacked him on the back of the head. Just be happy you didn't go to jail. I bet he sent me to the funny farm. Discord laughed. True enough, but he does visit you every 2 days, and you're making a quick recovery, so you can join society on your own terms. Himiko smiled satisfied. Kaminari asked, that's sweet and all, but why was Midoriya having a new arm placed? And how was his original one destroyed, to begin with? Kaminari knew it had something to do with what happened at first, but hoped it didn't. Discord replied, well, remember the Jaku Hospital event? He nodded. Well, after it, Izuku went hunting for FO on his own with the aid of All Might, but at one point he began to ignore his body, demanding some rest. Something happened that caused him to relax and reconnect with All Might after leaving him for a while, before he found the base of a FO launching a surprise attack and taking them out alone, only to then travel the country with the aid of a reformed Kurogiri after Shimakura regained control of his body, hunting criminals. When he stopped, at last, his right arm kinda shriveled and fell off from the abuse it suffered, so All Might requested Melissa to help him, and the girl came to his aid. Kaminari nodded, swallowing heavily. Melissa looked at him. Stop squirming like a baby. The robotic arm is interfacing with your nervous system, so of course, it's going to hurt like a bitch. Izuku groaned. Melissa, there are children in the room. Could you filter your words? This earned him another smack from Kurogiri, who said, That wouldn't have happened if you took my advice and rested. The boy rubbed the back of his head as he looked at the 3 children in front of him. They were everything that he had left. Sadly, his mother was killed by an enraged woman claiming that she was taking revenge for her mom who died in the Kamino incident. He remembered his 5-month hunt for FO. He barely survived it. He remembered when he stormed the base. His memory of him connecting with all the mutants that they had from his experience of discrimination for being quirkless and taking a hit aimed at someone who sided with him, changing the tides to his favor and causing the downfall of both Spinner and 𝗵𝗃 General. How he took care of 𝗬𝗵𝗵 in mere moments using a 100% smash on the villain's face while Fa-Jin was active. How he gave his first kiss, regrettably, to Toga to convince her to give up and that she will live in a world which will accept her. How he managed to defeat all previous MLA generals. And finally his fight with both Shigaraki and AFO. It was only due to Tenko Shimura taking control that he managed to win, and both he and Tenko made AFO into tomato sauce, and after that used Eri to turn Tenko back into a child to give him the chance that he never had to begin with. The boy looked at the mist man who was starting to reform to his former self, saying, I know, but I'm the new symbol of hope, so I have to carry this duty. Melissa and Oboro frowned heavily, but there was no arguing with the boy. Ochako cried out, why did he do this to himself? Why did he run himself ragged like this? Why didn't ask for our help? We're his friends. The girl realized why the boy never came to them. He was afraid that we might betray him in the middle of the fight, so he couldn't afford to trust us. That's true. Izuku, after what happened, couldn't bring himself to believe or trust any of you given how easily you all betrayed him. Even when both classes went on a mission to bring him back to school to help him relax. He defeated you all before completing his mission though. At this point, he did admit that he needed to reconnect with All Might, so that's a good thing. Shoto looked down in shame as he thought about what his friend must have gone through alone. Did he forgive us? And another question, as insensitive as it may seem. How was he able to do missions with us if he doesn't trust us? Discord replied, no problem, he did, but now he just doesn't care about you guys anymore. At first, he hated you all, then he was dejected, then he was sad, then he just forgot about you altogether. And make no mistake, Izuku still works with you guys, but he just couldn't do it in this matter regarding AFO. The United Alliance of 1A and 1B, currently 2A and 2B. The idea was made by both homeroom teachers in hopes of gathering both classes together to help make them into a family. But Nezu knew it was a desperate attempt to get Izuku to trust his classmate once more, but allowed it anyway. What the 2 buffoons according to Nezu didn't know that Izuku told him personally that the only reason he didn't leave UA was due to the fact that other schools were stretched too thin to accept newcomers even if he was the national hero. Inside the building, the students were still watching the news to hear anything about their friend, if they can call him that at this point. They all remembered when the day he was taken into custody, how they partied hard and laughed when he said that they were going to regret this. The only shame they had was explaining to Eri that her hero was a villain. Of course, the girl didn't take it too well, refusing to believe them, but they knew it would take time. All this happiness and joy came to a halt 1 month later when the doors were kicked open by Izuku himself. He walked toward his room and Bakugo tried to stop him, but with one flick from Izuku's finger and the boy was at 1B's dorms. This caused chaos to ensue as everyone wondered why he was out of prison, but All Might, Nezu, and Tsukachi came inside the dorms with a shell-shocked Aizawa telling them the truth. They could hear the drop of a pin. They felt their world shatter. Some wailed, some refused to believe that they basically betrayed their friend, some had panic attacks, while others fainted on the spot. They then saw Izuku carrying a bag full of his notebooks, and his words will haunt them forever. I guess our friendship was all ink and paper since this was all that it took for you guys to betray me. If it was you, I would have fought to prove you innocent. He then went out with All Might to visit his mother's grave, who they heard was killed in some type of revenge. Setsuna asked, does he ever talk to us again? Or ever believe in us? Discord shook his head. No, after the betrayal, Izuku finally believes that the best way to survive is on his own and with the least amount of companions possible. It didn't help that second over there was whispering things such as an efficient hero doesn't depend on others bullshit in Izuku's mind. It took some while with All Might insisting, but he eventually saw a therapist. Kaminari asked, okay, just a question, how was actually the traitor in that world? Discord smiled and said, you won't believe who it was. It was someone who was laying in plain sight. It was. He pointed his finger at Kaminari, you. The boy was shocked that he was the traitor. What? I would never work for them, I swear. The boy defended himself as Discord made him shut up. I know, you aren't here in this world, but in that one you are. In fact, this is one of the few where there isn't a traitor, but the League gets their info when they hacked in UA's mainframe. He looked at Midnight, who blushed. Stop opening random websites, woman, Kaminari asked. Why did I work for them in the first place? His answer was an imitation of his way mode, making the boy frown since he sold himself for a better quirk. So you looked at the others in the room. So how are we going to address this? Midoriya is living with us against his will. And every time we talk to him, he ignores our existence or replies politely before excusing himself to do something. The frog girl was one of the most affected when the truth was revealed, as she spent an entire night crying in her room. And it didn't help when Izuku was destroying himself for the sake of stopping Shigaraki. Kirishima sighed. I heard news from All Might that his new arm was put in its place, but it will only be temporary till Eri can use her quirk on a certain part of the body instead of all of it. The mood was sobered. Everyone was still reeling in from the investigation, the war, and finally Izuku's current predicament. Kirishima laughed. Do you remember the night we attacked him? How he was asking why we're attacking him? Everyone looked at him. For a moment, I thought he was innocent. I told myself that he wouldn't betray us, but I steeled myself. He looked at his hand. I guess I won't live up to Crimson Riot's name. He was hugged by Mina. Kendo was silent the entire time. The ex-president of 1B mostly avoided him these days, not because she hated him, but out of shame. She used to train with him and saw his notebooks and what was written in them, but she was swept in the river of fear and nervousness. She looked at what was supposed to be Ibara's and Pony's seats. The girls, once the truth came, left the hero course unable to believe that they were fit to be heroes after this. Last thing she heard was that Ibara was now studying human rights to start a charity to help quirkless kids with villainous quirks and weak quirks, while Pony was studying to become an animal doctor in her country. How I wish I had half their courage. Ibara said, if it happened once, it will happen again. This version of myself made a very wise choice of leaving the hero course. I can't disagree with her. She then felt Izuku rub his head against her, making her blush before returning it. The boy told her, I don't agree with you. I think that she would have still made a good hero. Some bad choices don't make a bad person. It's what you do after that that defines who you are. He then looked at Itsuka, who was visibly sad. Don't feel bad, Itsuka. What happened there won't happen here. He then kissed her on the nose, making both blush. Kamakiri was hugging his legs. What can we do? We can't force him to listen to us. He accepted our apology, but at the same time moved forward with his life and left us all behind. He just doesn't care about us anymore. He then saw Monoma opening his mouth, causing him to shout, Shut the fuck up, you bitch. It's because of your big mouth that his mother was killed. The blonde boy visibly recoiled, remembering how he leaked info that Izuku was the traitor in hopes of making Wano look bad. Everyone looked at the blonde, who was staring with horror as he felt a presence above him. The boy looked to see Vlad with a vein on his forehead throbbing heavily. I hope that you won't do something like that. The boy nodded his head while he felt dirty glares thrown at him. Itsuka grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt. If you ever do shit like this, your head won't remain on your shoulders. Am I clear? The boy nodded as Kendo, satisfied, went back and snuggled with Izuku. Satsuna said, How about we make an analysis book about all our quirks and give it to him? I'm sure he might remember the good old times. The girl suggested. She was one of the hardest people trying to get on his good side, along with Ida, Momo, Ochako, Shoto, Tsuyu, Nito, and surprisingly Bakugo of all people. The girl still remembered when she was bummed out after her sound defeat at the hands of Bakugo. Izuku came and cheered her up, but when he needed someone to cheer him up, she ignored him. She still had nightmares about how he looked after the Jaku raid. This, paired with the death of Majestic, her mentor, made a deep hole in her chest. Ochako shook her head. It won't work. Midoriya doesn't need something like this. It will only make this worse. The girl has long stopped calling him Deku, given that the boy stopped responding to it. Now, she uses Midoriya, hoping one day to be able to use that name again. Bakugo opened his mouth but was silenced by Mina. Don't, Bakugo. We want ways to make him talk to us, not ignore us even more. A vein throbbed on the boy's forehead as he asked, What the fuck is that supposed to mean? His hands began to sparkle as small explosions escaped from them, but everyone mostly ignored him, trying to find a solution for their problem, causing him to yell. I asked a question. Gyro yelled back. It fucking means that we don't want his bully's help. You've been bad-mouthing him since the start of school, attacked him ever since we started on the first day. And then on the night of the provisional license exam, you tried to kill him because you thought he was a villain. The girl began to sob. I should have known the moment Aizawa-sensei said that you're a major witness that this investigation was bullshit. The girl was still dealing with the fact that Kaminari, her boyfriend at the time, was the traitor. Gyro scoffed. Of course, the world where I was dating Jamming Dold, he's the traitor. Kaminari hugged her from behind, saying, Well, how about we date since there is no traitor in our world? The boy hoped his other crush would accept him, but Kaiuka shrugged him off as she looked at Izuku with longing eyes. Midoriya, you bastard. Having all the girls to yourself. At least share some with us. Bakugo went unexplainably silent as a tear rolled down his eye as he said, Don't you think I know that already? He was my friend, but I always treated him badly to serve my ego. I wish I was a better person altogether, but at this point, it can't be helped. I just want to bring my old friend back from the dead. The boy sniffled quietly as Mina cried herself. Xiaoji then replied, I feel horrible. Every day, I see him running through the country to help mutants. Last week, he went to a village and stopped an attack on a mutant family. He arrested a huge number of the creature rejection clan. Instead of me being beside him, I mostly sidelined because he can't bring himself to trust me. Shinso, the entire time, sat quietly. When Aizawa told him that they found that Izuku was the traitor, he laughed in his mentor's face. He couldn't help but laugh at what he thought was a good joke at the time. But when he saw that the man was serious, he argued back. Even when he went on the mission, he wasn't sure of it. I really don't want to push it with him. We already did enough damage. I think that we should just move on with our lives. Shinso nodded. Yes, that would be the wisest route of action. We broke his trust in us. This isn't something that you expect an apology can fix. Sure, he forgave us, but at the same time that doesn't mean he will hug us and everything will return to normal. I just hope we won't annoy him too much. Aizawa from the side nodded his head. The door was opened as Midoriya strolled in with Tenko and Eri by his side. The older one kneeled down and told them, "Now wait here till I go remove my hero costume and we'll go to the park." He stood up to go to his room, but Tenko tugged his pants. He looked down at the black-haired boy who asked him, "Can I get a dog?" "I want a corgi, please, big brother." Izuku ruffled his hair as he said, "You got it." The two children cheered as they had what they wanted for weeks. Ochako smiled as she went to them. But once Tenko saw, he hid behind Eri, given that he was 4 and still not used to new people. And the fact that Eri told him that they were bad people didn't help ease his worries. "Hey guys, I heard that you're going to the park. Mind if I tag along?" Eri frowned as she said in a cold voice, "Yes, I do mind. Now, leave my brothers alone." Ochako chuckled awkwardly. "Well, it seems that Eri doesn't like me there. Not that I can blame her." She looked at the chaos being. "Is there a point where he actually returns to treating us normally?" Discord nods. "In the 10-year reunion, you all finally understand what he wanted, so he begins to accept you back into his life." The girl beams, but Discord shoots her down. At that point, he married Himiko and had twins with her, knowing at least she won't backstab him. The girl in question was squealing in happiness. "I married Izu. That's so awesome, and I had kids with him." She looked at the boy, but the two girls with him shoot her down instantly. "No." The girl pouted as she said, "Meanies." Tamura looked at Izuku and said, "Thanks for the dog, golden boy. I really like corgis." Ochako deflates as Mina comes to her aid. "Come, Eri, don't be so cold. We just want to have fun with you guys." The little girl glared at her, still remembering how she bragged about burning Izuku's right arm with her acid. At this point, Tenko was close to tears as he hugged Eri. But then their salvation came as Izuku exited the elevator fully dressed. The boy then went to the children and said, "Ready to have a day full of fun?" The two nodded their heads as Izuku went to call Oboro to open a portal for him, but Toru asked him, "Hey, Midoriya, do you think we can go and have fun with you guys? Have a whole class picnic." The boy stared at her before answering, "No, I don't think so, but have a fun day, guys." A portal erupted as Izuku walked through it with the kids, leaving the dumbfounded class behind as the gravity girl began to wail in sadness. Back in the park, Tenko asked, "Big brother, didn't you tell me that you should forgive people when they hurt you, so hate won't blind you?" Tamura smiled. "Yeah, little me call him out on his hypocrisy. See for yourself how the hero society is all nothing but empty words." His mouth was then stuffed with a meat bun from Mr. Compress, who said, "Quite now, we want to see what he will say." The only question on the Decay user's mind was, where the fuck did he get the meat bun to begin with? "Little brother, remember when I told you that trust is as fragile as glass?" The little boy nodded. "Well, they broke my trust. Until this day they don't get that they can't fix what was shattered to a million pieces. Even though they apologized on some level, they still say that what they did was right. They forget the most important thing about a hero. It is to save people, whether be it a villain or victim." The boy rubbed his hair. "The day that understand that things can't go to normal like it was, and try to earn my trust back, then I'll be nice to them or talk with them more often." The little boy nodded as he went to play with Eri. Aizawa commented, "Wise words. He's not wrong though. I think that the only reason he forgave them was that the hate was too much. I think that they thought that with the apology that everything will be fine going on forward, but forgot that Midoriya doesn't trust them anymore. I think that for things to return to normal, the kids have to acknowledge that things will never go to normal right away, and it will need time." Discord smiled. "Well, that's the gist of this world, so opinions?" The 8th world. Discord floated in his place as everyone digested what they just saw till Shigaraki raised his hand like a toddler, and Discord nodded. "Well, I believe that this world shows how hero society is incapable of doing anything right." Discord wanted to ask him what he was going about, but the Decay user carried on, especially how they thought someone who was almost killed trying to stop us and me personally was the traitor. I think that Eraserhead wasn't looking for the traitor. No, he just wanted a traitor to calm his nerves down and pat himself on the back, saying that he did something useful. He just looked at someone who might have a vendetta against the system as a whole and glued the accusation to him. I mean, if we had those notebooks before the USJ, do you think that you would have made it out alive and in one piece? Shigaraki finished, making many wonder what would have happened if Tamura had the notebooks. Discord nodded. "That's surprisingly correct. Eraserhead in that world wasn't actually out for the traitor. He wanted a lamb to slaughter, and he narrowed it down to 𝗲𝗏, given that she can listen to everything and everyone, and Izuku. And Midoriya was the lucky winner in the end, or unlucky given the circumstances here. He scratched his head. The man was so convinced that he asked Izuku during one of the investigations, and I quote him, "Why did you start working for the League of Villains at the age of 4? Was your jealousy against quirked people so much that you decided to be a villain right off the bat without looking at any other options?" End quote. Eraserhead smashed his face into the ground, surprised at the very dumb question that exited his mouth. Ochako asked, "Why didn't any of us believe him? We've been friends for many months. How could we just forget all the suffering we had together over a small silly notebook?" Discord shook his head. "Well, yeah, it's true that you suffered together, but at the end of the day, you all suffered. All of you were offered someone to take your frustrations on, and you all kinda jumped on the boat. No one noticed how Kaminari always had phone calls with the name Sensei plastered all over it, or how when the camp raid happened he was conveniently out of reach of the villains and with the teachers, or how at the USJ he somehow wandered onto a villain's hands. Izuku had something that would make him work for the League of Villains, unlike Kaminari, who just worked there before a new quirk was even on the table. He wanted a place to be accepted. Add to that, you were all teenagers who were put through hell itself during the years of their life. Izuku understood that and moved with his life. The reason he didn't speak with you was that you all thought that you'd just apologize and let bygones be bygones. I mean, Ida accused him of aiding Stain and ending his brother's career and then covering his tracks. Both Idas facepalmed at the silly accusation. Nezu asked, "May I ask what the teachers did after the truth came out?" He was very intrigued by what the teachers would have done to rectify the already bleak situation, but nothing prepared him for what Discord said. They tried to quit. All the tea that he was drinking was thrown out of his mouth as he asked, "What? After all the damage they did? They just expected that can walk out of it like nothing just happened. No trying to fix the damage they caused." Discord nodded. "Funny, that's what that version of you said to them. The thing is that they all thought that they weren't fit to teach after what they have done, especially Vlad, who because of his disregard and general lack of tact in handling the situation led to the death of Minimi's mom because someone couldn't keep his mouth shut. All eyes landed on Monoma, who tried to hide on the bottom of the earth given what that idiotic version of himself did. You literally shredded their resignations and told them to take responsibility for their actions or else they'll meet the same fate as the scientists who conducted experiments on you. So yeah." Endeavor asked, "What was my stance on this?" "Well, you found it quite ridiculous that they have evidence that proves that Izuku was working for the League of Villains since he was 4, so you told the president to stop wasting your time with fairy tales and nonsense." The Flame Man was shocked, as Discord carried on. "Given that you imprisoned your wife with fake evidence for many years in the mental ward, you kinda had to the ability to tell fake evidence for real evidence." The man nodded his head, before a dark cloud formed on his head given where that ability came from while his wife patted him on the back. 𝗲𝗏 then asked, "You said that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 was the traitor of that world while ours was Midnight's stupid opening of random websites that gave the League a stronghold in our systems to know what's going on inside the school and spy on us. So what about the other worlds? Who has the highest probability of being the traitor?" Discord smiled. "Well, the first is Yuga, given that in most worlds he is quirkless and his parents buy a quirk for a FO, and you know what that means down the line. Then comes Toru wanting to be visible again. Kaminari, either he's just a villain or wants a better quirk. Momo, since her parents were followers of a FO from the start of his movement. Ochako for the money. Me, given that many versions of myself are quirkless." Everyone was shocked, but he continued, "Don't be like that because I'm no saint. And finally the last one is you, 𝗲𝗏, given that your quirk is the perfect one to hear intel without being noticed. So yeah, those are the most common traitors. They are the most common traitors out there, and I once found Kendo, but it was to save her father's life." Discord asked, "Are we done here? Or to be more specific, is the peanut gallery done giving out their opinions or asking their questions?" No one spoke except AFO, who was chuckling at the notion of a peanut gallery, with Yoichi, who was smacked by the second user for making friends with the enemy. "All right, Minimi, any comments?" Izuku sighed because those two worlds took a toll on his spirit. His friends saw things that they weren't supposed to see, to begin with, but said, "Well, for starters, it kinda hurts that my friends think so little of me, at least in that world and many others I presume given what you say. But they are forgiven regarding the circumstances. But seriously, working for the League of Villains since I was 4. What kind of bullshit do you need to take to believe such crap?" Aizawa felt himself become smaller. "And by the way, who's 𝗲𝗏𝗺 that Kurogiri is supposed to be?" Discord chuckled as Mike and Eraserhead slammed their heads into the ground as they tried to ignore the name like they did last time. Well, it was Mike's and Sensei's best friend who was turned into the first high-end Namu of sorts, and he is Kurogiri. The Mist Man replied, "And I'm highly disappointed in Aizawa." Everyone looked at him as he said, "Yes, I'm 𝗲𝗏𝗺. I'm the one in control." And the only reason I didn't murder AFO right now is that I can't move due to someone keeping the failsafe inside my body in case I regain my memories in check. He looked at Aizawa and said, "And Shota, for the love of Pete's sake, stop expelling students to make them better by using trauma. This will only lead to trouble further down the line." The knight hero nodded his head as he smiled sheepishly. Discord yelled, "To a new world." The worlds began to spin around as they finally landed on one. The world simply said, "A huge burden." Izuku was intrigued by the name of this world. Was he the burden or was the one being burdened? Guess I have to wait and find out, the boy thought with everyone else. Meanwhile, Eri began to wake up as she moved under Ibara's vines. The vine-haired girl looked at her and smiled. "Good morning, Angel. I suppose you liked the small nap that you had." Eri nodded her head. "Yes, Mama." "What world are we watching now?" Ibara smiled. "I guess we have to find out together." The small group consisting of Izuku, Eri, Ibara, and Itsuka huddled together as they prepared to watch the new world, much to the other girls' jealousy. The new world began to play out as it showed the USJ, making one a cringe in fear. It seemingly focused on Momo staring at Izuku, making the girl wonder if she was his girlfriend in that world. Momoge Urazu was no idiot. She was one of the smartest people in her class, but not the smartest. No, that honor went to the boy wonder, Izuku Midoriya. The boy seemingly had his way around any quirk he came across. Math was nothing to him. Literature from both quirk and pre-quirk eras was a sneeze, and finally English was a huge A+ on his record. But the most amazing thing about him was his quirk, energy manipulation that had many uses. Black energy whips, flying, super strength, durability, super speed, a sixth sense that allowed him to detect danger, the ability to overwork his glands to produce smoke, the ability to charge his already powerful hits as an after effect. And finally the most confusing one, energy transfer that allows changing his or anyone's speed that he touches, making a joke of Newton's second law. The users of OFA had their mouths hit the ground, unable to process how the boy managed to get like their quirks in one go. Did the quirk already reach singularity and All Might passed on at the moment the quirks were supposed to appear? Or was it the boy's luck that was at work here? The third asked, "I don't want to be a backseat driver, but how the hell did that happen?" Discord said, "An explanation is on its way." The man nodded before looking back at the world. Though she was 100% sure of something. To her, he was without a shadow of a doubt the ninth successor of OFA, but she couldn't find a way to justify the other powers. Momo paled, wondering if she was a traitor in that world. And she was on a mission to see who was the successor to take him out early, so she tried to ask but was silenced by a firm no. The girl after that breathed out a huge sigh of relief for not being the traitor, though this didn't help the OFA users who were wondering how in the world did this girl know about OFA. Only All Might had an inkling of an idea, and he was hoping that he was wrong. She still remembers the day that All Might, the symbol of peace, was declared dead after fighting a very strong supervillain. She was devastated that day. How couldn't she? He was everyone's favorite hero. And to see him dead made her sad, adding to that the knowledge of a villain strong enough to kill him didn't help at all. She was among many children who cried at his funeral that was aired worldwide. But the true horror came 6 years later when someone named AFO made his appearance known. The man announced himself as the person who killed All Might, not without suffering damage himself. The man talked about his quirk scaring her, and he demanded the ninth successor of OFA hand himself over or there will be consequences. That night her parents found her praying that whoever had this quirk to surrender himself so that her quirk will stay with her. To say that her parents were disappointed would be an understatement. They gave her a huge yet gentle lecture about how fearing the villain will make him more powerful in the long run. She didn't understand it back then, but now she did. The only thing she wanted now was to be as much help to Midoriya as possible. If only he would tell her the truth, given that he allows diverting the subject when OFA is always brought up. Unbeknownst to her, Danger Sense was currently humming softly as Izuku was talking to his girlfriend, Itsuka Kendo. He was trying to placate the girl's worries about Momo, given that the girl was asking too many questions about OFA and its successor to the boy. All Might told him that FO had many spies when he handed him the quirk when he met him on the day of his death 11 years ago in an abandoned factory. He just hoped that Momo wasn't one of them. "Ates, you idiot. Did you burden a 4-year-old child with OFA?" The united scream of all OFA users was directed to All Might par Izuku, who didn't know if he should feel proud or worried. All Might himself sighed. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Discord, trying to somehow regain control of the situation, said, "Well, what do you know, Kendo? This is the second time you turn out to be his girlfriend. Could this be a sign that you two are meant for each other?" Both teens blushed as Izuku fainted with Discord's sigh. AFO being pragmatic at the moment, I don't know what they're angry about. The boy must have been amassing energy to the already powerful quirk, adding to that the reveal of the other quirks. I'm at quite the tight situation here, and since he doesn't have a quirk, he won't die for the overclock effect. This caused many heads to turn as Itsuka said, worried for herself. Overclock what? The villain explained that it was OFA simply killing its user since no one was supposed to hold more than 1 or 2 quirks, giving the 𝗵𝗃 as an example to what happened. Discord calmed down the atmosphere once more. Alright, calm down everyone. The overclock effect is a thing, but it doesn't happen in all the worlds, so some of you are safe. It's just poor Mirio who mostly dies from it. The blonde boy paled as he thanked the heavens that he wasn't the successor, with Sir Night-Eye gulping at the newly presented information. Yoichi looked at his brother and said, "Couldn't you, I don't know, tell us this little bit of information during the battles with my successors? I mean, the Demon King always used to brag about his moves. You would have helped me a lot in picking my successors." AFO only laughed at his brother's expense, much to the user's ire. The boy looked at his only ally and confidant. The beautiful orange head was always at his side ever since he joined the dojo that her father runs. He trained alongside her. The only thing that annoyed him about her was that she discovered him training his quirk, which forced him to tell her the truth after a long discussion with users, with the support of having an ally coming from second and third, believed that he needed a strong right hand, and saw that Itsuka fits the bill, as they also cited that every user had their own confidant. Itsuka had many emotions. First, she felt happy that Izuku trusted her with such a secret that would cause ripples worldwide, especially in a world like that. Second, she was confused. Why was he shocked that the second and third users were the ones that supported him? She asked, why was he shocked that those two were the ones that supported him? To tell me the truth. Second replied, because we don't approve of him, he too idealistic. He makes 𝐸𝐵 look like an emo. Kendo scratched her head. She knew that those two along with Yoichi were from a different time of horror, but she had to ask, but aren't you being a little harsh here? I mean, you're comparing our time to yours. He can't just go around killing people that he thinks are villainous. Third side, we're not saying that, but he can't be always sunshine and rainbows. This is the real world. You want to hope for a better world, okay. You want to have a bright future. That's cool, but you can't do that if every enemy you face, you'll go to Earth's End to save him while destroying yourself in the process. Shit like that happens only in fairy tales. Kendo took in his words, and she had to admit that there was some truth to them crossing the whole saving villain thing. Sometimes someone had to put out a hand to help others. Second rubbed the back of his head. I think we only supported him, so he can have someone who can put him on a tight leash and curb those self-sacrificial tendencies of his. Kendo nodded her head, agreeing with him, much to Izuku's slight annoyance. Calm down, Suka. I'm telling you that she's not the traitor or working for FO. Izuku whispered to the orange-haired girl, who frowned a little, saying, how are you so sure? She's been asking questions non-stop ever since you entered 1B. I have every right to be suspicious of her. I don't want her to expose you before you're ready to fight him. Izuku smiles softly at her. For all the big sister attitude and that strong tomboyish persona she puts around herself, she was one of the kindest people he had ever met. He knew that she was holding a very huge weight beside him, knowing his secrets and the threats that came with them. Anyone else might have caved, but she stood strong. He rubbed her cheek softly as he said, Suka, there's nothing to worry about. I promise you that. He then kissed her, managing to calm her down. Itsuka and Izuku blushed that they had PDA in front of everyone and in front of their teachers in what was supposed to be a villain attack in a couple of seconds. Eri happily clapped her hands at the love scene and said, Mama, Papa, can you kiss each other? The two teens stiffly nodded before giving each other a quick kiss, which made the horned girl smile. The two teens were called out of their romantic moment when they heard a cough. They both looked at their homeroom teacher. The blood user was not amused. He sighed, running his hand over his face. Look, I know that you're a couple, but please keep the PDA to a bare minimum. Deal. Both students nodded their heads with small blushes on their faces as they heard 1A's homeroom teacher say that they're irrational hormonal teens who can't control themselves. Vlad tried to calm him down, but Izuku sensed that Aizawa was watching him like a hawk from the first day till now. He even skipped his annual I'm going to expel an entire class sh just to watch him during the opening ceremony. This made Izuku worried that the hero might be after OFA, thinking that he could wield it, not that it would help him much. During his last conservation with the vestiges, he was told that he made the quirk reach 135% of All Might's strength, so now instead of killing a normal person in 1 year, it was 1 month if they were generous with the math regarding the overclock effect. Holy cow, All Might said with a shocked expression. There was no other logical response. The boy in that world manages to reach 135% of his power through sheer hard work alone, without him being there to guide him either. Well, now that he thought about it, he never guided him either, since he didn't know how to guide anyone. Maybe his teacher was right about him not being able to take a baby seal to the beach. Izuku had to say that he was impressed by himself, managing to figure everything out on his own. But this cast a question that echoed, why didn't he manage to do it on his own? He supposed that he was so happy by the fact that All Might was going to teach him that he didn't think too much about the subject, and just waited for the hero to explain to him how to use his quirk. Both teens looked at their classmates. It was by pure luck that Izuku landed in 1B, as he hoped he would land in the class that will for most of the time be ignored for its flashy sister, that is 1A. The boy then noticed the number hero Endeavor staring at him before looking away. He still remembers the scandals the man revealed about his life and family. His oldest son almost died in a fire caused by the boy's quirk, but the hero saved him miraculously at the last moment. Said son is now an underground hero named 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗺. The man has always urged the 9th successor of OFA to not cave into AFO's threats. He was the new heroics teacher in 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐻. But the man and his son 𝗬𝗏 have been both eyeing like a cat looking at a delicious piece of meat. He was cut out of his musings when a danger sense suddenly flared. He raced toward the stairs of the plaza as he yelled at the others, "Everyone, get out, we have unwanted company." 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 seeing the worried expression. "1A and 1B, you heard the man. Come on, let's floor it." Aizawa was about to tell them to stop, but Vlad then said, "We have company." The Erasure hero looked down at the plaza where a portal was forming. He then heard Izuku yell, "Try using your quirk to stop the portal." The man began to activate his quirk, but it was already too late as the villains all entered the plaza. A man covered with hands walked forward. "Hello, I'm 𝗵𝗃 Shigaraki, and I'm the successor of AFO. We heard that 9th is here in this school, so we came to coax him out." He then pointed to a huge man-beast beside him, "And we brought Namu here to play with him. It was made to kill All Might, so it won't have a hard time killing 9th. Izuku tilts his head in curiosity, wondering how will he be able to defeat Namu. Then again, he does have all of his predecessors' quirks, so that might just give him an edge over Namu. Meanwhile, AFO was wondering why did his self of that world send this Namu. He must have known that the 9th successor must have had time to train the quirk and further expand its strength, but then again, he must have also thought that All Might passed to some random 𝗧𝗵𝗃 who didn't know any better. The number 1 hero yelled, "13, what are you and the kids still doing here?" You heard the boy. "Run." Both classes began to run as the trio of Vlad, Eraserhead, and Endeavor went to fight. However, in a moment of distraction, the mist villain who warped everyone here managed to escape Xiaoda's eyes. The mist villain stood in front of the kids and said, "We're the League of Villains. We've come here to have the 9th user of OFA surrender his quirk. But rest assured our master will give him something in return. He believes in fair trade. So why doesn't he make this easy for us and just hand himself willingly?" Izuku was about to hit him with an air flick when the idiotic four, which consisted of Kamakiri, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tetsu attacked him, standing in both his way and 13's way. The mist villain manages to regain his composure before sending everyone, including Izuku, to who knows where. Everyone gives the 4 idiots who jumped at Kirigiri a dry look. Kamakiri had the decency to blush. Kirishima and Tetsu rubbed the back of their heads as to why everyone was staring at them. And finally, Bakugo was yelling, "Why the fuck are you all looking at me like that? I was about to get the misty fucker for crying out loud." Oboro coughed. "No, you weren't. You were still off the mark by a little bit, but don't worry, little kitten, keep hanging in there." This made the ashen blonde boy foam at the mouth at the insult directed to him, and he barely prevented himself from attacking the mist man. On the other hand, I sounded really cool. I mean, I had the villain voice and persona down to a T. Present Mike nodded his head. "I know, right? You're been really serious that you are about to kill the students." He chuckled as he added, "Right, Eraser." He looked to see his friend glaring at him. The man gulped before returning to watch. Izuku woke up to see himself in what can be called the second ice age. The blizzard zone, I presume. He heard shuffling and saw a head of green vines poking from the snow. He quickly went and helped his classmate up. Ibara looked at Midoriya as she shivered. "Thank you for the assist, Midoriya. I'm afraid that I'm useless in this kind of situation. I understand if you're frustrated with me," the girl said sincerely as she looked to the ground with a sad smile on her face. The boy shook his head. "Nonsense, Shizaki. I'm not frustrated with you. Now, I'll need to locate the rest of you." The boy was interrupted by an ice arrow embedding itself in the snow. He looked and saw villains rushing toward them. "I guess that I have to find our classmates the old-fashioned way." His body then sparked, 50% faux style, and with that Izuku was nothing but a green blare dancing in front of Shizaki's eyes, much to the girl's astonishment. "Damn, Midoriya, you look like a human rocket. We can't even keep up with you dancing around like that. Try to one-up us less," Kaminari said before being poked by Gyro, who said, "Keep your opinion to yourself." Izuku meanwhile chuckled awkwardly at the display. It was only 10 seconds since Izuku started fighting, and he have already finished the villains, leaving Ibara shocked. The girl silently wondered if he was the 9th user, but couldn't voice her thoughts for many reasons. The boy then carried her princess style to the entrance door. He looked and saw 13 injured. What happened? He wanted to get to the bottom of this quickly so he can go help the others quickly. Ochako replied. "The mist villain used her quirk against her, but our classmate managed to escape and go to warn you." Ochako hummed. "It seems that from this point forward everything was the same. I kinda wished 13 wasn't injured though." The girl frowned, seeing her favorite hero on the ground bleeding. The space hero giggled at the love her student had for her. She rubbed the girl's head. "Don't worry, Uraraka. I had worse injuries than those, but the feeling of my quirk being used against me was rather unpleasant. Ochako hugged her. Izuku nodded his head. All right, I'll go help the rest of the students now. The boy then powered up his quirk at 80% and zipped away quickly from Uraraka's eyes, leaving the girl dumbfounded. The boy checked 2 areas, which were the disaster zone where the 4 apes went medieval on the villain, and the earthquake zone where it was frozen solid with Todoroki and Toru interrogating the villains. I guess Todoroki is having the time of his life, but where are the others? Did they get caught inside the ice or something? The boy searched quickly inside the earthquake zone where he found Ryuko, Bondo, and Komori hidden from sight. The boy jumped in front of them saying, "You all need to go to the front, right now." The boy then left them and went to the raindrop zone where 6 of his classmates were dealing with villains. The boy took quick care of the villains before disappearing and going back to help the rest. Satsuna fanned her face. Wow, Zuko in this world is really badass. I mean, just look at how he's beating the villains left and right without breaking a sweat. He seems very fast. All Might nodded. That's quite true, young 𝗧𝗪𝗏𝗧. You see, OFA increases the strength of its user at an exponential level, so each time he increases the power of OFA, it doubles exponentially. The girl nodded her head. Izuku meanwhile was wondering if he can still increase the power of OFA even though it was nearing its singularity. Eri poked him. Papa, can you take me flying like that? Izuku chuckled. Yeah, maybe after we go back home. Momo wasn't having the time of her life. She was thrown along with Gyro, Denki, Mina, Pony, Shihai, and Rin into the mountain zone, and the villains were crawling on them like bugs to rotten meat. Momo ducked under a villain's fist and hit him with a stun gun in his crotch, making him pass out. Nearly everyone male in the place covered their private parts, and Momo had a huge blush on her face with Bakugo saying, "You're truly evil, Ponytail." Rin was blasting scales left and right at the villains. Mina was using her acid. Kyoka was stabbing the villains with her earphone jacks. Pony was rushing at the villains like a raging bull set free to cause havoc. Shihai was jumping from shadow to shadow and beating up villains. And finally, Kaminari was screaming his lungs out from fear. Pony yelled at her classmate, Dona's cat. Gyro looked at the electric blonde and said, "Seriously, 𝗵𝗲𝗎𝗄, even in this world you were running around like a headless chicken." The boy chuckled awkwardly. Denki looked at her and yelled, "Hey, you all have powers that can be controlled. If I let loose, you'll..." The boy didn't have time to finish as all the villains surrounding were suddenly on the ground, knocked out of commission. The others in the area looked and saw the rest of the villains down and out of the fight with a green streak of lighting in their wake. Momo said, "Thanks for the assist, Midoriya." The boy stopped for a bit and said with a small smile, "No need to mention it, Yaoyorozu. It's my job as a hero in training. Now, I need..." He stopped for a moment before turning around just as a villain popped from the ground behind him. The boy kicked him, sending him into the fake mountain and knocking him out cold. He carried on as if nothing happened. As I was saying, I need you all to go to the entrance. He looked at the downed villain, adding, "And try to contact the school now." He then went away from them, leaving them in a state of shock. Momo cleared her throat, seeing that the villains are down. "I suggest we do as told and go to the entrance." Momo said, "I think that this should solidify for me that Zuzu is the mystery successor of All Might, or I'm not that smart to begin with." Izuku nodded his head. He knew of strong quirks, but this was downright ridiculous, and anyone who can't tell that he's the successor of All Might is a complete moron. AFO was now wondering how will the boy be able to fare against this Namu given that he was only showing about 50% or so of his power. The man was intrigued regarding who was going to defeat him at Kamino Ward this time around. Will it be Endeavor or the newest successor of his brother's quirk? Kendo was not happy. She first fell face down into the water, second was almost eaten by a shark villain before she gave him a piece of her mind. And finally, she was now on a boat in the flood zone with no feasible way out. She looked at her comrades at the moment, which was Tsuyu, Mainta, Shota, Manga, and Takoyami. The girl sighed. "I guess we need to find a way out of here because I don't think the villains will wait for us to come down. Sooner or later, they'll attack the boat and force us to go down to them." Everyone nodded their heads. Only Mainta was opposing her. "Are you crazy? They're going to kill us. We should stay here on the boat praying that however has OFA hand himself over so we can live." He was punched by Kendo, who said, "Don't say stupid stuff. If this ever happens, you can safely say goodbye to your quirk." The boy was about to continue arguing when the water shook. They looked at the villains who were floating in the water, knocked out. Itsuka smiled as she saw a green streak rush out of the flood zone. "Come on, the villains are out. Let's go back to the entrance." "Wow, that was fast," Mainta said, ignoring the angry looks for his cowardly behavior. Back in the plaza, the two teachers along with the #1 hero were having an easy time taking out the low thugs that the hand villain has recruited. The three did see every few seconds a streak of green lighting zipping through the space of the USJ. Endeavor punched another villain as he said, "Give up, villain. You and your master's plans are going down the drain." Shigaraki began to laugh. Tough talk from someone who's about to be killed. He then looked at the monstrosity standing beside him. Namu, rip him to bits and pieces. The hero didn't have time to blink as the monster was right in front of him, delivering a very heavy punch to his stomach, sending him flying into the shores of the flood zone. The man stood up as he saw the Namu approaching, and he delivered his strongest attack, Flash Fist, Prominence Burn. The attack hit the monster, head-on, burning it till it became nothing but a charred husk. I have to admit that it had the strength of All Might. The hero didn't get to think twice as the Namu began to regenerate right in front of his eyes. The monster then made his way to him, but suddenly the Namu has been punched away. He looked and saw Izuku standing there. The boy then leaped forward and punched the monster once more, sending it skidding across the plaza. The man then said in his head, "There's no doubt. It's him. He's the 9th successor." Izuku then said, "I have a really bad headache, so I will finish your little science project here quickly." Tumura laughed. "I'd love to see that. Namu has shock absorption and super regeneration." Izuku frowned. "I guess I have to use Gear Shift." The boy then heard a hum of approval from the second user. The boy activated Gear Shift and 𝗲𝗏 together as he yelled, "Overdrive." He then blurred out from everyone's sight as they all heard a yell, "Quintuple Smash." They all then saw the Namu being sent flying through the USJ's roof as Izuku stood there lifting his hand. "Have no fear." "Why?" "Because I am here." Tumura looked at Izuku and yelled, "No fair. You ended Namu too quickly. You're cheating with those quirks. No fair." The man-child crossed his arms as he looked away with twice shoving a meat bun in his mouth. Izuku meanwhile was bouncing in the second and third users' faces, asking them different questions about their quirks, to which they both refused to answer. Itsuka said, "Wow, Izu was really cool there. He just one-shotted the Namu like it was nothing." Discord laughed. "It is to be expected given he was training from a young age." "Now, let's talk opinions." Izuku jumped up with a happy expression. "That was so awesome. The second and third users' quirks are amazing now that I saw them first time in action. I have so many questions that I need to ask. How can it work? How different is 𝗲𝗏 from OFA? What is the drawback of the second's quirk? I need to know everything to know about those quirks." He ran to the second and third users and began to bug them about how their quirks, which they refused, although the third was a bit more tolerant than the second. Discord removed Izuku from them, saying, "Izuku, please stop before the second user strangles you to death." The boy looked back at the second user, who seemed unamused at all, before frowning and returning to his seat. "You'll give it to me anyway in the future. I guess I have to wait." "All right then," Discord said while rubbing his arm. "Let's move to your opinion on the current universe. I mean, this must be interesting to all of you to see your friend being seriously opus. I mean, I still remember my friends' faces when I stopped the destruction of a dam just by flicking my fingers. Man, I think for a moment even Kaken was astonished. He noticed the looks he was receiving before saying, "So what do you have to say?" AFO was the first to speak. "This world is by all means quite worrisome for my plans, and I can say that I'm doomed to fail. Not only has the boy already increased the power limit the buffoon has put into OFA, but also he has the previous user's quirks, which I admit puts me in quite the situation. I hope that version of myself has some plan to combat him if he hopes to defeat the boy and become the ultimate demon king." Yoichi shook his head. "You and your fantasies, brother. When will you ever learn that the villain never wins? I mean, you saw what happened to the Demon King in the manga we read. He was defeated, and so will you. I truly hope you see reason, brother." AFO replied, "And I keep telling you that the villain can win sometimes. I'm close to proving it, and you'll see." The users decided to ignore this, given that it meant that all their struggles were just a century-old debut between the Shigaraki brothers and whether villains can win or not. Aizawa, on the other hand, wasn't amused that his student was the center figure inside a 2-century-old squabble between those two, and he silently wished that the boy made it to the hero course with AFO dead. Todoroki lifted his hand and said, "That world said that Izuku was wary of Aizawa-sensei. Is it true that he's after the quirk?" Discord waved his hand, saying, "More or less, the Eraserhead of that world believes that with his erasure he'd be able to defeat AFO better since he can shut off his quirks. But till this day it's not proven if his quirk actually works on the guy." Everyone looked at the villain and the hero as they both shrugged, meaning that they didn't have the slightest clue. Furthermore, the hero did a lot of research regarding OFA and AFO to the degree that it became an obsession of his to find All Might's successor so he can take the quirk to go and fight the villain. It became so bad that seeing dragging people to the police station was a common occurrence. The hero facepalmed at this point, wondering if there was a version of him who isn't an idiot. Shoto nodded as Ida asked, "What happened when Midoriya explained what would have happened if he handed him the quirk?" "He didn't take to that too kindly," Discord said while biting his lip. He grabbed Izuku with his scarf, dragged him to Hitoshi, and depended on the boy to use his quirk on him to force him to hand OFA. When the boy complied, given that Shinso believed that Midoriya was someone who lived his entire praised for his quirk only to have All Might's quirk added to it, the users acted. They took control over Izuku's body, telling the nighttime hero that he's unworthy of the quirk and the transfer procedure requires their approval before disappearing. Let's just say, Aizawa was forced to have a huge therapy session with Hound Dog. Ida sat down as Momo asked, did the class after that know the truth about Zuzu's true power? Discord shook his head. Not really. They were sure that Izuku was the successor, but didn't say anything so as not to disturb his training or grab unwanted attention. You, on the other hand, confronted him and offered your help, to which Izuku patted you on the head and said that if he ever needed your help, he'll call you. The girl nodded her head. Now before I move on, are there any more questions? Himeko raised her hand. That is not related to Izuku's blood. She kept it raised. ... or stabbing him? The girl lowered her hand as Dabai asked. What happened to Shigaraki after Namu was sent flying away? The villains were also intrigued. Well, he was caught before Kurogiri can save him, and was given a one-way ticket to the pits of Tartarus. Of course, he threw a tantrum while he was being taken away. He looked at Izuku and said that Sensei would free him, but to no one's surprise, AFO didn't give a shit. He went to another of his projects, Dabai, and offered him to be his successor. Dabai couldn't stop laughing at the betrayed look on Tamura's face while the white-haired man looked at his sensei, who gave him a look that said, I'm a villain. What did you expect? Tamura was then hugged by Nana, who said, even if you hate me, I still love you dearly. The man-child began to cry about how everyone is betraying him as he hugged back as Nana patted him on the back. He then looked at Izuku and said, all right, Mini-Me, what do you have to say about this world? Izuku tapped his chin. Well, it was really cool. That version of me must have had a huge weight on his shoulder. Good thing I had someone as reliable as Itsuka backing me up. The girl blushed as she hugged him, causing jealous reactions to happen. Discord chuckled at the chaos as he said, all right, let's move the wheel of universes. The worlds began to shift and change till it finally landed on one, Ice and Snow Hashira. Discord smiled. Now, this is a universe that I wanted to see for a while. This is so awesome. The first crossover world where two worlds meet into one. Izuku tilted his head. Crossover, two worlds. Does that mean that I go to another world or was born in another? And while we're at it, what's a Hashira? Well, I can answer all these questions, Discord said with a smile that caused Nezu to laugh, as the rat thing knew that chaos would soon arise. Why not bring someone from that world to answer your questions? Before Izuku could ask, 5 people were there, 4 males and 1 female. 2 of the males looked exactly like each other with long flowing hair with red tips. What set them apart was that one had a red kimono and some kind of birthmark on his forehead, while the other wore a purple kimono and had no birthmark. The third male simply looked like some kind of wannabe Michael Jackson and was shivering in fear as he hid behind the purple-wearing man while he was looking at the other man. The fourth male was a young man about their age wearing a green checkered haori with red hair, and a birthmark similar to the man wearing the red kimono. The female was black-haired and wore a pink kimono and had her hair tied in a ponytail. Discord then appeared in front of them saying, I already briefed what is going on, and I think 2 of you have nothing better to do with the time given that they are receiving punishment for their crimes. And the third was lounging in heaven, while the last 2 were simply sparring to pass time. So by all means please introduce yourselves. The boy walked first and said, Hey everyone, my name is Tanjiro Kamado, and I'm a demon slayer from where I come, and the girl beside me is my wife Kanao Tsuyuri, and she's also a demon slayer. He stopped for a moment before saying, well, ex-demon slayers, given that we won. The men then stepped forward as the purple kimono-wearing man shook off the guy tugging on his clothes as the birthmarked one said, Greetings, my name is Yoriichi Tsujikuni, and I was also a demon slayer. And don't fret, everything about our world will be explained in a moment. The other man stepped up. My name is Michikatsu Tsujikuni, and I'm Yoriichi's older twin brother. I was a demon slayer who turned into a demon in hopes of surpassing my younger brother, and well, you can see what the result was. Bakugo then said, Who's the wannabe Michael Jackson? And why does he look one step away from dying? The man stood up enraged. Do you know who are you talking to, lowly worm? I'm the closest thing to perfection. I'm the king of all demons. I'm Muzan. He looked only to see Bakugo sighing in boredom before pointing at FO and saying, Hey, potato head, guess you have a rival now. 2 Demon King wannabes. Haha, I'll just smoke both of your asses. All 4 demon slayers' sweat dropped at his confidence as Tanjiro said, Well, let's explain how our world works before we explore this world any further. Muzan first spoke. I'm the Demon King. My goal was to achieve perfection and become immortal, kinda like that guy's hidden agenda over there. And the only thing I needed was the blue spider lily flower that would make me walk in the sun, since demons turned to ash in them, given that I beat other ways of death such as decapitation and wisteria flower poisoning. I began to make humans into demons. Michikatsu stood up next saying, he would inject a person with his blood, allowing them to turn into demons, and some demons had something similar to your quirks called blood demon art. Of course, there was a system for demons to present their strongest, which was known as the 12 moons, 6 lower moons that were continuously changing, and 6 upper moons whom you would have the luck of the gods if you managed to escape once they found you. I was the strongest one as upper moon 1 or Kokushibo, And this brings us to... 𝐎𝐸𝐽𝐻𝐸 stood up as he explained. The Demon Slayers were an organization invested in hunting down and killing demons since they were too dangerous to keep them alive or imprison them like you would do with your villain. Only 2 occasions allowed a demon to live, as my experience with Lady Tamayo and Tanjiro's experience with his younger sister. In our world, there is something known as breathing styles, something similar to your quirks. Tanjiro carried on. It was found that breathing styles make killing demons easier, so over time after 𝐎𝐸𝐽𝐻𝐸 developed the first breathing style, sun breathing, which almost killed Muzan when he first encountered him. Many more styles were made. Of course, they were preparations such as mastering total concentration breathing to be able to use breathing styles. Kanao then finished. Like the demons, we also had rankings for demon slayers, but the highest rank was Hashira. It was usually someone who killed a lower moon, or at least killed 50 demons while being a Kinao. Also, the birthmark on Tanjiro's head isn't a birthmark, it's called a Demon Slayer mark. It allows the user to increase his abilities and access the transparent world where he would see the interior structure of his body. Izuku jumped up saying, "That's so cool." He ran to Tanjiro and began asking him questions, to which the boy happily answered as Tanjiro himself asked Izuku about his world. Kanao and Izuku's girlfriends at this moment looked at them with vague expressions before separating them from each other. From there, everyone asked questions about the Demon Slayer world, the weapons made to defeat the demons, how were the Demon Slayers picked, much to everyone's horror, and many more. Tanjiro asked, "Discord-san, how do our worlds meet? I mean, I'm not educated or anything, but it seems quite impossible for 2 different worlds with nothing alike. Expect, well, heroes and villains, I suppose, or in my case, demons and demon slayers. Well, you can consider it as 2 rivers following directing next to each other. But as time passes, they began to get closer before they finally meet and move apart once more." He explained while showing them a hologram of 2 rivers as he pointed to the intersection. "You see, this point is the universe you're about to see. The 2 branches originate from it. These 2 worlds are identical to yours with a minor detail to the other world. The first branch represents Izuku finding a book he wrote about breathing styles, and he formed his own breathing style from sun breathing known as light breathing. The second is a world where All Might did manage to end AFO in their first fight, but he was given a chance by the gods to pass on his quirk and he chose you." The boy nodded his head, wondering how this quirk would have made his mission easier. 𝐎𝐸𝐽𝐻𝐸 was shocked that the boy without a formal instructor managed to make his breathing style. "All right, let the world begin." The scene changed, and Tanjiro shivered as he remembered the first time he met the Hashira. "I really hate how I first met them." Izuku looked at him and said, "Why?" The boy rubbed his head as Kanao chuckled a little. "Oh, you'll see. I just hope that version of you isn't a jackass as the rest were when I first met them." Tanjiro woke up as he felt the world spinning around him. He looked and saw 2 people wearing all black punching and telling him to wake up. He looked around as he heard people talking, asking himself, "Where am I? What's happening here?" So this is the guy who was traveling with a demon in his wake. A man with white hair and a flashy look said, "I have to say I expected him to be a bit more flamboyant. This boy here must be judged for his crimes." A man with red and yellow hair yelled while a huge-looking man with a rosary was rubbing his hands. A pink-haired girl was silently wondering if they were actually going to kill the boy, while a young man close to Tanjiro's age was watching the clouds. Izuku scratched his head. "They don't seem that bad to me. I mean, if you broke the rules, it would be logical for a trial, but if you can put up a good..." He was silenced by Tanjiro. "Yeah, that's how it works in your system. In here, they're literally the judge, jury, and executioner. My trail was them literally saying that they were going to kill me without listening to anything I said or disregarding anything I said altogether." This made Izuku wince, hoping he wasn't like that in this world. 𝐎𝐸𝐽𝐻𝐸, on the other hand, was extremely displeased at Tanjiro's words given how the pillars acted. They sounded to him like a bunch of bloodthirsty demons. Sure, what the boy did was a violation, but they can still hear him out. He hated how some place could casually disregard life like this, but then again, they must have lost loved ones which caused this sort of reaction, so he can't judge them without knowing them. Kendo then said, "Really, I thought you know. The highest level must be the wisest of them all. You're painting them like savages." The boy chuckled. "They're good people. Don't get me wrong, but if the situation was any different, I wouldn't blame them. I mean, demons have killed their loved ones and much worse. I can see why they didn't believe at first." Tanjiro looked around and asked, "Who are these people?" He was then punched by the same person who was wearing black, telling him to respect the people he was standing beside and that they were the Hashira. The boy wondered what the Hashira was as the purple-haired girl told him that he was being on trial for defying the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps by protecting a demon. The same girl tried to speak only to be cut off by the flame-haired man who was Kyojuro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira. "There's no need for a trial. The boy should be executed for protecting a demon." The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui said, "If that's the case, I decapitate them both in a flamboyant display of blood." A facepalm echoed through the place after that statement. The love 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 Kenroji wondered if they were actually going to kill Tanjiro. What the fuck? Is there actually love-breathing technique? Bakugo asked as a few others nodded their heads. Tanjiro could helplessly shrug as he said, I didn't get it at first either, but she was a really strong fighter. A force to be reckoned with. Give Muse and Jackson over there a hard time. The man could only fume at the nickname, swearing to kill Bakugo when he has the chance. He looked and saw Yoriichi reaching for his sword, so he slung back and disappeared from his sight. The stone 𝗧𝗪𝗲 spoke, Alas, to see such a pitiful creature as this. I grieve for him. Perhaps it would have been better if he was never born at all. All the while, the mist 𝗧𝗪𝗲 was staring at the clouds, oblivious to what was happening around him. Silence and only silence were on display as Ibara was the first one to speak. I didn't expect that. I thought the monk-looking guy might sympathize with you, but it seems he was on the opposite end. The boy chuckled at the screen as shivered, remembering the ordeal he suffered that day. 𝗬𝗪𝗲 is a really nice guy, but he had a rough past. I can't blame any of them. It hurts, but at least they gave us a chance. Muzan on the other side was angered that they didn't actually kill the boy and his sister. If they had, he would have won the fight against the demon slayers. Izuku said, I guess so, but still that seems a bit too harsh if you ask me. I hope that version of myself isn't also going to give you a hard time, or at least hear you out. Momo said, although I hate to admit it, they are in the right to do this. From what they explained, it seems that demons make our villains look like just a bunch of babies trying to learn how to shoot a gun. They are much more dangerous. She turned to Tanjiro. Apologies, Tanjiro. The boy laughed. No, you're right. Demons, from what I saw, are much more dangerous than your villains. At least yours can be detained or controlled, ours not so much. They had every right not to believe in me. You should have seen Kanao when we first met. She kicked so hard with her boot, it left an imprint on my head. He was pinched by his wife telling him to be silent. A voice spoke up. I think that we should all calm down given that you're all not even looking at it objectively. At the minimum, we should hear the boy out. I'm sure that you're going to find his story rather interesting. I'm sure I did. Tanjiro looked at the familiar voice. He was a man older than him by 2 years. He wore standard demon slayer clothes with an ice-themed haori. He was the ice and snow 𝗧𝗪𝗲, Izuku Midoriya. Tanjiro jumped up and yelled, Midoriya, what's happening? Where's Nezuko? Zenitsu, in 𝗬𝗪𝗏. He was punched on the head by one of the people wearing black who yelled, Are you insane? How dare you talk to one of the 𝗧𝗪𝗏 so causally? These 10 individuals in front of you are the best swordsmen in the country. Tanjiro hugged Izuku. Thank you, Izuku, for being the voice of reason in this one. Thank you for taking my side and not ignoring me altogether. Izuku chuckled a little. The boy spoke. Well, I'm shocked that I even spoke because, in tense situations like these, I kind of freeze up, so that was a surprise for everyone. Bakugo yelled. Demon slaying must have toughened you up. That occupation doesn't seem to be to those who have faint hearts, since there's going to be a lot of death in it. Michikatsu spoke. Agreed. My brother was always a bit of a softie. The first time he held a sword and defeated my instructor, he threw it to the ground in the horror of damage he made on the man and ran away, vowing never to hold one again. So imagine my surprise when years after his disappearance, he emerged and killed the demons who attacked without so much as batting an eye. A voice came from behind everyone. Now that you spoke up, let's ignore the boy for a moment. May I know why Tomioka and Midoriya aren't tied up? They're just as guilty as the boy for protecting a demon. No, Midoriya is even worse. He's a 𝗧𝗪𝗏. And yet he befriended the demon and the boy. What punishment should we inflict on them? He then looked to the side and said, Did you know about your fiancé's activities, Kacho? The man was 𝗵𝗲𝗎𝗪𝗔𝗪, the serpent 𝗧𝗪𝗏. He sat on a tree with a snake coiled around his neck. The purple-haired girl, also known as the insect 𝗧𝗪𝗏, Shinobu Kacho, replied, While Izuku did contact me during his 2-year absence, I was mostly in the dark just like you were. Though knowing him, he must have a very good reason given his record. Fiancé was the only thing that Izuku and the 2 girls beside him yelled, as Bakugo was on his back laughing with the others' guys. Only Minato and Kaminari were furious that Izuku was having an interdimensional harem. Minato jumped on him and began to slap him. Midoriya, you bastard, how dare you have a harem before me? Izuku pushed him away as Ibara tied his arms and chucked him into the boys. I don't think I asked for it. I'm just as shocked as you are. He looked at Minato with a vein throbbing on his forehead. I'm not building a harem, got it? Stop making stories about me. The boy, still in a daze, nodded as Inko looked at Shinobu and said, She looks so cute. I hope he treats her right. Meanwhile, Kanao jumped in front of Izuku, causing him to blush as she inspected him up and down before saying, I approve. I now know that version of you will make my sister happy. The boy steamed as he fell and silently wished for someone to put him out of his misery since the moment this started. He was being embarrassed on a regular basis. He looked and saw Tamura enjoying some popcorn as he said, Your pain is my gain. He was hit by Nana, who said, Tenko, be nice to him. The man-child pouted as he apologized. Ochako, who was silent, then said, "Isn't anyone going to say something about the snake around his neck?" When no one replied, she said, "Okay, I guess not." To the side of the meeting, a man with black hair tied in a ponytail stood alone. He was 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗏𝗧𝗏, the water Hashira. Izuku looked at Aguro and said, "Tough words coming from someone hiding up there. Why don't come down and do it yourself? Furthermore, I came here without resisting, so there's no need for that. Not that I have done anything wrong, to begin with." Kyojuro, one of Izuku's first friends and closest ally, replied, "Izuku, my friend, I'm sure you know that protecting a demon is a crime. So why are so calm about this?" Izuku looked at him. "Like I said, I've done nothing wrong, and even if I killed her, what would I've gained from killing an innocent soul like the demon girl? I've observed her for 2 years, and I can testify that she's not a threat. Have I killed her? The only thing that would have happened is her brother killing himself after losing the last member of his family. And I already have enough deaths on conscience from heroes interfering with my job." Izuku blinked as he said, "Demon slaying sounds hard and terrifying. There's no room for mistake." He then remembered something as he said, "And what does he mean, heroes interfering with his job?" Even Tanjiro was intrigued at this point. Discord replied, "Don't forget that this is happening in your time, the age of quirks, not in their time. The heroes. Well, Limelight heroes don't know of the Demon Slayer Corps' existence, only the underground heroes know about you after one of them stumbled into N over there." He pointed at the 6th user, and also the top 10. However, All Might refused the way demon slayers work, and demanded that they try to contain the demons and help them regain their minds, ignoring that demons are mostly animals working on primal instincts. This wasn't something the demon slayers were worried about, but All Might began encouraging Limelight heroes to patrol more at night, especially places where demons might hide, which are places that nighttime heroes operate, and who, as spoken from before, have already reached an agreement with the demon slayers. And this caused interference with demon slayers, who were always interrupted at pivotal moments, causing the demon to escape and kill people before he was tracked down and eliminated. This, however, was mostly portrayed as heroes stopping someone from killing an innocent person, because God knows what would happen if the news started talking about demons. All Might was shocked that his own ignorance would cause people's death, but asked, "Why don't they?" "I don't know. Talk with the HSPC. I'm sure that they can work something out." "That's what you suggested." However, their leader refused, given how corrupt the hero system is and the number of quirkless people is on the decline, given that they were the only ones who can do breathing techniques. They didn't want demon slaying to go from stopping Muzan to having the spotlight on them. The blonde hero nodded, understanding where the leader was coming from. Tanjiro asked, "In that world, only quirkless people can breathing techniques. How come?" "Well, I suppose that mostly it comes from the fact the quirked individuals have slight changes in the biology of their body, but that's what I think." Discord shrugged. Tanjiro used this chance to speak. "Please listen to him. He's speaking the truth." He then coughed in pain as Shinobu came up to him and gave him some medicine to help him with his broken jaw, telling him to take it easy since he hasn't fully recovered yet. Tanjiro then talked again. "Please believe me when I say that my sister hasn't hurt a human, and she never will. Even if she's a demon, she can still protect humans." Midoriya said it himself. "She isn't a threat to anyone." Yuzui said, "Listen, kid, as much as I respect Midoriya for being a flashy guy who won't hesitate for doing what he believes is right, your story doesn't make sense. A demon that won't kill humans. At least make it a bit more flamboyant." Izuku's sweat dropped. What was he supposed to say other than the truth? He was knocked from his thoughts when Obanai said, "Sorry, but I don't buy it. She's your sister, so you're going to defend her." He then looked at Izuku. "And you, if you were so worried about the boy killing himself, you could have explained to him why you killed his sister and took him under your wing so he can avenge his family. Aren't you the one who says that demons are creatures that are enslaved by Muzan and deserve to be set free?" Tanjiro smiled. "That's a wonderful analogy to describe demons. Most people see them as mindless beasts with no feelings whatsoever, but you see them as tortured creatures. Now I can kinda see why Shinobu must have been interested in you." Izuku rubbed the back of his head. "Well, the formation proves it. Muzan have control over them, so I believe by killing them you're giving them peace. And it seems most of his deals are tricks made for someone who is at his weakest and will probably be under his control, or someone who is extremely desperate like him," he said, pointing at Kokushibo, adding, "No disrespect though." The man shook his head. "No, only a desperate fool will take his deal. I was really desperate at the time. I only saw what I wanted, not noticing the door being shut behind me. That's the problem that stopped me. She isn't influenced by Muzan whatsoever. Any other demon would have leashed and attacked anyone in their vicinity, but this one didn't. She only slept, and when she woke up, she didn't even seem interested in human flesh. Even after that, I still had my doubts, but then I met another demon who was also free of Muzan's influence, so I knew that the girl must be different." 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲 then said, "You met a demon who was free of Muzan's influence." He rubbed his hands a little and then added, "As much as I wish to believe that, I believe that she used her demon blood art. I say that we give Izuku the proper medication to help him recover. Izuku shook his head. No, I'm telling you the truth. She even said his name and didn't suffer from his curse. She said to me that a swordsman that almost killed Muzan spared her life when he saw how much she hated him. And apparently she knows Oyakata-sama, so I couldn't just act on my own accord. Izuku saw Tanjiro smiling and asked him, do you know who he's talking about? The boy nodded as Yoriichi beat Tanjiro to the answer. He must mean Tamayo. She was a demon that I saw when I first encountered Muzan. She managed to curse him out, so I spared her life. He smiled, but it appears she was a huge weapon in taking out Muzan. The man himself grumbled under his breath, calling the demoness a traitor for demonkind. Rengoku shook his head. All right, let's leave this to discuss with Oyakata-sama for when he comes. Everyone nodded till Mitsuri said, now that we mentioned Oyakata-sama, it doesn't seem possible that he didn't know about this. I mean, Izuku went missing for 2 whole years, and only Shinobu knew where he was. Before anything can be said, they heard the Kakashi arguing with someone. A man with white hair and a scarred face walked in holding a box, which caused Tanjiro to panic. You said that the demon in here can fight alongside humans? Ha! He pulled out his sword and yelled. Let me tell you that it's complete nonsense. The man moved his sword toward the box but only hit the air as he noticed that he wasn't holding it anymore. Izuku then coldly said, that's enough out of you, Shinazugawa. The man known as Seimi Shinazugawa, the Wind Hashira, looked at him with anger, saying, what do you think you're doing, Izuku? This a demon. We're demon slayers. This is literally our job. The green-haired man shook his head. Both of them are under my protection till Oyakata-sama passes his final judgment. In other words, I won't allow you to harm them. The two looked at each other till the white-haired man scoffed, looking away and saying, fine. They then heard the approaching sounds of footsteps as all the Hashira took a line and knelt as 2 girls entered the yard, saying, the master has arrived. And with that, a man with what looked like a disease infecting the upper half of his face walked in as he said, greetings my children, today's the weather is beautiful, don't you agree? Izuku chuckled a little to himself. I guess you also have your own Bakugo. The ashen blonde began to throw curses left and right as Tanjiro laughed, saying, Seimi might look cruel at first glance, but he's someone who suffered a lot, so he hides his pain behind his anger. Don't let his attitude fool you. He's kind underneath. Izuku nodded as the scene shifted once more, now inside a room with the master and the Hashira sitting all together. The master spoke. It is just as you all reported. The demon's carnage has reached an all-time high, especially after AFO's defeat and its following chaos. Now the threat to human lives is greater than ever. Now, we must strengthen our ranks. What do you think? Seimi was the first to speak. The incident on Mount Natagumo says it all. Hasn't it been for Midoriya being there, the casualties would have been higher. You'd think the trainers know what they're doing, but apparently, they're just sending untrained children to fight. The caliber of demon slayers has fallen significantly. Most of them are beyond useless. Izuku nodded his head. The green-haired man added, as he said, most of the people who were at that night were completely worthless. They were running around like headless chickens till I came around with Tanjiro and his companions. And I managed to sort them out. And by that, I mean to kick them off the mountain completely before they drew attention to us. The slayers there went in without scouting, only swinging their swords left and right. It was a shame and a travesty beyond anything I have seen. Shinobu remarked, the more humankind spread, the harder it is to control them, especially nowadays. We were told after AFO's defeat that an era of peace will commence, but we've only seen more division arise. What happened in Natagumo for it to be so bad? Izuku asked, looking at Tanjiro. The boy answered, well, it was habited by Rui, Lower Moon 5, and his spider family, and let's just say it was a massacre for demon slayers. I barely survived the encounter. Muzan smiled as he said, ah, Rui. He was my favorite Lower Moon. Good times, good times. 𝐒𝐩𝐬𝐚𝐼 spoke up. We have demon slayers who are either people looking for vengeance for their loved ones or people who hunting demons was in their families for generations. The others have motives that are quite different. I feel it's cruel to allow unfit people to be taken to the slaughter. Rengoku said, well, let's look at the bright side. The boy managed to locate a Lower Moon in his first month. Unlike Izuku, rarely does any of us encounter them. I say we use this to our advantage to draw them out so we can defeat them. The master smiled. Fair point. But the drastic move of Lower Moon 5 proves that Muzan was far away from there. The man is known for huge diversions to avert attention from himself. It's quite frustrating, to say the least. But as long as demons linger around gaining strength as they feed on humans, we can only fight them for the sake of those who died. I feel that who are present today, the core Hashira, the finest swordsmen ever since the feudal era. The man then began to name them one by one, my loved children. I look forward to your success. Everyone was shocked by how their master treated them with such kindness and care. Izuku said, the master seems to be a very kind soul. I can meet him one day. Tanjiro smiled as he replied, he sure was. He refused to give Muzan the satisfaction of killing him and dying on his own terms as he blew himself up with most of his family. It was hard to see, but we made sure not to let his sacrifice be in vain. The boy wiped a few tears as his wife hugged him. The master said, Izuku, my child, I believe that you told me that you have something to say. Izuku bowed and said, yes, master, I have a couple of things that I intend to say. Most of them are rather worrisome. The first is the increased interference of heroes in my job and other demon slayers. I'm quite sure that I'm not the only one who came across this. Kyojuro then said, indeed, I have also encountered daytime heroes more often in my patrols. This caused countless deaths before I managed to escape from them and find the demon. Other murmurs of agreement rose. Jiwoo said, you should have seen Mount Natagumo after we left it. It was swarmed by them. I think we should have a talk with the new number 1 and tell him to stop the hostility given that he's the reason daytime heroes are interfering with us. No one noticed Izuku clenching his fist angrily as Shinobu held his hand and shook her head. Kaguya said, that's quite worrisome indeed. The Underground Hero Association has told us that 𝗵𝗲𝗻 was indeed the reason behind this increase in daytime heroes patrolling the streets at night in places where demons might lurk. They hope to catch a demon to perhaps rehabilitate them so they can stop just from killing people who are just different. Obanai remarked, such useless and fruitless waste of time. Most demons eat heroes for lunch. The only reason 𝗵𝗲𝗻 isn't a meal is that he can't be touched. Hell, he wasn't even the reason why they won the war against AFO. If it wasn't for our involvement, they would have lost. Everyone agreed, remembering the huge role they played in taking AFO down. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 was shocked that he was hated by those people, but given the reason, he couldn't quite blame them. He was technically interfering with their job and causing human death to happen. In other words, he was only a pawn in helping the bad guys win. 𝗬𝗏𝗻𝐼 said, the heroes are reaching a new low, especially with the increase of demon activity. And the HSPC trying to report it as a massive cannibalistic cult. I suppose it's both a blessing and a curse that they don't know about us. Izuku carried on, but it gets worse. Last week I encountered a demon with a demon blood art, but the problem wasn't there. Everyone looked at him. He was a quirk demon. In the past, Muzan resorted to only turning quirkless people into demons for some reason, but now there is a sudden increase in quirked people becoming a demon, and this power that comes to their quirk is unbelievable. It's the closest thing to quirk evolution, and that's not talking about their blood demon art if they have it. Nyokairo spoke now that he mentioned it. I did encounter a couple of quirk demons, and their powers were insane, not that it mattered at the end, but for the average demon slayer it means death. The boy then spaced out. Mitsuri said, that seems bad. Demons with powered-up quirks and blood art seem like a huge headache. I hope we defeat him soon. Izuku's face then took a darker look as he said, the worst is yet to come. What I'm about to say is something that I found with Shinobu by accident and must not leave this room because it may turn everything upside down. All of the people present were now worried as Kyoga said, and what would that be, my child? The man was now worried himself as Izuku's tone was very ominous. Well, it was a small test that Shinobu and I did before you sent me off to watch over the siblings. But its implications that we found are huge. Everyone was now intrigued by what that Izuku had to say as Discord said, all right, I believe that's enough for now. He then looked at his guests and said, and I think that it's about time I sent you home unless you want to stay. Tanjiro and Kano said, I guess we could stay a bit longer. It's been boring lately. Michikatsu said, I have nothing better to do right now, so why not? Who knows, maybe I'll see a world where he has my powers. Yoriichi laughed at his brother as he and Muzan were sent away. Discord then said, all right people, I want your opinions on this. Well, I have to admit that this is awesome. Tanjiro cheered on given it was the most exciting thing he did for a very long time. But in all honesty, I kinda like this world. I mean, it's good that the Hashira have some kind of balancing factor or someone who can keep the more extra elements in check, and this also increased the chances of fewer people dying through the final fight with Muzan given the extra hand. Kano's eyes widened as she knew she needed to ask something later on. Discord nodded his head. I won't say keep them in check, but more like help them understand different points of view, and you are right regarding the final fight. Less Hashira died this time around. He noticed Michikatsu's look as he addressed him. He didn't die against you in your fight, but he died against Muzan in the end. The man frowned, but at least his grandchild didn't die by his hands this time around. Does my sister survive her fight? Kano asked, hoping for the best. So Discord answered, in this one, yes she did, but it was only this world. You need to understand something that each case has different settings. In this world, she and Izuku made a very different yet similar plan to your sister's version. In essence, they planned to hit 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗄 with a poison so strong that he won't even feel it flowing through his body or feel it destroying his regeneration as they kept him busy with fighting. And when he realized it, it would be already too late. He tapped his chin, but then again, all I said, it all comes down to what plays out. Plus, in that world, some heroes aided in the raid, a lot of them died, some got permanent injuries, and someone tried to foolishly apprehend Muzan and take him to HSPC for questioning. And I can personally assure you that the HSPC or reformed HSPC wanted anything but to question the Demon King. Momo asked, "What are you talking about? And who is 𝗵𝗃? And why would Zuzu and his fiancée of that world want him dead this much? And who's the idiot who thought he can take out the Demon King?" Discord replied, "Wow, lots of questions, but they are reasonable, so let's begin from the end. The idiot is Mirio." The blonde wasn't shocked, and he was the idiot for having the power to kill Muzan but didn't because of two things. First, he lacked the will to do so, and second, he believed All Might's delusions about demons. He actually believed that if he captured Muzan, he'll force the man to give him the way of turning demons back into people or force him to relinquish his control over them. He was so confident that he literally turned his back on the down man, which caused him greatly. And believe me when I say death would have been much better than what happened to the poor guy next. Mirio was biting his nails. What happened to me that's worse than death? Did I become a demon and attack everyone else? He looked up at Discord, who gave him a blank look. The Chaos Master replied, "That would be spoiling the fun that comes further down the line." This made Mirio faceplant on the ground, but Discord carried on like business as usual. As for the why, the who, and the what, you see, 𝗵𝗃 was the demon that killed Izuku's master and Shinobu's older sister, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐿. Both of them spent years planning out his demise. Though the woman could have been saved since they managed to get her to a hospital, well, he bit on his fist. The hospital refused to help them given that 𝗵𝗃, like Izuku and Shinobu, was quirkless, and their literal reply was, "We can't waste our resources on someone useless. We have much more important things to do." As they took in her place a hero's son with a dislocated shoulder. This only served to further fan the flames of hatred in Izuku's heart against heroes, given that Izuku saw the woman like an older sister for him. All Might clenched his head. Oh dear goodness. They refused to give her treatment. No wonder young Midoriya in that world hates heroes. Discord added, "Believe me, that was one of the many reasons why he hates heroes. There's a lot more, and you're one of them. Let's say, your little talk happened much earlier and in a crowded place." The man gulped. Nezu's eyebrows twitched from hearing this as he asked, "If you don't mind asking, how did Midoriya convince his mother to allow him to go after such a dangerous profession? Given what I have seen, she's already worried as she is regarding his current choice of career. I can't imagine her accepting such a thing unless she isn't in the picture altogether." The woman was shocked by such a notion, but then remembered that she might have died in this world. Discord was uncomfortable answering this. Let's just say that not all 𝗵𝗃s are good mothers, and this one is one of them. The woman fell over as she just heard she was a bad mother. Izuku said, "Well, I want to say I'm surprised regarding this, but from what I heard, I have to say I expected this. Tanjiro did tell me that most demon slayers came from households that suffered abuse, abandonment, or death, but still, I can't imagine a world where my mom is a bad person or abusive to me." Discord shrugged. "It is what it is, my good friend. I mean, in my world my mom went to be a supermodel with Auntie Mitsuki, and I healed people with blindness and other shit so much that people thought that I was a D." He then caused Ibara to float. "It took me 3 weeks to convince her that I'm not the second coming of Christ after she saw me heal someone who is blind." The girl blushed as she hid in Izuku. "All right, people, more questions," Discord said. "Hit me with it." Anjiro asked, "Does Izuku meet us at any point, or are the heroes that helped him just a bunch of ragtag heroes?" A very good question, I have to say, from someone who is mostly forgotten more than the invisible girl. The tailed boy fell over from the harsh yet very accurate insult directed toward him. "Yes, he knew a few of you in the beginning, mostly the underground heroes of your class, and had a very good relation with Shinso, who respected him very much and the dedication he put into his work. The others had a good relationship with him, but Toru did have a slight scare when she got too close to Izuku for her own well-being." Kanao chuckled a little bit. "Yeah, my sister can be a little bit intense sometimes when she feels threatened and annoyed." Toru merely nodded her head as she shivered. Discord laughed a little bit as he said, "But he did meet the rest, beginning with someone he wished he never saw again in his entire life, Bakugo, and after that, it was meeting other members of Wano, whether be it by chance or other events." Tanjiro looked at the spiky-haired boy and back at Izuku. "Why wouldn't want to meet him? I mean, they seem like good friends to me from what I saw." Discord shook his head. "It's a very complicated relationship, but in that world, Bakugo was actively looking for him since he disappeared one day from school." He clapped his hands. "All right, Mini-Me. What do you think? After this is for my own amusement and your personal torture." Izuku merely flipped him off as Ibara chastised him, which he might start doing since the girl is at an impressionable age. "Well, I have to admit that it was weird, to say the least, but it seems that I'm quite different from here. I mean, I love heroes, but there I hate them. I also seem more confident. I have to say that this version of myself is the closest thing to being a quirkless hero, but given how this works, I might find a version of myself who uses breathing styles and is in a hero school." Discord gave him a thumbs up. Yes, sir, you'll see a lot of worlds where you use breathing styles or where you are a reincarnation of one of those three or the other two that just left us. Tanjiro and Kanao at the mere thought of Muzan being reincarnated after all the sacrifices made to defeat him. Izuku, on the other hand, didn't know how to feel regarding that he might be a reincarnation of a girl. It seemed a little awkward. Okay, let's move on before some of us have war flashbacks. Discord spun the wheel, which he now called the Wheel of Eternal Embarrassment, making Izuku's eyebrow twitch while Bakugo laughed till he fell over. The wheel finally stopped on something that made Discord smile, the shapeshifting hero. Yes, finally. I've been waiting forever for this. Izuku lifted his eyebrow. So in this world, I have some type of shapeshifting quirk. Is it similar to Toga or is it animal related? Discord shook his head, making Izuku ask, well, what is it? Discord smiled. You'll see. It's better than any quirk. You literally have the power of a god between your hands. You can destroy everything with a flick of your fingers. Now everyone was intrigued regarding what kind of power he had. But what I can tell you, the power is literally on your wrist and you're quirkless as they get. Izuku was shocked. Nezu was laughing evilly, scaring everyone from his world but giving chills to their guests. Mina was running in the forest in the training camp. She had to admit that she wished she failed her final exam. She might have been safe with the other people and wouldn't be here in a forest filled with fire and poisonous gas. She then heard footsteps coming near her. The girl froze as the newcomer appeared. A monster wouldn't give it justice. Tanjiro's eyes bulged out. I thought you guys didn't have demons like us. Izuku shook his head, telling him, we don't. That thing used to be a human, but AFO happened to it. AFO coughed. Kamado meet the Namu. They were humans, but I artificially bioengineered them to become mindless killing machines to do my bidding. But further down the line they became more smart and complex, but they remained only battle-hungry machines. Tanjiro and Kanao shivered as AFO gave them the same feeling Muzan did. But Mina jumped happily. Hey, I'm on the screen. This is so cool. She then whispered quietly, I must be the lucky girl this time around. This is great. The girl froze in her place as the chainsaw Namu looked down at her. It lifted its arm and swung it down. The girl waited for the pain, but it never came. She dared to open her eyes and looked only to see what looked like Frankenstein's monster holding the Namu's hand. The monster said, Hey ugly, why don't you pick on someone your own size? The girl then noticed the symbol on the monster's chest and breathed a sigh of relief. He was one of the Glasswatch Vigilantes, a group of highly trained mutants, quirked people who fought villains. This one, if she remembered correctly, was named Frankenstrike. It was in her opinion a lame play on Frankenstein and Lightning Strike. Izuku whistled. Wow, I'm huge. I'd see why I would be a vigilante. Mutant heroes aren't necessarily well accepted, sadly. I hope this changes further on. Shoji and Takoyami gave him a thumb-ups with Mina, Tsuyu, Toru, and Pony smiling. Nezu smiled. I think that young Midoriya is extremely smart in this world, given he fooled everyone to think that he's a group of vigilantes inside of a single person. Ibara replied, It would appear so, but I guess that the symbol has some type of relation with his powers. Let's see what type of powers he might have later on. Discord smiled. Oh, believe me when I say that both the combined power of AFO and Overhaul doesn't stand a candle to Izuku's full potential in that world. He literally needs a flick of his fingers to wipe them out of the pages of history. Mina smiled as she stood and ran away, saying, Take care of him, Frankie. Frankenstrike looked back at her and said, Some hero in training, lend me a hand, will ya? Mina froze as she lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry for not helping you, Izuku. Izuku only waved his hand, saying, Look at it this way, you were stuck between two titans fighting each other. It would be insanity to interfere in their fight. I'm sure I won't hold it against you. It was long after the disastrous training camp. No one was severely harmed and the villains failed their objective. They weren't able to kidnap anyone and some of them were captured for all their efforts, such as Muscular, who was found charred and barely clinging to life. Kota said a giant released laser beams from his shoulders and defeated him. Moonfish was encased in diamonds courtesy of the vigilante Diamond. Mustard, who was taken out by sleeping gas from Gutrot. Mr. Compress, who was frozen, and finally Mange, who was tied up in the trees with vines. But there was something positive. The heroes managed to get a lead on the vigilantes, or as they now think, one vigilante. Ragdoll, after being freed from Mr. Compress, kept a tag on the vigilante and realized that one of them was there. But multiple members of them appear, causing her to theorize that vigilantes were actually one vigilante with the ability to shapeshift. Nezu shook his head. Such a shame, young Midoriya. You let your guard down and underestimated Ragdoll, causing your own downfall. Discord shook his head. No, not really. He thought Ragdoll was out cold, so he didn't think too much about it. I have to give it to her since she fooled him, even though he trained his senses to tell if someone was actually out cold or not. But he was in a hurry. Izuku facepalmed as Itsuka said, Don't feel bad. Izuku, I know that you only meant well. Aizawa frowned. Let me guess, we're going to fight him, and I'm their secret weapon. And I will be shocked that my quirk is nothing special against him. Discord nodded his head as the man said, "We should seriously start looking at our opponents so we can't be taken by surprise." Right now, heroes such as the top 10, Eraserhead, and many more were scouting out a regular-looking warehouse. The nighttime hero said, "All right, you know the program. We came here to make the vigilante submit. From what we saw, he has powers that can walk all over us, but that doesn't mean we're on the losing end. That's why I came to neutralize his abilities." Endeavor scoffed, "I say we just walk in and take him by surprise. Then we chuck him into prison." Hawks smiled as he poked. "Are you still sore that the vigilante absorbed your flames more than once only to use them against you? Or is it the time that he froze you solid in front of people?" The flame hero exploded into flames as he glared at Hawks. All Might coughed. "All right, let's calm down. We need to apprehend the vigilante and turn him to our side. If we take him out, it will cause about 6% of crime to rise again." Izuku whistled. "Wow, that's some serious firepower if I can beat Endeavor. It must be unique." Tanjiro thought about it for a moment. "The nearest thing I could think of having abilities like that is Muzan, but even he couldn't reshape the world as you said." Mina said, "At this point, I feel that he has alien powers. Imagine that, it would be so awesome. People living in outer space, each alien having his own set of powers. It feels so cool and amazing. I wish something similar like this happens to us." Kanao asked her, "If they lived in outer space, how will they breathe?" "I'm not sure there's air there." The alien-themed heroine blinked for a moment. "I don't know, but I'm sure that some don't need to breathe air. I mean, look at us. I might as well be a demon from your world at this point." The girl laughed before remembering that she would be killed if that was true. Michikatsu shook his head. "Be careful what you say. Believe me, if you were, you wouldn't be shown mercy. Your head will fall faster than you can blink." The girl gulped and nodded. Nezu's voice came through a speaker and said, "All right, Ed-shot, begin your infiltration of his base." The hero became thin as a string as he slipped through ventilation pipes and entered what seemed the main hall, and saw two people sitting there. One was a boy with green curly hair and emerald eyes, and the other was a green-haired mutant girl with frog-like features. The hero reported back, "It seems that they are two people, a girl with a frog mutation and a boy with some kind of watch on his wrist. It also holds the vigilante's symbol. Do you think he's the one we're looking for?" He then heard them talking as he said, "They're talking. I'll open a comm so you can hear what they're saying." Aizawa looked at Tsuyu, who titled her head in curiosity. "I wouldn't have expected you of all people to hide a vigilante. I expected better of you, Asui." He stopped for a moment. "Or what will my version say to you?" The girl looked at him. "Well, it's true that I'm against vigilantism, but I'm no snitch at the end of the day. It's not cool to be a snitch, but I also suspect that I might have my reason." Tsuyu first talked. "Thanks for saving everyone, Izuku. I don't know what would have happened if you didn't arrive on time, or helped All Might against AFO." The boy blushed. "Anything for you, Tsuyu. I mean, you're the one that I love." The boy rubbed her cheek, making her puff her cheeks and look away in amusement. Izuku's face went pale white as Eri jumped from Ibara's lap and ran to Tsuyu, asking innocently, "Another mommy?" The girl blushed as she smiled before hugging the young girl, saying, "Of course, Eri-chan. I will gladly be your mother." The other girls threw jealous looks at her. Takoyami and Tsuburaba only sighed in defeat. Tsuyu then threw herself in Izuku's lap as she said, "Well, Izuku, it seems that you're my Prince Charming now. Please, take care of me." She then gave him a kiss in a bold display of affection, making the boy malfunction. All the while Eri was cheering him on. Izuku only had one thought at this moment: do this for Eri. Stay strong, he'll have to send us back at some point. He looked at Discord, who was laughing. "I'm going to kill him at some point." Tanjiro was secretly laughing till Kanao pointed out something that made him pale. "What are you laughing about?" "There might be a world where Nezuko or a female Tanjiro is with him." The boy fell over in shock as he never thought about this, with Kanao laughing at his horrified face. The other girls were angry but pushed down their anger, knowing that their turn will come eventually. Aizawa looked at him and said, "The kid seems to be forming some sort of harem. I have to admit that I'm not sure if he's going to make it or not." Tsuyu then kissed him on the nose, making him blush as she grabbed his hands and said, "Izuku, can we please talk?" The boy nodded his head as the girl sighed. "Look, I know we spoke about this for 1,000 times, but I really think you should stop being a vigilante. Please go get yourself a hero license. I'm pretty sure if you talked with All Might, he'll pull some strings and clean your slate with the law." Izuku sighed as he flopped back on the couch. This was a normal discussion between them ever since Tsuyu knew his true profession years ago. He had to admit the girl had strong perseverance, but he just couldn't. There are a lot of factors that prevent him from doing that. On top of them, he single-handedly battles 6% of crime in the entirety of Japan. Add to that, he'd be wasting time in school learning stuff he already knows. He's basically a university-level student. He's currently studying an online course on quirk theory. "Tsuyu, please understand, I can't become a student at." He was silenced by a slap to the face from Tsuyu's tongue. "Look, I know 6% and you already know most stuff, but do it for yourself. Izuku, for the last 6 years you've been rotting alone with me as the only friend you have. This is not healthy. Any normal person would have gone insane at this point. And it's only recently that you had Eri come into your life. So this is also for her as much as it is for you. Didn't you say that you want the best for her? Look at Tsuyu going. She's real, handing to Izu. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 said from the side, with the rest of 1B girls nodding their heads along with 1A girls. Izuku didn't know how to feel about this. Izuku replied, well, given that I single-handedly handle 6% of crimes in Japan, I don't think that I should waste my time in school, especially if I knew things that I was going to be taught. Tsuyu, Ibara, and Itsuka pinched his cheeks, saying, what about Eri? Tsuyu first started, even if you are doing a good job, you are no better than a villain since you are using your quirk above the law. Ibara carried on, furthermore, you can't just isolate yourself. You need people to talk to. And Itsuka finished, .. and Eri needs a happy family, not some type of chicken pen where she would be chained. Izuku frowned as he rubbed his cheeks, which are glowing with pain. First off, there must be some other reasons. And stop pinching my cheeks, it hurts, the boy said as a tear slipped from his eye, making the girl stop for a moment before proceeding with the pinching. Discord added, well, he is right that he did have other reasons regarding his refusal. Izuku looked away. I know that, but I have others reasons. If I go to UA, it means I have to meet her and be forced to go back and live with them. You know of all people how I don't want that. The girl sighed as she knew the boy was talking about his sister and his mother. What happened between them was a sad mixture of stupidity, misery, misunderstanding, and miscommunication. It was truly sad, but all this caused Izuku to run away from his home. Izuku lifted an eyebrow. So I have a sister. That's interesting. I have to admit that. But what happened between us to force me to run away? Discord replied, well, your sister in that world took Bakugo's lead in making your life a living hell just because you were quirkless, not to hurt but to make quit being a hero since it was too dangerous for you. And 𝐭 didn't help with her overbearing attitude and the sad looks which later on you thought were looks of disappointment and shame, so you were like, if they don't want me, I might as well disappear from their lives. 𝗏 cried, oh my baby, I'm sorry for making feel like this. I should have been more attentive to you. I only wanted to protect you, but I think I might have made feel even worse. Izuku smiled, it's all right, Mom. You meant well and that's what counts at the end of the day. Tsuyu slapped him again. And I already told you, she doesn't hate you. Izuku, I've known her since the beginning of the year and she's still looking for you. She really loves you. Izuku replied defiantly. I doubt that. He ducked to avoid a slap but received a kick to the gut from the girl as she laughed a little, with the boy adding, there's also the stuff I know about the HSPC. If I even reveal my face, they'd try to kill me and God knows what they'd do to you. Izuku looked at Hawks, who said, believe me, you don't want to know. You seriously don't want to know. Izuku slowly nodded his head as his hand unconsciously stroked Tsuyu's head. Izuku then narrowed his eyes. But we can have this talk later. I mean, we do have a guest. He then looked at a corner. Shouldn't the ninja hero be a little bit stealthier? Deadshot's eyes widened as he yelled, we've been compromised. Everyone was startled as a video appeared on their computer screens with Izuku saying, I have to admit that you guys are quite annoying. But did you think you can set up this small shindig without me knowing? You should know that I have sensors implanted in a 6-foot radius around the property to help me with intruders. Endeavor, ever the hothead, blasted toward the door and blew it wide open as he said, I entered the facility. This was easier than I expected. A green flash happened, blinding him for a moment. The flame hero sighed, I'm going to seriously regret this. I hope don't get too injured. Discord laughed. It depends on who he chooses, and believe some are seriously heavy hitters. I mean, one of them is literally a walking nuclear reactor, and his cousin is a walking nuclear factory, and their best friend is a walking chemistry laboratory. Everyone paled regarding this as the three from the Tashio era were confused, but knew that these three things are seriously bad and harmful. They looked at the screen. An energy blast then hit Endeavor in the face as a man with a Russian accent. Congrats, you passed level 1. Allow me to introduce you to level 2. A man in a metal suit walked from the dust as his fist was glowing red and the ground under him was melting into lava. Now, you might have entered my house to your own accord, but you will exist according to my own. At this, other heroes attacked. They were facing one of the vigilantes known as NRG. He was a walking nuclear reactor. Every time he appeared, radiation sensors would spike. Whatever was under the suit was sealed in there for a reason. Aizawa swung through the air, activating his quirk. Attack him now. Kamui Woods attacked him, but he was shocked when he was shot and burned as NRG said, I thought heroes were supposed to be smart. Guess not. Now stand down. I don't want to fight you all. Wow, I'm absolutely monstrous. This power I have seems really strong. Izuku said, with others nodding their heads as Discord said, believe me when I say that this power is beyond the stars. Nina's eyes widened in happiness. Midnight then said, how about you take a good night's nap? She then ripped her costume and her quirk activated. The armored man then slapped the dial on the center of his armor as he turned into what looked like a giant turtle, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Bakugo blinked. Is that a huge fucking turtle? And what is that supposed to do? Turtle her to submission. Use something useful, Deku. Izuku looked at him. I'm sure I have my reasons. No quirk is useless. I'm sure it has something that manages to turn Midnight's quirk against her. I study quirks for a living. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗆 scoffed as he sat down and mentally agreed with the boy. Aizawa said, who wants to have a bet that he'll cause half of the heroes there to fall to sleep? Others looked at him like he was crazy, but still made the bet knowing that they might get a few easy bucks. Discord rolled his knowing how wrong they were. The turtle then jumped into the air as his hands and feet turned into a giant fan as they began to rotate, releasing huge gusts of air and pushing the gas away toward the heroes. Sadly, most of them were engulfed in the gas, causing them to be knocked out. Present Mike then came and said, hey, little listener, just surrender and make this easier for everyone. The turtle stopped as it clutched its head and slapped the dial and turned what seemed to be a small humanoid with plugs connected to his feet. 𝗂𝗂𝗂, the small humanoid began to multiply as it said, you have a nice scream. Want to hear mine? The clones took a deep breath and released a high-pitched scream as the awake heroes scurried to safety. This was one of the more troublesome forms according to the HSPC. Endeavor then yelled, flash fist, prominence burn. He released a huge gust of flames as All Might reared back his fist and yelled. Texas smash. He released a huge amount of air toward the remaining clones. Most of them were destroyed and they all regrouped as they returned to one clone. Izuku gulped as he pulled on his sweater, saying, wow, look at this. I'm facing off against both All Might and Endeavor. I hope I come out of this alive. It seems really dangerous. Enji snorted, well, kid, no offense, but this is what happens when you go way over your head. He was promptly smacked on the back of his head by his wife, who was smiling innocently. Kaminari, who was still sore about Izuku having a harem, said, well, I hate to agree, but he seems done for. Unless he can turn into a ghost and possess All Might to turn him against Endeavor. Now that would be truly insane. He looked at Discord, who flashed him a smile as Denki said, he can do that. This very is to OP for its own good. He then stroked his chin, trying, does it have something to do with the watch and the symbol? It seems to be the source of his power at this point. Gyro zipped him, don't be stupid. What kind of watch give? She was cut off by Discord. You are right. The watch is the source of his powers. Meanwhile, Aizawa was taking money from everyone since he won the bet against them. The clone slapped the dial and turned it into nothing. Everyone was confused till All Might heard a wispy voice. Sorry, All Might, but I need to use your body for a bit. The hero didn't have time to react as Izuku used a ghost-like form to enter his body and try to possess him. Keyword being tried. Once the Spectre was inside the blonde hero, Ghost Freak found himself inside a room where 7 figures were present, 6 men and 1 woman. They looked at him with curiosity, with the woman blitz speeding him and punching him as she said, get out of Toshi. The ghost man was knocked from the man as he groaned. Man, I should have possessed the flaming idiot. At least, he is unoccupied. He then turned tangible as Maruko kicked where he was sitting. The ghost said, wow, violence much. And they say violence against men is false. He then dashed at her, but the hero jumped away. She smiled, you ain't possessing my body. I don't like it today. We still have a score to still, so go and turn into him. I want to retain my honor. The ghost blushed and said, don't phrase it like that. People might get the wrong idea. He then slapped the dial and transformed into a mixture of a humanoid hawk and a chicken. Are you happy now? Ready to have your butt kicked again, bunny girl? Maruko smirked, oh, I'm ready, all right. I can't wait to have your chicken ass turned into jerky. The two ran at each other and began to kick and fight as other heroes tried to interfere, with the rabbit hero yelling, don't butt in. I want to take him out myself. He made a joke out of me. Izuku frowned, made a joke out of you. You almost killed someone due to your rash behavior. What did you want me to do? Get you a pat on the back and tell you a good job. The Hawkman jumped away, avoiding a sharp feather blade slapping the dial, and transformed into a dinosaur-like being with a jetpack on his back. Izuku went into the air and attacked Hawks, who told him, you know you attracted a lot of unwanted attention, kid. You're lucky I managed to convince them that you're more worth it alive than dead. The flying hero ducked under an energy blast from Izuku's mouth. Izuku looked at Hawks and the man once again said, believe when I say you really don't want to know. It's for your own good. The boy nodded his head skeptically before looking at the rabbit hero. The woman looked away, saying, I'm not that reckless. Whatever happened, it must have had a reason for it. Izuku nodded his head. Aren't you the one who says teams are for weaklings? The hero shook her head. No, I work fine with each other when I'm needed. It's just that when it comes to small things, I like to work alone. Plus, I wouldn't do something so rash that it almost kills anyone. Mina said, can we ignore this and focus on how awesome this version of Izuku is? I mean, he can turn into different forms and powers. Is the watch his power? Can it turn him into alien? the girl said with giddy as Discord nodded his head, flashing her a thumbs up. Discord replied, yes, Izuku in this world has a device known as the Omnitrix which allows him to turn into an alien from about 1 million choices. One of its forms is so strong, it is regarded as a god, but to use it you have to make the 3 voices, which exist in it, to agree for the action that they are planning to use. But Izuku managed to trick the 2 other voices into giving him full control while they argued together. The being named 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 replied, whatever you say, bird boy, but they should know that if I'm injured all their small little secrets will be revealed to everyone on the news, and it will be a sweet dozy to see them squabbling among themselves to hide the truth. Hawks' eyes widened as he knew what he was talking about and yelled, do you even understand what you'll do if you reveal those papers? Izuku rubbed his chin, transforming once more into a planet-like alien as he took a spherical form and grabbed Hawks' feathers, causing them to rotate around him. I think it will be justice served to everyone. Maybe Lady Nagant will be released from prison. Hawks was forced to fly away as his feathers came blitzing at him. The bird hero then took control once again of his feathers and put him back into his wings. This isn't going to be easy like we thought. Izuku went to the ground and turned again into a reptilian-like being, saying, well, it was fun, but I have to go. He quickly ran to grab Tsuyu and took her somewhere safe and think what to do next given that he got her into this mess. But a torrent of flames blocked his path, causing him to change again into a being made from rocks and absorb the heat. The flames of endeavor began to flicker out as the being said, dude, you should know that you can't fight me at this point. The being pointed to himself and said, I'm called Heat Blast for a reason, you know. The 2 looked at each other as Endeavor snarled, may the best fire user win. And the 2 began their fight for superiority. Izuku chuckled, well, look at that. It appears Endeavor meets his match. Todoroki laughed, well, I have to say it's going to be fun to see my father's own flames used against him. Can I have more soba to eat? The man in question did what he does usually and screamed, SHOTO. Aizawa looked at his student and said, Shoto, after this ends, you're going to have concentrated therapy. This isn't healthy. The boy frowned as he looked away. Nina replied, can we ignore Shoto's horrible family life and focus that Izuku has an alien watch? Imagine, if I had this watch, I can bring interstellar peace. She noticed everyone laughing at her as she pouted and looked away. Discord threw away a tear from his eyes. I think this is enough for now. Now, I want to hear what you have to say about this world.